Head south toward Military Road. This route avoids construction on I-90 West. You are on the best route. You should reach your destination by 6:26 p.m.
What's left of Hurricane Hilary is drowning parts of Southern California.
Millions were told to stay home while forecasters issued warnings about potentially catastrophic flooding.
I'm Jose Martinez, and this is Up First from NPR News. Voters fed up with corruption in Guatemala are sending an outsider candidate to the presidency. Bernardo Arevalo promised reforms, and supporters poured into the streets to celebrate his win.
Plus, Tennessee's governor called a special session.
Make a U-turn, then continue straight to stay on Sheridan Drive.
The legislature after a school shooting in the spring. Demonstrators called for more gun control, but what will lawmakers actually talk about? Stay with us. We've got all the news you need to start your day.
Continue straight to stay on Sheridan Drive. In a quarter mile, continue straight to stay on Sheridan Drive.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Honeywell. Built upon their own ESG efforts of the past decades, unmatched experience, and innovative technologies, Honeywell offers a portfolio of solutions that can help you achieve your sustainability goals wherever you are in the journey. Learn more at honeywell.com/NPR. Support comes from a 2023 lead sponsor of Up First, Stearns & Foster. Every Stearns & Foster mattress is handcrafted using the finest materials, like ultra-conforming IntelliCoil inner springs, for a beautiful mattress and indescribable comfort. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com.
This message
Continue straight to stay on Sheridan Drive.
comes from NPR sponsor USPS. USPS Ground Advantage offers reliable and affordable
Continue for 1 mile.
2 to 5 day package shipping. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
What's left of Hurricane Hilary has been bringing heavy rain to parts of Southern California that have rarely, if ever, experienced a tropical storm.
Some roads are underwater, and the nation's second largest school district won't open today, and millions are being told just stay home.
Aaron Stone with LAist has been riding out the storm in Palm Springs. Aaron, lots of concerns about high winds, heavy rain in the mountains, maybe causing some floods, either in coastal cities or desert communities. How bad has it been?
Yeah, there was significant flooding across the region, but as expected, mountain and desert communities, especially the San Bernardino Mountains and the Coachella Valley, here where I'm at, saw the heaviest impacts and most flash flooding. Here in the desert, the soils are so dry that they can't absorb this much water at once, and many streets are actually part of the flood control system here, so they are expected to flood during heavy rains. But there hasn't been as widespread an impact to life as officials originally worried. It seems like the public largely heard the message to prepare ahead of time and stay home, which helped a lot. So that old adage, better safe than sorry, seems to have been the wisdom of the weekend.
Yeah, I went nowhere on Sunday. Normally I'd be out, but I didn't. Now, a lot of rain all over Southern California. What can you tell us about where this storm has maybe packed the biggest punch?
Yeah, so this is the first tropical storm to actually land in Southern California in several decades. So it's fair to say most residents across the region have no living memory of what it is to experience something like this. The storms have broken daily rainfall records across Southern California. So
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the I-190 South ramp.
from downtown LA to Palm Springs. Here in Palm Springs, for example, we saw more than half a year's worth of rain in just one day. And
Use the right lane to take the I-190 South ramp, then merge onto I-190 South.
as you know, schools in the region have also decided not to start class today. Roads have turned to rivers, and there have been dangerous muddy debris flows and burn scars in waterways. Emergency responders have had to rescue and evacuate dozens of people including a mobile home park here in the Coachella Valley and a homeless encampment along the San Diego River and the city of Palm Springs.
Continue on I-190 South for 8 miles.
And had its 911 call line go down, though people can still text. But, you know, the worst of the storm was largely within what governments and emergency responders had expected and prepared for, and there really haven't been widespread threats to life.
And then in the middle of the day yesterday, just as everyone's getting ready for all the wet weather, there was an earthquake, which of course, Aaron and I slept right through. There was this hashtag Hurricane. Tell us about that.
Yeah, that's California for you, right? Yeah, a hurricane. It's been reported it was a 5.1 magnitude earthquake near Ojai and Ventura County. That's about 80 miles northwest of LA. And, you know, there were no immediate reports of major damage or injuries, and it also wasn't related to the storm. It wasn't related to the tropical storm. It was just a good old-fashioned coincidence.
Yeah, it's got to be a 6 to wake me up, unfortunately. So what's the day ahead look like?
At this point, we're only dealing with remnants of the storm, which we're anticipating will be downgraded to a tropical depression, and it's expected to continue to die down this morning. Skies down here in Palm Springs are expected to be back to their usual sunniness by early afternoon. Through Monday, it'll be moving up into Nevada, into the Pacific Northwest, dying out on the way. So once Southern Californians wake up today, the damage assessments can begin in full.
Absolutely. Aaron Stone with member station LAS. Thanks a lot, Aaron.
Thanks, A.
In Guatemala, a reformist candidate beat all the odds and is now the country's president-elect.
Bernardo Arevalo has been an anti-corruption crusader in a notoriously corrupt country where people like him have been persecuted by ruling elites. Remarkably, though, it appears that he won in a landslide with a 20 percentage point lead.
NPR's Eder Peralta is on the line with us from Guatemala City. Eder, let's start with the streets. What's been the reaction to the results?
Well, look, right now it's very quiet because it's early morning here, but just a few hours ago it was one big party. Thousands of Guatemalans took to the streets and they waited for their president-elect to emerge from a hotel balcony. And I just want to play some tape of what it was like there. So at the end there, I asked her, do you think tomorrow will be different? And she said, we have faith and we voted for him on faith.
All right, so tell us about this outsider who won by a huge margin. Who is he? What's his background? What does it mean for the country?
Bernardo Arevalo is a congressman, but of a tiny party that no one really knew until a couple of months ago. He's an academic, a sociologist, and he's the son of Guatemala's first democratically elected president. He was also the unlikeliest candidate to win this election, and that's because, one, he had no money. He was the only candidate who didn't have billboards here, and two, he was running an anti-corruption campaign in a country where the ruling class had been going on a hunt for people fighting corruption. Over the past few years, independent prosecutors, judges, journalists, civil rights defenders have been fleeing Guatemala because the government has been using public institutions to persecute them. And every analyst I've spoken to says Bernardo Arevalo has the chance to be a circuit breaker. He has the chance to stop Guatemala's democratic backslide. And in his victory speech, that's exactly what he said.
Las urnas se han expresado y lo que el pueblo grita es basta ya de tanta corrupción.
He said the votes were counted and what the people say is enough with this corruption.
I think as though there's always a lot of hope for change in some Latin American countries. What are the chances of a real change coming to Guatemala?
Well, I mean, President-elect Bernardo Arevalo would have a tiny minority in Congress, so he's going to have to make deals to govern, and he also has a Justice Department that he won't really control, and that in the past few days has been threatening to bring charges against him. It's worth noting that those threats have been widely viewed as being politically motivated. And then there's his rival. Sandra Torres has not yet conceded, but the president of the country has congratulated Arevalo and said he's ready to help him with the transition.
That's NPR's Eder Peralta in Guatemala City. Thanks for keeping track of us.
Thank you, Ed.
Lawmakers in Tennessee come together this week to talk about public safety.
The governor called a special session of the legislature this after 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults were killed in a school shooting in Nashville last spring. And the days after the killings at the Covenant School, hundreds of high school students walked out of their classrooms in protest.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 7 for New York 5 West toward Buffalo Outer Harbor, Lackawanna.
And large crowds demonstrated for gun control in Tennessee's capital.
WPLN political reporter Blaise Gainey has been covering all this. He joins us now from Nashville. Blaise, this special session was supposed to be about gun reforms. Republican supermajority in the legislature has been saying for weeks that they want to focus on other public safety concerns. So is meaningful gun reform even on the table?
No, nothing meaningful at all, actually. Right now in the state, there's no permit needed to carry for anyone 18 or older and no penalties for unsafe gun storage. And the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation shows that the state leads the nation in guns stolen from cars. The biggest thing around guns expected to happen is legislation around the promotion of a state-paid PSA that will encourage gun owners, that is, to lock up their guns. Paired with that, the governor wants lawmakers to pass a law that will let the state hand out free gun locks on request and make sales of gun safes tax-free. One thing that many people wanted to see was a red flag law to take guns away from people who are considered a danger to themselves or others, but Republicans have called the idea a non-starter and it's not expected to get heard during this special session. And I should mention that this is going to be a short session. We're hearing that it'll wrap up on Thursday.
Okay, so quick. All right, so if they're not...
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 7 for New York 5 West toward Buffalo Outer Harbor, Lackawanna.
About guns, then what will they be talking about?
Yeah, so the main topics will be mental health, juvenile sentencing, and background checks. There's one mental health bill that would require treatment facilities to notify law
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 7, then merge onto New York 5 West.
enforcement if they release an individual who was involuntarily committed for psychiatric care. There's a proposal that would raise the age at which youth can have their records expunged and lower the age at which they can be sentenced as adults. Now, juvenile crime in the state is down, but crime committed with a firearm is up. And Tennessee already has some of the strictest juvenile sentencing in the country.
Continue on New York 5 West for 7 miles.
And for background checks right now, it takes longer than the state would like for information to get into the system. So they just want stricter reporting requirements. That way someone who isn't supposed to have a gun can't go out and buy one before their name is entered into the system.
Do you remember last spring there were a lot of demonstrations inside the Capitol? Lots of young people, especially, were demanding gun reform. What are you hearing about what they might be planning now?
Yeah, there are several rallies already scheduled. I know some are taking place this morning ahead of the start of the afternoon session. One is led by Representative Justin J. Pearson, who is a member of the Tennessee Three. Those are the 3 Democratic lawmakers who led a gun control protest on the House floor. Pearson and Representative Justin Jones, who won back their seats after they were just expelled over that protest, are definitely expected to be there. Now, I'm not sure how large these demonstrations will be. Last March, after the Covenant School shooting, there were thousands of people outside and inside the Capitol. It's no signs that it'll be that large, but you really never know. And the parents of the school children who were killed have said that they will be present. And since the shooting, they've held several press conferences calling for gun reform, and they've had several meetings with lawmakers as well.
Blaise Gainey in Nashville. Thanks a lot for your reporting.
Thank you.
And that's Up First for Monday, August 21st. I'm Martinez.
And I'm Michelle Martin. Up First is produced by Monsi Karana and Claire Murashima. Our editors are Kevin Drew, Aaron Whitney, Tara Neal, Liz Baker, Jan Johnson, and Alice Wolfley. Our director is Lily Quiros. Our technical director is Zach Coleman, with engineering support from Carly Strange. Start your day here with us tomorrow.
And thanks for listening to Up First. You can find more in-depth coverage of the stories we talked about today and a lot more on NPR's Morning Edition. That's the radio show that Michelle Martin, Steve Inskeep, Linda Bottle, and I host. You can find Morning Edition and your NPR station at stations.npr.org.
Want to learn how to be a master of business without going back to school? Listen to the Planet Money MBA. No suits, no PowerPoints, just the secrets of business school delivered straight to your ears. Every Wednesday till Labor Day on Planet Money from NPR.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Displays to Go. Display stuff better with purposeful, affordable, and ready-to-ship business solutions from Displays to Go. Discover solutions to display merchandise, product samples, brochures, digital experiences, and much more. Shop online at displays2go.com and use coupon code NPR10 to save 10% off your order. That's coupon code NPR10 when you shop at displays2go.com today. Offer valid for a limited time only.
Want to hear this podcast without sponsor breaks? Amazon Prime members can listen to Up First sponsor-free through Amazon Music. Or you can also support NPR's vital journalism and get Up First Plus at plus.npr.org. That's plus.npr.org.
Imagine if past tech choices didn't hold you back. If no single IT vendor told you no. If you knew that you could harness complexity, not be overcome by it. What would you do if you could? See what's possible at redhat.com/options. Red Hat's objective experts, flexible technologies, and dedicated partners provide the options you need today to go wherever tomorrow leads. No matter the cloud, environment, app, or vendor. Visit redhat.com/options to keep your options open.
From the New York Times, I'm Michael Barbaro. This is The Daily. Today, in the 2024 Republican race for president, no campaign began with higher expectations than that of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. So why is his campaign now stumbling so badly? My colleague, Shane Goldmacher, explains. It's Monday, August 21st. Shane.
Hi, Michael.
It is really nice to sit across from you, so thank you for coming in.
Thanks for having me in.
We are here, you and I, to perform a kind of mid-campaign autopsy on the Republican presidential candidacy of Ron DeSantis, and to talk through why it is that campaign has been going so poorly. Knowing, of course, that things can change, that it's still early, nobody's voted yet anywhere, but that even with all those caveats, his campaign is in a pretty bad way.
Yeah, I mean, I would say autopsy's maybe a strong word. The candidacy of Ron DeSantis is very much still alive. He's very much still Donald Trump's leading opponent. But what you are right about is the depths of the challenges that he's been facing, both internal and external challenges. Externally, he's struggling. He's struggling to connect with voters. He's struggling to have his message meet voters where they are. And internally, he's struggling with his campaign finances and his campaign staff. He's gone through a series of shakeups, and he's only a couple months into this race.
Right, and campaigns are all about projecting strength. And this campaign, especially with all of its very public shakeups, is not projecting strength and winning this, but instead a kind of internal conflict. But that wasn't how things started for DeSantis. So I want to go back and understand how it is we got to this seemingly pretty low point for the campaign.
I think strength is a really good place to start when you think about Ron DeSantis, and to think about the place of strength he was in last November, right after the midterms.
Ballot
ballots are still being counted in some states, but already a loser's been declared in the midterm election. The pundits say it was Donald Trump.
We're already seeing some Republicans distancing themselves from him and even blaming his endorsement for key losses this time around.
You'll remember that Republicans in races across the country, in House races and Senate races and governor's races, Republicans who were backed by Donald Trump, they lost races that the party had expected to win.
Right.
This was supposed to be a red wave, and in most of the country it wasn't.
There was a red wave last night, but it started in Florida and it ended in Florida.
But Florida was an exception to that.
A disaster for Donald Trump and a triumph for his #1 rival, Ron DeSantis.
Florida, traditional purple state, a swing state. Ron DeSantis, he dominated.
These are margins that you do not often see in a state like Florida.
He won in a landslide, 19 percentage points. They picked up House seats in Florida.
This race here could be the perfect springboard into a presidential campaign.
And so what that gave Ron DeSantis was a real contrast with Donald Trump.
We saw freedom and our very way of life in so many other jurisdictions in this country wither on the vine.
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left onto New York 75 South.
Republican who can win. That I can form a message that we can sell to the rest of the country.
Florida held the line.
Even if it's a conservative hardline message, that I can do it in a way that can win. And so you saw the beginnings of the buzz around Ron DeSantis as a potential presidential candidate. That he could be Trump, but electable.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left onto New York 75 South.
And a Republican who can win while pursuing a hard line.
Continue on New York 75 South for 2 miles.
Conservative agenda. And amid that buzz, Ron DeSantis has to make a choice. Does he jump into the race then, when the iron is hot? Or does he wait and continue to add to those conservative achievements and build out a policy portfolio as the basis of a 2024 campaign?
Right. And the reason, of course, to jump in is, as you just said, Trump is extraordinarily vulnerable.
Yeah, politics is often about timing, right? And you see just a week later, it's Donald Trump who actually gets into the presidential race. And there wasn't really a lot of excitement at that moment for Donald Trump. There was this real sense across the Republican Party that maybe this was a moment to move on. Maybe he had served his purpose for the party, shifted the party, but he was no longer going to help them into the future.
So, thinking at this key...
We found a faster route via I-90 West and I-71 South, which saves 19 minutes. If you prefer to stay up...
Moment, if you're DeSantis and his advisors, is seize the moment, right? Emerge as, declare yourself to be the heir apparent to Trump, win the hearts and minds of Republican voters who are tired of losing. You have just won, show everybody what a winner you are, enter the race.
That's one possibility, and that's the path not taken. Instead, the decision was, from the DeSantis team, no, they weren't going to go then, they were going to go later. And they're going to use policy as the way to break through against Donald Trump. And the way they're going to use policy is to push through a conservative agenda in the state legislature that he has almost complete control over in the first half of the year. And that will form the foundation of his 2024 candidacy. And a direct confrontation with Donald Trump, that can wait.
Right, and there would seem to be a real logic to that. Not running, and instead passing all these...
Better route available.
...laws in Florida that would let him hold up his state and his governance of it as a conservative laboratory and a kind of promise of what a DeSantis presidency would look like across the whole country, which is useful in a Republican primary where the voters tend to be hard right. There would, however, seem to be one clear downside, which is that it opens up a pretty big vacuum in the national media and in the campaign that Trump could then exploit, and nobody exploits vacuums better than Donald Trump. So they had to understand that was a risk.
I think you have to think about it from Ron DeSantis' perspective, which is, for the years that he'd become a national figure as Florida's governor, he really didn't have to see the national stage because he was creating his own political weather. That he would get coverage on Fox News and other friendly conservative outlets for basically whatever he was doing. That he could roll out a book and that he would get coverage. That he could make an announcement and he would get coverage. And so
There's a 14-minute slowdown on I-90 West in 1.5 miles. You are still on the fastest route.
I don't think he thought of it as seeding the stage.
Interesting.
As much as building a foundation that he could use to eventually challenge Donald Trump from an even firmer place than he would have right after the midterms.
Mm-hmm.
But that isn't what happens. As Donald Trump has done for years with the Republican Party, he begins to dominate the weather. And it really starts when he's indicted in New York for crimes related to hush money payments made in his 2016 presidential campaign.
Right. Trump fundraises off of that, raising millions of dollars, as I recall. And DeSantis, who's not yet a candidate, doesn't really seem to know what to do about it. I remember an episode we did in which we talked about DeSantis' kind of confusing response. He suggested that the indictment was a little tawdry, but then he went on to defend Trump against the indictment.
In a quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto the ramp to I-90 West.
Kind of bends the knee a bit to Trump, and suddenly the decision not to be a stated rival in the race seems not necessarily like a brilliant one.
Yeah, you see the Republican Party rally behind
Use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto the ramp to I-90 West.
Donald Trump. And because Ron DeSantis was not in the race, because there was no leading alternative to Trump yet formally in the race, Trump was the person to rally behind, and there wasn't a person to say, oh, maybe we should get behind this guy instead.
Mm-hmm. But then eventually, DeSantis does finally enter the campaign.
I mean, for those who could hear him on Twitter, he entered the campaign.
Remind us what happened. It was kind of a thing.
Yeah, so he got into the race in late May with an event on Twitter.
Yeah, I tried to log into it.
They decided to try to do something unique.
All right, I think we're broadcasting.
And not do a traditional speech for his first event, not do a video rollout.
In a quarter mile, keep right at the fork. Follow signs for I-90 West, Erie.
Immediately.
I'm actually very excited to have Governor DeSantis.
And they tried to do this Twitter live spaces.
All right, sorry about that. We've got so many people here that I think we are kind of melting the servers.
And it was
keep right at the fork.
Sort of a technical disaster.
Yeah, that was insane. Sorry.
They cut in and out. There were long pauses in the audio.
It's a freedom. His money put his money where his mouth is. I've sent it here.
And, you know, for Ron DeSantis.
Governor DeSantis, are you there? Can you hear us? I think you're
I'm here. I know. I think you broke the internet there. We had
It stepped on the message he was trying to launch on that first day.
And it sounds...
Continue on I-90 West for 159 miles.
Kind of small, and we're having a little bit of fun with this idea that a campaign launch is a technical failure, but campaign announcements have always in politics been seen as kind of metaphors for campaigns. How well choreographed they are, how well planned they are, what's the speech, how big's the audience, how big is the flag behind the podium. And here, where every decision was in control of the candidate, decisions were made that resulted in something kind of embarrassing and floppy.
Yeah, I mean, I would call it symbolic but not significant,
Mm-hmm.
right? But if the Twitter launch wasn't particularly significant, he does run into some significant problems pretty quickly.
Which are what?
Which money. So he raised $20 million in only a short number of weeks. In fact, he raised more than any other candidate running in that second quarter.
So what's the problem?
The problem is sort of threefold. The first is what kind of money he was raising, which is big money from larger donors who you can't go to over and over again. So he tapped them once and he can never go back to them. There's limits in federal campaigns to how much money you can raise for
So basically,
somebody.
fat cats.
Fat cats. See, fat cats who can give only a certain amount. He hit that amount, he can't get money from them again, so they've been tapped out. The second problem with his money is that a lot of it was from such big donors that he exceeded the amount he can spend in the primary, and he banked a bunch of money he can only spend in the general election if he becomes the nominee. So that top line says $20 million. Well, not really $20 million he can actually spend. Turns out it was closer to $15 million that he could actually spend.
Let me just make sure I understand that. Because of the nature of who he was raising money from and the dollar amounts they were contributing, a bunch of that money cannot be used in the primary under the rules. It gets bounced over, carried over to the general election, which means a lot of it is just kind of walled away.
It's totally walled away. you can only get $3,300 from a donor that you can use in the primary. So he was raising from a lot of people $6,600. So half that money, he can't spend it. Shows up in the bank account, but it's got a little like color coding. It says, you know what? This money, you can't use this until at least next year. And if you're not the nominee, you got to give it back.
Really interesting. Okay, what's the third issue?
The third issue is his spending. Ron DeSantis was spending a pretty big chunk of the money he was bringing in. He was spending on private planes. He was spending on a fancy launch that accompanied that Twitter rollout, which was at the Four Seasons in Miami. And he's spending in ways that were unsustainable.
So too much spending, and from donors who give too much too quickly.
Yeah, what he was missing is the small donors who are increasingly the lifeblood of national campaigns, the people who give $20 a month. Sometimes they check a box to give it every month. And it really becomes this sustainable source of money for campaigns. This is what Trump has built, a small dollar machine. And when we got the first disclosures for Ron DeSantis' campaign, it's very much not what he's built, which was top heavy and had only less than, I think, 15% of all this money came from people who gave less than $200.
And it would seem that not getting small donors is not just, of course, a financial dilemma, but a reflection of the fact that as a candidate, DeSantis is not winning the hearts and minds of working class and middle class Republican voters.
Or the grassroots of the party, right? The people who are inspired enough to give. Now, money doesn't necessarily mean you're winning. Having the most donors doesn't equal you're the best candidate, but it's one of those ways that you can measure enthusiasm. And what it shows is that he didn't have that level of enthusiasm, certainly to be competitive with Donald Trump.
So what is this heavy spending, things like planes, fancy events, and the absence of these small dollar donations, what does it all together lead to?
It leads to a really turbulent period for the DeSantis campaign. They make cutbacks to his staff in mid-July. Around 10 people are let go. Not too much longer, another 25 or so people are let go. At this point, you're looking at something like 40% of his entire campaign staff have been removed in a cost-cutting way.
That's a pretty traumatic thing for a candidacy that's only been alive for a few months.
It's a very traumatic thing, right? Then after that comes a third round, which is his campaign manager. And his campaign manager is replaced. And so now you have this really unusual situation of a new candidate just a few months into his run who's faced 3 successive resets. And suddenly, Ron DeSantis is at risk of being a candidate who's being defined by his own campaign's upheaval. We'll be right back.
Support for this podcast and the following message come from Emerson. At Emerson, engineers, designers, and thinkers help the world's most essential industries solve the biggest challenges of modern life. From developing technology that delivers breakthrough medicines at warp speed to software that turns clean energy into reliable electricity, Emerson Innovation helps make the world healthier, safer, smarter, and more sustainable. Go boldly. Find your future at emerson.com/careers.
Hey, it's Anna Martin from the New York Times, and I'm here to tell you about something for New York Times News subscribers. And honestly, if you're a podcast fan, you're going to want this. It's an app called New York Times Audio, where you can get the latest dispatch.
It's 10 a.m. in Kyiv. It was a really loud night.
Perfect your technique.
A splash of soy sauce, and then a lot of red pepper flakes.
Or contemplate the future.
A computer program is passing the bar exam, and we're over here pretending not to be amazed by that.
It has exclusive shows. From the New York Times, it's The Headlines. Storytelling from Serial Productions and This American Life.
Act 2, a fiasco involving a village, marauding Visigoths, and some oil.
Sports from The Athletic.
And those big moments, he puts the team on his back.
And narrated articles from The Times and beyond.
In recent years, the unexpected sounds of ice have periodically gone viral.
New York Times Audio. Download it now at nytimes.com/audio app.
Shane, what do you come to understand is really going on behind all these upheavals and kind of failure to launch? And how much of it do you understand to be about these strategic problems like overspending, and how much of it is about just a political strategy that's not working, not meeting voters and donors where they are?
I mean, I cover politics, Michael, and so I pay a lot of attention to how campaigns work and how they operate, how they'll fund themselves, and how they'll reach voters. Voters aren't paying attention to any of these things, right? They don't know who the campaign manager is. They don't care that you've cut back your staff. But in the middle of all of these cutbacks, the New York Times did our first poll of the 2024 presidential cycle. And I think that poll showed the other side of what's happening with the DeSantis candidacy, which is not the struggles to get their books in shape and to have the right size campaign staff. It's a more fundamental question, which is the message that Ron DeSantis is selling connecting with Republican voters?
And what does that poll tell us?
I mean, the poll doesn't have a lot of good news for Ron DeSantis. It showed him losing in a landslide to Donald Trump. And I think the specifics of the poll were even worse than that top line. And the specifics undercut some of the core things that he's made his candidacy about.
Explain that.
Well, some things we've already talked about, like that he could be the electable Republican in 2024. When primary voters were asked, well, who do you think is better described as able to beat Joe Biden? They chose Donald Trump by a 2-to-1 margin. And it's a twofold problem on the electability question in the poll, because it's not just that Republican voters saw Trump as more electable in the survey, it's that Republican voters weren't that into electability in the first place. That when given a choice between would you like a candidate who mostly agrees with you on the issues or somebody who you think is better able to beat Joe Biden, more Republicans were saying, actually, I want somebody who agrees with me on the issues. So just the basic idea that winning would be the most important thing wasn't something that was top of mind for Republican voters in our poll at the end of July.
Shane, how should we understand that? Because as we've talked about earlier, the midterm losses of Trump-backed candidates, not to mention the fact that Trump lost the 2020 election, not to mention the fact that Trump has now been indicted several times, all of those seem to provide a real opening for DeSantis in particular to come into this race and say, I can win, and electability should matter.
I mean, that was the thinking. But what we see is that it's been a real struggle to get that to be the top issue, that Trump being indicted has rallied Republicans behind him. He's still seen as the party's leader. And then there's been this surprise factor, which has nothing to do with Republicans at all, which is President Biden, which is that Republicans are seeing clips of President Biden packaged on Fox News and other outlets. And just if they're watching his speeches, then that he's tripping over his words. In one case, he's literally tripping on stage. And it has made this argument that Joe Biden is some all-powerful force, that we must pick the most electable person. It's made it a tougher sell.
That's really interesting.
That Joe Biden is seen as so beatable that, look, anyone can beat him. And so what? Yeah, Trump has different things that he's not as good at, or maybe he lost, and maybe they don't even think that he lost. But that somehow Biden himself, his own perceived weakness, has made the electability argument a tougher sell.
Got it. I'm really curious about the other plank that DeSantis based his campaign on, which was the conservative wins that he racked up in Florida. And the argument that in addition to electability, he's been able to pass a deeply conservative agenda. Does our poll touch on that at all?
No, the poll didn't go through his particular achievements in Tallahassee, but what it did cover are some of the issues that Ron DeSantis has based his candidacy on. Issues like a 6-week abortion ban, which is one thing that he did pass in Florida, and talking about whether you want to prioritize taking on woke corporations or not, which is something else that Ron DeSantis is very closely aligned with.
Right.
And here's the tricky thing again for Ron DeSantis in this poll, and why it had so little good news for him. It showed that no matter which side of these issues you were on, you preferred Donald Trump. And this was pretty remarkable. The 6-week abortion ban, which Trump has been critical of, which he has said is too harsh. If you think this law is bad, you wanted Donald Trump. If you think this law is good, you also wanted Donald Trump.
Amazing.
If you think that you should go after the woke corporations, you wanted Donald Trump. If you think you shouldn't be going after the woke corporations, you also wanted Donald Trump. It really showed a tough pathway for Ron DeSantis, that his issues weren't resonating. And even among the voters who cared about the particular issues he's focused on, he wasn't winning those voters either.
So this poll seems to be kind of a red alert moment for DeSantis, on top of whatever financial problems he's having with his candidacy, because as you've pretty well established, it doesn't really leave him with much of an argument for being in the race.
Well, this is just the national poll, right? But we did another poll that week that was about Iowa, and that poll had a little bit more hope for Ron DeSantis. At the top lines, it showed a closer race. He was losing to Donald Trump by a big margin, but it was 44% to 20% versus the 37-point gap that he had nationally. And the poll showed that there was a little more traction for the question of who do you see as better able to beat Joe Biden in a head-to-head matchup. Do you think that it's Donald Trump or do you think it's Ron DeSantis? In Iowa, Trump was ahead, but a much narrower margin by about 9 points compared to the 30 percentage points that he led by nationally. And that's why you're starting to see a real shift in the DeSantis campaign itself. They've almost downsized their ambitions from being a completely national campaign to challenge Trump everywhere to being an Iowa-based campaign. And the reason Ron DeSantis is focusing on Iowa is that Iowa is the first state that votes in the 2024 primary, and for years it's had an outsized impact on shaping the race. Not necessarily picking the nominee, but shaping whether this is going to be a contest at all. So it's the place where Ron DeSantis could potentially take a chunk out of Trump and show that the former president isn't so inevitable in 2024.
Particularly Iowans, they appreciate when you show up, particularly in some of the smaller communities, because sometimes people will overlook that. So we're going everywhere.
He's made the promise that he's going to visit all 99 of Iowa's counties, many of which are very small.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
And doing things like a bus tour, stopping at gas stations, doing little town halls and meet and greets.
Yesterday we're playing catch at the county fair, Clayton County Fair, right next to a bunch of corn.
You know, he's got little anecdotes about his son, and he took his son to play catch in Iowa, and his son says, "Is this heaven?" And he says, "No, son, this is Iowa." Right? Like he's leaning into the Iowa campaign in a way that Ron DeSantis was not a few months ago.
God bless the great state of Iowa. God bless these United States. Let's go on to victory. Thank you, and God bless you all.
And you were just there on the ground in Iowa. So I'm curious how you found Republicans thinking about Ron DeSantis and talking about him, and how open they are to this electability argument that's so central to his candidacy.
So I spent a few days in the Des Moines area.
Yeah, I'm looking to talk to the Republican caucus person.
Went to the state fair, which draws a big cross-section of Iowans from across the state. It's a big event. And
What do you make of the DeSantis argument that the party needs somebody more elected to Trump off
it was a really interesting experience talking to a lot of Republican voters, because what I heard was a receptiveness to this electability argument, more than, frankly, I expected.
Trump got beat once. He can get beat twice. I like what he did. I like what he did for the economy, the jobs aspect, China, the whole thing. But I don't think he can pull it. I might be 1 out of 1,000, but I don't think he can beat Biden twice.
There were people saying that they had concerns about Trump.
I think he's got too much baggage. Yeah. He's too much of a distraction to the Democratic process. Yeah. It's all about Donald. And I did vote for him, and I backed him tremendously in the first race.
What about the rest of the field? So in most of the polls for most of this year, Ron DeSantis has been the leading candidate.
Yeah, he's kind of fading, and I don't know why. I think he's a good guy. He's an expert.
What I also heard was no consolidation behind Ron DeSantis.
I like Tim Scott. I like Mr. Vance back here.
I like Elder. I like Tim Scott.
Yeah.
DeSantis, we'll see.
People said, like, I thought he was going to be the guy, and maybe he's not the guy, and I don't know why he's not the guy. But he's not the guy for me just yet. Maybe I'll consider him later.
It seems like he's got some drag. Something dragging him back, and I'm just trying to discover what that is, because he hasn't taken off like I thought he should.
Even people who came to see him speak specifically, they just weren't sold on Ron DeSantis yet. And so what I heard from voters there was this openness to finding somebody who wasn't Trump, because they're concerned about losing in 2024. But the thing that really felt clear in talking to voter after voter was a lot of these people were just barely beginning their understanding of these candidates, and a lot of them were just interested in learning more. I mean, the thing about talking to voters, Michael, at this stage of a race is you're reminded how early it is. And so you may not have closed the deal with people because people have barely started tuning in most of the country.
Right.
And I think that's probably about to change. We have the first debate of the primary season coming up this week, and it's a pretty critical moment for Ron DeSantis and his best chance yet to make the argument that he's a Republican who can win and then deliver a conservative agenda in a way that Donald Trump can do neither.
So is it your sense, despite the roller coaster of a campaign that we've observed so far, that electability is still the right strategy for DeSantis to make the argument to Republican voters, even though it didn't bear out in the national poll and it hasn't entirely borne out in the Iowa poll, that he is the best alternative to Trump?
I think for all the Republicans who don't want Donald Trump to be the nominee, they need electability to work. That there is no campaign that takes out Donald Trump without that. Because most Republicans in every poll still like Donald Trump. And no one has found a better issue than electability to try to take people away from him who still like him. And it hasn't worked yet, but I haven't talked to a Republican who thinks they have some other magic bullet that will work better.
That understanding, that reality, does make you realize that even though we have spent a lot of time in this conversation talking about the dramas and maybe the flaws of the DeSantis campaign, it's very possible that even if Ron DeSantis had so far run a flawless, superb, upheaval-free candidacy, he might be in exactly the same position that he's in right now.
I mean, Ron DeSantis hasn't solved a problem that no Republican has solved since Donald Trump emerged on the national stage in 2015, which is how to beat Donald Trump, right? And in that way, Ron DeSantis is just the latest in a long line of candidates who haven't yet figured out a formula to pull away the party's base from the president, who they still love.
Well, Shane, thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
This podcast is supported by RBC. Will M&A pick up in the back half of 2023? Listen to Strategic Alternatives, the M&A podcast series from RBC Capital Markets, to get fresh insights on the driving forces behind M&A activity, the factors that are impacting future deal flow across sectors, and how companies are preparing for a potential surge in M&A activity in the second half of the year. Listen and subscribe to Strategic Alternatives, the RBC M&A podcast today, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what else you need to know today. Tropical Storm Hilary made landfall near the border of Mexico and California on Sunday, delivering high winds and heavy rains that triggered flooding and mudslides. In parts of California, where at least 11 counties are under a state of emergency, the storm dropped a year's worth of rain in a single day. And for the first time in the tournament's history, Spain has won the Women's World Cup, despite a series of hurdles that once made its victory there improbable. Many of Spain's best players spent much of the past year on strike, and as a result, were not invited to play in this year's World Cup. Nevertheless, Spain defeated England 1-0. Today's episode was produced by Rob Zipko and Nina Feldman, with help from Asla Chaturvedi. It was edited by Rachel Quester, with help from Mark George. Contains original music by Marian Lozano, Alicia Itu, and William Miston, and was engineered by Chris Wood. Our theme music is by Jim Brumberg and Ben Landsberg of Wonderly. I'm Michael Barr. See you tomorrow.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. Lung cancer is the leading cancer killer of men and women, but it is more curable when detected early. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Good morning. Welcome to Axios Today. It's Monday, August 21st. I'm Nyla Voodoo. Here's what you need to know today. A rare and dangerous West Coast tropical storm. Plus, more Americans are falling behind on credit card payments. But first, today's one big thing. America's teacher shortage continues. Once again, the school year is beginning in America with not enough teachers. Turnover rates are high and fewer young people want to go into the profession. Axios' Erica Pandy is here to explain why, as well as what's being done to solve this persistent problem. Hi, Erica.
Hi, Nyla.
Can you first lay this out for us by the numbers? How many vacancies are there right now?
So according to research from the Kansas State University's College of Education, there are over 30,000 vacancies in the U.S. and then more than 160,000 jobs that are filled by teachers who aren't qualified. So they may have a bachelor's but not their certification yet, something like that. And that's not even a full estimate. I mean, I spoke to the College of Education. They said that they have a lot of the data, but some states haven't reported. So it's likely even more than that.
And can you put in context, like 30,000 teachers, what that means for the overall system?
Here's a stat from the National Center for Education Statistics, and they're saying that as of October 2022, 4% of all public school teaching positions were vacant. So 4% might not seem like a lot, but like we just said, it's tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of teachers, and it's a lot of crucial positions. Like one of the areas that's really dire is special education teachers. So there's a lot of roles that need to urgently be filled, and there's just no one out there who wants the job.
We had a very similar conversation around this time last year. Can you remind us why people don't want this job?
There's just a lot of burnout in the profession. I mean, we talked to superintendents who say that they're really worried that there's an existential crisis for the teaching profession. They have jobs out with just no applications for them. And there's so many factors going on, right? Like you had the pandemic that really had teachers become health officers and virtual teachers and really change up the way they do things. You've had an uptick in school shootings that really strains teachers and makes them wonder if it's all worth it. Of course, pay is a huge issue, Nyla. I mean, one stat I came across in my reporting for this story that really shocked me was just how stagnant teacher salaries have remained. Between 1996 and 2021, the inflation-adjusted weekly wages of public school teachers only increased by $29. That's according to Economic Policy Institute. And schools and teachers are getting pulled into political conversations all the time in different states. So the narrative of what it means to be a teacher in this country that used to be a really dignified thing is changing in some states, and teachers might not want to be part of that anymore.
Are there any new efforts since this problem isn't improving? What are different states trying to do?
In the Twin Cities, St. Paul Public Schools offered bonuses of up to $10,000 this year in a scramble to fill some crucial positions, and they were able to fill some of those. In Miami-Dade County, the district offered pay raises across the board, but Axios Miami reports that they were still about 280 teachers short when classes started last week. And then there's other districts that are trying to kind of fix the pipeline problem. So you've got districts who are saying, okay, maybe the requisite is you need to be passionate about working with kids, so they're upskilling janitors or bus drivers and seeing if they can give them teaching positions. In Midland, Texas, they've got their local university, UT Permian Basin, and they're reaching out to college students there and saying, would you take a residency with us, an apprenticeship with us, trying to get students into teaching positions early so they might come back after graduation.
And what about efforts to retain teachers? What are we seeing there?
So much of it comes down to pay. In Des Moines last year, the administration offered teachers, nurses, and others a $50,000 incentive to stay if they were nearing retirement, and Axios Des Moines reports in some cases it worked. And then over in Midland, Texas, there's a program where seasoned teachers who've kind of been in the game for a long time, who've shown that they're really effective, can be part of a program where they teach for half the day and then coach for half the day, and then that coaching will give them an additional stipend on top of their salary.
So as we talk about the narrative around especially public education changing, what else did people tell you when you were working on this story about how we should be thinking about this?
no one really knows what kind of a catch-all solution is except for the obvious of raise pay. And when you add all of these factors like shootings, like the COVID disruption, like the politics, the calculus of teaching just isn't seeming worth it to a lot of teachers and to a lot of prospective graduates who might have dreamed of being teachers.
Axios' Erica Pandy. Thanks, Erica.
Thanks, Nyla.
In a moment, extreme tropical weather on the West Coast.
Got a business problem? There's a TED Talk for that. Stay updated on everything business on TED Business, a podcast hosted by Columbia Business School professor Modupe Akinola. Every week, she'll introduce you to leaders with unique insights on work, answering questions like, how do 4-day work weeks work? To, will a machine ever take my job? Get some surprising answers on TED Business, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Welcome back to Axios Today. I'm Nyla Boodoo. Rain began drenching Southern California last night after Hillary, a tropical storm downgraded from a hurricane, made landfall in Mexico's Baja California Peninsula before heading north. The rare tropical disturbance on the West Coast created the first tropical storm warning in Southern California since 1939. Meanwhile, as this weather was hitting, an earthquake struck the LA region. Axios' Andrew Friedman is here to explain. Hey, Andrew.
Hey.
So how rare is this weather situation that we saw in California yesterday?
It is rare enough that most people living in California for a long time have not seen it in their lifetime. And considering that the first location in the United States to get a tropical storm or hurricane warning so far this season is San Diego rather than Florida, Texas, or Louisiana, or Virginia, some of the places that you might think of, it is pretty remarkable. This was a very interesting phenomenon that had to combine a tropical system with the right atmospheric picture, with the right jet stream set up to accelerate it as it moved north. If people were paying attention to the advisories, they went from 17 miles an hour to 22 miles an hour to 25 miles an hour. I mean, this storm was booking it from Mexico to California, and the only way to reach California intact is to book it, rather than to move at 8 miles an hour over cooler water and disintegrate further.
What about the addition of this earthquake?
So there are actual studies that have been done into how heavy rainfall can possibly trigger earthquakes. They're pretty inconclusive, unfortunately.
So Andrew, do you think it's right to take from this, okay, things are just going downhill and they're just going to get much worse?
If you look at North America right now, you have raging fires that are directly linked to climate change in Canada. An entire city was evacuated last week. You have a heat dome over the central U.S. that just set a record for the strongest heat dome ever observed since 1950 over that part of the country. And one location in Kansas had a heat index of 134 degrees Fahrenheit yesterday. And if you kind of look at these different events occurring, I wouldn't pick the California hurricane as the strongest candidate if I were walking into some sort of climate change debate. I would definitely pick the heat wave and the wildfires as much more consistent with what we know about the science of this and the direction where it is going. The California issue is we do know that heavy precipitation events are getting heavier, but it's not like a climate change poster child, exactly.
Andrew Friedman covers weather and climate for Axios. Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks for having me.
U.S. credit card balances rose by $45 billion in the second quarter of 2023, rising past $1 trillion for the first time. We talked about that recently on the podcast, but now more Americans are falling behind on their credit card payments. I asked Axios' Emily Peck to put this all in context.
The rate of new credit card delinquencies, that means those more than 30 days late paying their bill, rose to 7.2% in the second quarter of the year. That's higher than the levels last seen back in 2019, before the pandemic, according to a report out earlier this month from the New York Fed. So what's happening? Prices. They've gotten higher for most things. Even though inflation's coming down now, prices are still higher. We all know this. And Americans are increasingly relying on credit cards to make their budgets work in this new higher price atmosphere. They're trying to maintain their levels of consumption, is how Moody's Investor Service put it in a note last week. Also, credit card balances are ballooning more quickly thanks to higher interest rates. So far, these rising delinquency rates aren't high enough to signal trouble for the economy overall. But we'll be watching what happens later this year as millions of Americans start paying their student loans again. They might need to whip out their credit cards to accommodate the new bill, or the new old bill, and that could drive delinquency rates even higher.
That's Axios' Emily Peck. And that does it for us today. I'm Nyla Boodoo. Thanks to you for listening. Stay safe, and we'll see you back here. Tomorrow morning.
Got a business problem? There's a TED Talk for that. Stay updated on everything business on TED Business, a podcast hosted by Columbia Business School professor Modupe Akinola. Every week, she'll introduce you to leaders with unique insights on work, answering questions like, how do 4-day work weeks work? To, will a machine ever take my job? Get some surprising answers on TED Business, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hi, it's Phoebe. If you're a regular listener, you've probably heard me talking about Criminal Plus recently. It's a new way to listen to our shows without any ads. That's Criminal, This Is Love, and Phoebe Reads a Mystery, ad-free. We know this is something a lot of you have wanted for a long time. And when you sign up for Criminal Plus, you also get bonus episodes. In each one, I talk with Criminal co-creator Lauren Spohr. We take your questions, we tell stories, we talk with other producers who help make the show, we have special guests pop in, and we get off track very easily. We're having a lot of fun making these, and we thought you might like to hear what they sound like.
Hi, this is Ginger Williams in Hays, Kansas, and Phoebe, I love the podcast. I listen to every episode. And I love the way that you say .called with an L in it, but I'm just wondering why you say it that way. Thanks.
Well, first off, I love...
I feel like that's kind of a burn.
Okay, but can I just say I love the name Ginger?
Yes,
and I don't think we hear the name Ginger enough.
This is like, it's one of those like more of a comment than a question, right? Types of questions.
Why do you say it with an L?
I love the way that you do that, and also why do you do that?
You know, I don't know that I'm doing that, is the honest answer. Is that it never occurred to me that I was saying .com like .calm until someone pointed it out. And then a lot of people, hey Ginger, you were not the first to ask this question. We actually have a t-shirt that says, I didn't really like this idea for a t-shirt.
I loved it.
Lauren designed it. It's a picture on the front of the lemur from our lemur episode, and then the Quaalude lemur episode, and then on the back it says, it's pronounced .com. I don't think that's a very good idea for a shirt. Everyone else seems to like it.
They're sold out, so I think the numbers speak for themselves.
But it was really amazing to me that when the first person, Ginger, that you and many others are wondering about .com.
A lot of people have tweeted about it.
A lot of people. Say .com.
.com.
Go to squarespace.com. Go to squarespace.com. Does it sound like different to you? .com. www.squarespace.com.
I've heard you say this so many times that it's almost like I'm like in the boiling water with you. Like I have no...
Why is the water boiling?
I can't really be objective about this either, but I think it's more of like a Vox.com. Am I saying it with an L also now? Calm.
The funniest thing...
You said calm?
The funniest thing...
Should we hear it?
Yeah, we can. Sure.
Let's hear it.
One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/criminal. That's BlueApron.com/criminal. By visiting Casper.com/criminal, go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type in criminal. That's Stamps.com, enter criminal. Stamps.com. Never go to the post office again. I think there's a little style to it.
Remember when we got the sponsor Calm?
Yeah, so we had the sponsors Calm.com. It really threw people off.
Someone tweeted that it makes them feel squirmy.
I mean, if that makes them feel sorry. I don't know.
They're gonna have a tough life.
Yeah, I don't know how to help them. Ginger, I'll try, but I can't promise you that I'll say it any differently than .com.
Okay, so a few months ago, Phoebe and I got an email to our personal Gmail accounts from this old friend of ours, and you know, she was like, I hope you're doing well, and you know, she like sort of writes about what she's doing, and then I wrote her back, and I said like, hi, I'm so glad to hear from you, and then she writes back, and so we're just like goofing off back and forth, and Phoebe is saying nothing, and I'm like, okay, she must be busy, this is kind of unlike her, and then finally, like 5 days later, we get this email that says, hi, I feel compelled to tell you that I am not the Phoebe Judge, but merely a random farmer in Vermont who is also named Phoebe Judge and happened to get to the Gmail first. I don't want you to think the other Phoebe was ignoring you. Thanks, Phoebe. And so I like stare at this email and I look at who it's to, and then I wrote her back and I said, oh my god, LOL, hi Phoebe Judge. Have other people made this mistake? And she responded and said, so many times, including my own extended family.
It's not the most common name.
Remember what that man said years ago?
Oh, this was so many years ago. I was guest hosting for this store at the Gordon, and I was, you know, young and just starting out. And a man wrote in and said, I just want to let you know that Mr. Phoebe Judd is doing a great job. Mr. Phoebe Judd is doing a great job.
So funny.
But I know, of course, I had no idea that there was another Phoebe Judge out there.
Hello.
Hello.
Is this Phoebe?
This is Lauren. Phoebe's here. Is this Phoebe?
This is Phoebe.
Hi, Phoebe. How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
Well, we were just saying, what a thing that we both have the same name.
I live in a very small town, and there actually used to be another Phoebe Judge in town.
No.
So when it was a town of about 4,000 people, so I'd go vote, and that Phoebe grew up and went to school in the town, and I'd be like, I'm Phoebe Judge. And they'd be like, no, you're not. We know Phoebe. And I was like, there's another one. You gotta check. When I was in college, there was a woman who also was a Phoebe Judge. And so they refiled all of my paperwork in her paperwork.
Wait, you're telling me that you know 3 other Phoebe Judges?
Yes, mutually exclusive Phoebe Judges. Yes. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I know a lot of Phoebe Judges.
Now that's wild. You know a lot of... I don't know any. You're the first Phoebe Judge I've ever met.
Really?
Do you think you've gotten a lot of emails intended for the other Phoebe Judges? I mean, it's so good on you for getting the Gmail first.
I know you got it.
I got it from somebody who had like a good friend at Google, so I was one of the first beta testers. So I had an in that way. I think I've gotten email, yeah, like 4 or 5 times for you.
Hate mail.
Hate mail. But I've always got like the spam. Are you actually trying to? That's why I didn't respond earlier in that email chain, because I was like, I can't tell if this is spam. I can't tell if like what is actually happening. And so then when somebody else wrote back, then I was like, oh, I don't want to sully the other Phoebe Judge's good name by ignoring her.
It's so polite, and it's also just so funny because like the emails are kind of personal, and so just the idea of a stranger just sort of reading along is so funny to me, and then finally having to speak up and be like, pardon me, you have the wrong person, is so funny.
I felt so badly.
So you have had other people think that you're the host of a podcast before?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, pretty much every time I start a new job, they say, are you the Phoebe Judge?
What's your real job?
Well, right now I am a flower farmer in Vermont. Like, I'm sitting in an empty cargo van right now, so my voice is not even remotely great sounding, but like, we have very distinctive voices, so I have to be like, close your eyes and listen to me tell you, I am not that Phoebe Judge. And then they're like, oh yeah, you're right. That's not you.
Phoebe, do you enjoy it when people shorten your name?
No.
Oh, that's right. That's the right answer. No.
And I think just because of like people have been confusing me
were confusing me for you or you for me for about the same amount of time that I've been like a post-college adult, so I think we're about the same age. But I came up in the era of Friends, right?
Yeah, it's like, exactly right. They do it all the time to me too. Were you named after Lisa Kudrow?
Oh my God. Well, my sister's name is Rachel, and so we have like the Phoebe and Rachel duo, but people always want to call me Steve, and I have to be like, no, that is not my name.
Well, I feel the same way. And when I look at them, when they say, were you named after Lisa Kudrow, I think that would put me probably around 18 years old. You know, it doesn't. The timing doesn't match up. But I'm with you. I hate it when people shorten my name.
Do you get the joke where people are like, you should become a judge? You'd be Judge.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I went to law school for like, and then I was like, I can't do this. But my sister is a lawyer, and so she does get that a lot because her last name is also Judge Bill.
To people, you know what's always so funny to me is when people ask me to spell my name, but they're not, I guess our name, but they're not so confused at the Phoebe, they're confused at the Judge. So they say, and I say, J-U-D-G-E. No tricks.
Yes.
No tricks there.
It's very hard to enunciate in a way that people are like, oh, right, like a courtroom. Okay. I find it a hard thing to get over the phone, especially for people.
Yes, because they think you're saying Stevie.
Yes, Stevie Judd is what I get all the time.
Stevie Judd.
Stevie Judd. Okay, sure. Like, yes, I picked up a lot of orders for Stevie Judd.
You know, I don't correct anyone. I mean, I just let them go with it. You know, instead of saying, no, it's O-E, it's E-O, I just say, that's right, you got it.
Good try. I appreciate it.
Phoebe, do you listen to Criminal?
No. It kind of feels like the nexus of the universe, and so I try to be like, that Phoebe Judge is having her life, and I'm having mine, and I don't have to like look in an infinite mirror of listening to my own name come through the podcast.
Has anyone ever asked you to do an impression of her?
Yeah, every single time. People are like, are you the Phoebe Judge? And then I have to be like, no, and they're like, can you say it anyway? And I'm like,
oh my God.
Okay.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare.
Well, someday I would love to see you in the same space. You could trade jobs for a day.
I would love that.
You're welcome to stop by the farm anytime you're in Vermont.
Phoebe, thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much. It was really fun to talk to you.
That's just a little bit of what you'll get when you sign up for Criminal Plus. Learn more at thisiscriminal.com/plus. And if you sign up at the premium level, we'll also send you an invitation for our first virtual live event coming up soon. We're playing Criminal Trivia. Again, that's thisiscriminal.com/plus. And thanks very much for your support.
With no fees or minimums, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than deciding to listen to another episode of your favorite podcast. And with no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One N.A. member FDIC. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Sometimes we're faced with a crossroads in life and we don't know which path to take. Maybe you're thinking about a career change or feeling like your relationship needs some TLC. Whatever it is, therapy can help you map out your future and trust yourself to find the way forward. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/CrimeJunkie today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/CrimeJunkie. Hi, Crime Junkies. I'm your host, Ashley Flowers.
And I'm Britt.
And the story I have for you today is about control and the lengths some people will go to when they're starting to lose it. This is the story of Danielle Johnson. tell start with someone beginning to worry about a loved one. Whether it's a parent, a sibling, friend, there's always that moment when someone realizes something's off. That moment when people's lives change forever. And this one is the same. When Mac and Juanita Johnson's 21-year-old daughter, Danielle, doesn't come home from her college class one April day in 1989. Now, if this had happened in a different place and time of life, maybe not coming home right after class wouldn't be that weird. But here, now, it is. Because things haven't exactly been smooth sailing for Danielle lately. Her parents had just recently found out that she had been seeing this much older man, a 41-year-old married guy named Cleveland Hill Jr.
I don't love that.
And they don't either, especially because the whole situation has been spiraling out of control. Now, they'd only found out about it in the first place when Danielle showed up with this like $22,000 car that Cleveland had purchased for her. And her parents were like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Like, nothing good comes from a married guy gifting expensive things to a girl half his age. So they told Danielle that she had to give the car back. And the car wasn't even the only thing. Apparently, Cleveland had also been in the habit of giving her cash when they were together. And I'm not talking about like $20 here or there. I'm talking like $600 a pop, and usually twice a week. So whatever this dynamic was, all Mac and Juanita saw were red flags for miles.
And so when she doesn't come home, they assume right away that he did something.
Yeah, and not just because of these gifts. So in the days leading up to her disappearance, Cleveland had actually shown up at the Johnsons' house, uninvited as far as I can tell, and he had gotten super confrontational with her dad, Mac, like full-on threatening him. When Mac told Cleveland to leave his daughter alone, according to reporting in the Tampa Bay Times, from Mary Claire Malloy and Caroline Petro Cohen, Cleveland responded, quote, well, you better enjoy your daughter, because this may be the last time you see her.
Oh, hell no.
I know. And Danielle herself was definitely starting to have her eyes opened, little by little too. Around this same time, she told her dad that she actually was afraid of Cleveland, because he told her that he can make people disappear. In reporting by William Yelverton and Janet Leiser for the Tampa Tribune, Mac explained, quote, she was scared out of her wits. She knew this man didn't want to let her outside his web, end quote. And to Mac's credit, he did his best to defuse the entire situation. He'd even gone to a little convenience store that Cleveland owns named Handy Corner later that night and tried to like reason with this guy. But that conversation didn't go much better than the confrontation at the Johnsons' house. Cleveland just told him that he was in love with Danielle. And Mac had no doubt when he left the store that night that Cleveland had zero intention of backing down. So, between Cleveland saying he can make people disappear and then telling her dad this might be the last time you see her, I mean, I can imagine those words are just playing over and over in Mac's head as he is sitting and waiting, just staring at the door, hoping his daughter comes home.
Well, and this is 1989, you said? No cell phones? I can't comprehend being a parent in the pre-cell phone era.
Well, I mean, it's like, pick your poison, right? Like, I want all the tech. If something were to happen, I want the surveillance footage, I want GPS data. But, I mean, how often is tech the reason or the vehicle, I should say, for like bad things happening now? That it really is a double-edged sword.
Totally.
So, they wait. But a whole day passes. April 4th turns into the 5th. And by the 6th, they're done waiting around. They contact the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office to report Danielle missing.
Have they been tracking Cleveland down in the meantime? I mean, clearly that's where they think she is.
To be honest, I don't know. But what I do know is that that same day, they received a strange letter. Now, while I couldn't find what it said verbatim, according to that same reporting in the Tampa Tribune from Janet and William, the writer claims to be Danielle. And the gist of this letter is that she has gotten involved with drugs and she's moving to Orlando to stay with friends and to, quote, straighten out her life.
And how far away is Orlando?
Well, so they live in Largo, Florida, so we're talking like a solid 2.5 hour drive from there to Orlando.
Okay, so away, but not super far. But is any of that true? And what about her car? Is it even missing?
Yes to the car, because remember, she was on her way to class at her junior college that day, so it hasn't come back with her, basically. But as far as whether any of this is true or even believable, I don't know.
Okay, why would she tell her parents all this in a letter?
Well, I think that's a great question. Like, is this normal for her? Do they automatically know it's, like, not real? Whatever. I don't know, but the problem is I couldn't find anything about what Danielle's parents think of the letter. To your point, like, does she even have friends in Orlando? Is it possible that she has gotten into drugs? I have no idea. And just as a fair warning, there are actually going to be a lot of unanswered questions here.
Cool. So I appreciate the warning, but, you know, I'm going to ask the questions anyway, so...
It's your job.
First off, it sounds like she lives with her parents, right?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, she does.
Okay, so what's her room like? I mean, is anything missing? Personal items, clothes? I mean, other than, like, her school supplies, is there anything obviously not there?
No. To your point, other than, like, the stuff she would have taken to school on a normal day, as far as I can tell, nothing else is missing.
Okay. And this note, was it even Danielle who wrote it? I mean, like, was it in her handwriting? Was it typed out? Was it disguised? Like, what's going on with it?
So this is actually something I do know. It is a handwritten note.
Okay.
And from everything I've been able to pull together, it seems like it is in Danielle's handwriting, which is why I think it must have probably thrown her parents off a bit. Again, they've never said what they thought exactly, but I mean, if I got a letter handwritten in my daughter's handwriting, it would throw me for a bit of a loop. And I think this note throws investigators off too, because aside from taking the report that she's missing, they don't really seem to actually try and track her down.
Can they not just go to the return address and read the letter?
So this is one of the things I don't know about the letter. I don't know if there was a return address. Obviously, I'd be looking for a postmark from Orlando, right? Or did someone just drop it off? Or, you know, maybe if they're thinking it's her, she could have dropped it off on her way out of town. But the thing is, too, I don't even know if it was, like, in the mailbox when they got it. Again, a lot of holes there. But suffice to say, police aren't really taking Mac and Juanita's concerns to heart the way that they wish they were.
Which, let's be honest, is probably kind of why they didn't report Danielle missing sooner. She's an adult, that fear of not being believed or taken seriously.
Right. Now, from what I can tell, it's not until days or even weeks later that investigators start really giving the attention to the case that Danielle and her family deserve. And this seems to start when they learn that a key piece of evidence in Danielle's case had been there in Pinellas County all along. Chances are you're listening to Crime Junkie on your phone, probably while you're on the go. You want an amazing network that will let you play what you want when you want. That's why you should switch to T-Mobile. T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than anyone else. And it helps keep you connected with 5G from the driveway to the highway. T-Mobile is what I use for my work line on the go, and it helps me to listen to my favorite podcasts. So next time you head out, whether you're taking a trip or going to work or just running errands, remember, T-Mobile's got you covered. Find out more at T-Mobile.com/network and switch to the network that covers more highway miles with 5G than anyone else. Coverage not available in some areas. See 5G details at T-Mobile.com. It turns out Danielle's car was found abandoned the same day she went missing. It was in a parking lot of a local fast food joint. And I repeat, a local one, as in not one in Orlando. Which obviously makes the story about her heading there, which was sketchy from the jump, sound a whole lot sketchier.
Okay, so it's Danielle's car, but is it the car that Cleveland bought for her?
Another question I actually couldn't find the answer to, because I don't know if she actually gave it back like her parents wanted her to or not, but actually at the end of the day, I don't know if that part matters. What matters is that it was the car that she was last seen in, and it matters that it had been overlooked. Now, what investigators are able to piece together is that basically someone called a tow service on the same day Danielle went missing. So the car had been there on that day. and they asked them to tow the car and repair it, saying that it was disabled.
How did investigators miss this?
Well, they didn't miss it because it didn't get reported to them. Like, this call only went to a tow service, not authorities. Though I can't help but wonder, like, if they had seriously started looking for Danielle, maybe they could have stumbled across this information sooner.
Right.
But from what I can tell from the research, when they do start looking for her, this information pretty much just, like, falls in their lap. And the impression I get is that investigators just get this belated tip, I think from the tow company, but full disclosure, like, I'm guessing on that it comes from the tow company.
And the car was, what they say, disabled? Like, broken down?
Sort of.
Sort of. What was wrong with it?
I think that they said that the battery connection had just, like, loosened somehow. So, I mean, it was a really easy fix.
And where is the car now?
I don't. Again, there's so many gaps in the reporting on this case. So, the thing is, you would think they have to, but I don't know that investigators ever got their hands on the car. I know that they at least tried to find the person who called the tow company and had the car towed, right? Because, like, it's someone who knew that the car wasn't working or, like, tried to make the car work, right? It's not just like someone like, hey, this has been sitting here for a long time.
Right.
And it couldn't have been sitting there for a long time because it's there the day she goes missing. Now, what they find out is that the caller said his name was Johnny Bailey. But according to reporting by Veronica Beltran and Sarah Hollenbeck for ABC Action News, they're never able to track Johnny Bailey down. No one's ever heard of this guy. And what I can't help but wonder, and I'm pretty sure investigators are wondering this too, is if this Johnny Bailey guy is even real. Or could he actually be Cleveland using a fake name?
I don't get it, though. Why would he want her car to be found?
Well, if this theory is right, I mean, I'm thinking that he wanted the exact opposite. He knew that if the car just sat in that parking lot, eventually someone would report it to authorities. So I think he's wanting it, again, if this is him, I think he's wanting to get it out of there before that happened.
He called it in before it could be found.
Yes, and I mean, if that's what happened, it seems to have worked. Just play it out for a minute. Like, say her car was there, she went somewhere with Cleveland or met Cleveland. He goes to, like, move her car so no one sees it. He can't get it started, calls the tow company, and then goes later and picks it up maybe after it's fixed, potentially.
And it's a completely normal interaction for the tow company, so they have no reason to call it in.
Yeah, and again, I have no information about, like, after it went to the tow company, who picked it up, was it still there when the tow company possibly notified authorities? I have no idea, but say there's a world where he did take it, it would explain why I can't find any report of investigators processing.
Why is still a big question mark, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm glad we're kind of back to Cleveland because have they even tracked him down yet? What's he saying about his girlfriend being missing?
Well, so they do end up tracking him down, and when investigators talk to him, he says pretty much exactly what Danielle wrote in her letter to her parents. Although at first, he denies even being romantically involved with her. He's not using the word girlfriend. He says that he just befriended her is all.
It's like he's reading the To Catch a Predator cue cards.
Right? And what he tells investigators about his friend, Danielle, is that she had gotten herself way too deep in the cocaine trafficking world. And he doesn't know for sure where she is. But he says, she might be in Orlando.
Orlando, you say? How convenient for him to suggest that.
It gets better, I know. You see, Cleveland's got this business trip, he says, to Orlando coming up. So he's like, you know what, I would be happy when I'm there to just, like, ask around about her and let you guys know what I can find.
I'm sorry, in the wise words of my 5-year-old daughter, no thank you, sir.
Yeah, I feel the same way, and honestly, I'd have taken it a step further. I'd have been like, yeah, by the way, don't go too far yourself. I have a feeling we're going to be needing to talk to you again. But they actually don't talk to him again, at least from the reporting that's been put out. And that is where the investigation pretty much stalls out for over a year.
Back up. There's at least one other avenue we need to go down. What about Cleveland's wife? You said dude was married. What's her story?
So yes, he's married to this woman named Betty Jean. And just a side note, I've also seen her name reported as Betty Jo, but based on everything I've read, I'm pretty confident it's Betty Jean. But either way, I'm not sure investigators have much interaction with her at this point in their investigation and whatever, and it could be part of the reason that this all stalls out, but they will later. Now every day, Matt and Juanita hope that their daughter will come back home, or at least call, but she never does. And things stay stagnant until June of 1990. That's when a confidential informant contacts investigators and says that he knows of a guy who might be able to help them with Danielle's case. That guy is a man named Joseph Crawford, who is currently incarcerated, although I don't know for what. But Joseph used to be an employee of Cleveland's.
That convenience store? What was it called? Candy Corner.
Yeah, but not there, no. So Cleveland also had this like pretty successful business doing excavations and asphalt paving in Pinellas County for years. Yeah, so I think this guy Joseph worked for him doing that. So what this informant says, according to that reporting I mentioned earlier from the Tampa Tribune, is that Joseph will be able to tell them, quote, where the bodies are buried.
I'm sorry, what? Did you say bodies? Like plural?
Bodies. Because rumor has it that Danielle isn't the first woman involved with Cleveland to go missing. Or, for that matter, she's not even the second. According to whispers around town, there were 2 women before her.
Well, not to make my dad a suspect, but he was also in excavating and paving in the 80s and 90s. I know that business. That business is literally digging holes in the ground and then, like, potentially paving over them.
Right. Not a good look. And when you've got 3 women now connected to you who are missing, it makes things sketchier.
Yeah, how are we just now talking about this?
Yeah, this is the problem with this story, right? I don't have any answers. I have like a lot of speculation because I don't know if police talked to other people in his life before this. I don't know if this was town gossip. Did the town gossip ever make it to police? I think about the Tara Grinstead case, right? Once they figured out who did that in this case that had been cold for like decades,
everybody started
yeah, and everyone's like, oh yeah, I heard that. I assumed police knew. So it could have been one of those scenarios. And this could be very well the first time police are hearing about this. But to that point, you would think, because like, again, if I'm comparing it to the Tara Grinstead case, those people weren't really on police's radar. Cleveland was very much on their radar.
Yeah, he's the only person on their radar.
Yeah, so you would have hoped that if they would have done like a thorough deep dive into him, questioned him thoroughly, looked into him thoroughly.
Poked around a little,
like,
yeah.
2 other missing women should have popped up, but...
Well, and I feel like this is...
Welcome to Pennsylvania.
And stuff that you really have to hunt for to find this about him.
I agree, but it's, you know, it's not a Google search in 1989 when she goes missing, or even 1990, but here we are now, a year later, when they're getting this tip from the informant.
Okay, so who are these 2 other women?
Well, I don't even know if they know at this point when they are like getting this tip. All they know is that they need to go find this Joseph guy and see what's up. But problem is, when they go interview him in prison, dude is obviously terrified. He tells them that Cleveland can and will get to basically anyone, anywhere. And he's worried that if he talks, something is going to happen, not to him, but to his kids.
Oh, so people were definitely afraid of talking.
Which maybe is another reason that none of this came up sooner. Maybe they did actually look into him, but nobody was willing to say anything because they're scared of this guy. Now, they push a little bit on Joseph because this is the best lead they've had, and they get him to talk a little bit. And all he's willing to say is that he saw Cleveland digging this giant hole before sunrise one morning.
One morning, when exactly?
That's a problem, he won't say. And he also won't say where this hole was dug. But needless to say, that detail about him digging this hole before the sun came up carries this kind of sinister implication, both for Joseph and for investigators. But beyond that like super vague, he's digging a hole somewhere, Joseph won't tell them anything else.
Not even about these other women that he's rumored to have buried?
No, dude is scared. So again, maybe this is why these names have never come up before.
Okay, but we have this information now. Let's go digging.
Yeah, I would. The crime junkies would, but that's not what really happens here. Because it is not much to work with. I don't know what avenues they tried exploring. Maybe everyone was afraid. But even with this tip, the case kinda goes cold after this interview.
Not for me. Where has this guy lived? Who's gone missing around there? I mean, I've got a shovel. My dad has the equipment. Let's go.
Honestly, you just start like a whole separate business where you just like go do recovery efforts with your dad's excavating equipment. I would be like...
I'm very interested in starting
I would
this.
be fully on board.
Don't tempt me.
Truck excavating has whole new meaning now.
Truly.
But again, that's not what happens. They're not the crime junkies that we are. They also have like minimal resources. Also, we can't actually do this. Though even though they don't go looking for the people or the bodies or whatever, that's not to say that Cleveland disappears from their minds, because dude isn't even keeping a low profile. It turns out that potential disappearing girlfriends isn't the only shady thing that he might be involved with. Because in September of that same year, local investigators working in conjunction with the FBI actually arrest him on drug trafficking charges. And this is just a smidge off topic, but Britt, tell me if you've ever heard this one before. So they get him on a controlled buy, which is whatever, that's the standard tactic. But instead of taking, money for the drugs that he was to traffic, the Tampa Bay Times reported in 1992 that Cleveland wanted to be paid in cases of bootleg Coca-Cola.
I wish you guys could see my face.
Bootleg Coca-Cola.
My first thought is, is he my 15-year-old son? Like getting paid in pop? Also, what the is bootleg Coca-Cola?
It's literally just Coca-Cola that you didn't pay for. Like it's been stolen or illegally obtained.
Okay.
And it does make a little more sense when you have like all the context. Context is so key.
Yeah, I'm just imagining this in like crates in his garage and he's just like cracking one open when he's
sipping a cold one. That's not what's going down.
Got it.
So I guess one of Cleveland's drug associates runs a vending machine company or something. So they plan to sell the Coca-Cola for profit,
which is like laundering on a whole nother level.
Yeah, I don't know the details, but I think you're onto something, because when you say selling it for profit, is it just to his buddy's vending machine company? Which again, it would all be profit, but like you could also again make money through just drugs. But this way, if you have Coca-Cola and you sell it in the vending machine and get coins,
in 1,000 feet, merge onto I-90 West.
It's like covering it up.
You're making the money clean.
Yeah.
So because of this, in October of 1992, Cleveland is sentenced to 19 years on a federal drug trafficking conviction.
I gotta be honest, it seems super coincidental that Cleveland was telling people that Danielle was into drug trafficking, then he gets busted for drug trafficking.
I actually thought the same thing. I don't know, I'm not sure what it's indicative of, you know what I mean? Like, it's weird.
It's weird, but what does it mean? Nothing? Something? Who knows?
If he's involved, it might just be the world that he knows. If he had something to do with that letter. But I go back to, it was written in her handwriting.
Right.
But did she know what he was involved in? I don't know any of it. I don't know any of the answers. But anyway, once the feds have Cleveland safely put away on those drug trafficking charges, an FBI agent approaches the homicide investigators working on Danielle's case and tells them about a tip that they had gotten from an informant while they were working this drug investigation. Now, it's not the same informant as the one before, I don't think, but this one told the FBI agent that sometime between December of 1988, hashtag her birthday, and January of 1989, so this is just a few months before Danielle went missing, this informant heard Cleveland tell someone something very damning.
There
There's so many amazing days on the way to your wedding day, and Zola's here for all of them. Like the day you find your perfect venue, and the day you almost skip to the mailbox to send your invites. Zola has everything you need to plan your wedding, like a free website for guests to RSVP and shop your registry. And those not so amazing days, Zola's here for those too. Talk to Team Z, their expert wedding advisors. From getting engaged to getting married, Zola is here for all the days along the way. Start planning at Zola.com. That's ZOLA.com.
He told this person to, quote, get rid of the just like before.
Wait, no, this is the second mention of there being other women he's dated that have disappeared.
And it won't be the last. Because it's not too long after receiving this tip that investigators with PCSO get a call from the Clearwater Police Department. And just so you can picture it, Largo and Clearwater are both in Pinellas County. And I don't 100% understand like the jurisdictional lines between the two agencies. But basically, Clearwater tells them that they've got this missing persons case from 1974 that involves everyone's favorite sketchy Coca-Cola drug trafficker, Cleveland. This missing person is Margaret Dash, and she had gone missing all the way back in 1974, back when she tried to end the affair that she was having with a young preacher in their church in Largo.
A preacher?
Amen, sister.
So, this guy is a convenience store owner, a land excavator, an asphalt paver, a drug trafficker, a Coca-Cola connoisseur, or smuggler. Again, still kind of confused about the whole pot ploy thing. But now a preacher?
A true Renaissance man, this one. Basically, what they tell the department is that Cleveland and Margaret had this affair back in like 1973 to like 1974. And at some point, Margaret's husband, Leon, had become aware of the affair. But Margaret told Leon that she actually wanted to end it, but she was scared to, because when she tried to break things off with Cleveland, he had threatened to kill her. So, cut to one summer day in June of 1974, 38-year-old Margaret leaves her house to run to the grocery store, but then she just never made it home. Now, immediately, Leon knew in his gut that something was wrong, so he spent that whole night driving around looking for any sign of her or the Oldsmobile that she was driving. When he didn't find her or her car by the next day, he reported her missing to the Clearwater Police Department. But Clearwater PD was, shall we say, less than enthused about investigating Margaret's disappearance. I mean, they did bring Leon into the station the following week to take a polygraph, so they're doing something, but, he passed. And then, within about 2 weeks of Margaret's disappearance, Clearwater PD washed their hands of the whole thing. They, literally closed their investigation.
Closed after 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm. And I don't even think that changed when the Oldsmobile Margaret was driving that day was found abandoned in a parking lot in St. Petersburg about a month later.
Just like Danielle's.
Yep. Now, there's no indication Clearwater PD ever picked that investigation back up. Not until 1992, when Leon, by now a respected member of the Clearwater Neighborhood Watch program, approached the Clearwater Chief of Police. And he tells the chief that he had been tipped off about possible burial sites of Cleveland's 2 vacant lots in the Baskin neighborhood of Largo.
Can we make Leon the chief of police, since he's been able to gather a huge investigative lead that 2 separate police agencies failed to uncover? I mean, at least getting paid to do their job.
He would have my vote, for sure, right? This was closed. Nobody was even, looking at this. But obviously, he never forgot about Margaret. And I don't know if this is what led to the tip in 92 or perhaps after or whatever, but I do know that Leon had hired private investigators to look at his wife's disappearance at some point over the years. But Janet and William reported in the Tampa Tribune that they'd even tailed Cleveland for a whole month at one point.
Again, basically doing the work police should have been doing this whole time.
Pretty much, yes.
How did Margaret even get involved with Cleveland in the first place?
Well, church. What Clearwater PD explains to PCSO investigators is that they met through church in 1973, when, according to that same reporting in the Tampa Tribune, Cleveland, quote, found religion during a prison furlough and became a preacher.
So, what was he in for before the furlough?
I'm going to take you on a little bit of a rabbit hole here, but I should explain it really fast because I do think it provides a little bit of relevant context. So in 1968, Cleveland had been convicted on a couple of aggravated assault charges. He only got like a 5-year probation sentence, but he was sent to prison when he violated probation. And you might notice a pattern here because his 68 conviction arose out of a disturbing incident that occurred just a few days after his wife, Betty Jean, filed for divorce.
It's almost like this guy doesn't cope well with women trying to leave him.
You think? Basically, he forced both Betty Jean and her mom, Josephine, into Josephine's bathroom at gunpoint. At first, he said that he was going to go lock Josephine in the bathroom and then kidnap Betty Jean. But then he changed his mind about that plan real fast and decided that he better not leave any witnesses. So he shot Josephine 4 times, including once in the head.
Oh my God.
And then turned the gun on Betty Jean. Now, miraculously, thankfully, somehow, both women survived this attack. But the whole ordeal seems to have spawned a belief in Cleveland.
Oh, he saw the light that the autonomy of women is sacred and must be treated with honor and respect. Fingers crossed.
Girl, no, that is not what he learned. More like, when you decide to get rid of someone, make sure you finish the job. So he went to prison, and a judge granted Betty Jean's divorce in 1968. And at this time, she made some harrowing abuse allegations in those divorce proceedings. Allegations of Cleveland beating her regularly. Allegations of Cleveland forbidding her from leaving the house. And then daring her to try. But I also want to flag that Betty Jean was around 18 years old when they got divorced. So if you can do the math on how old she was when they got married in 1965, and they're divorced in 68.
She was a child.
Exactly. Now, Cleveland wasn't much older, maybe 17 or 18 when they got married, but still old enough to be in a position of power over her, which I think partly played into the next thing that happened.
There are so many amazing days on the way to your wedding day, and Zola's here for all of them. Like the day you find your perfect venue, and the day you almost skip to the mailbox to send your invites. Zola has everything you need to plan your wedding, like a free website for guests to RSVP and shop your registry. And those not-so-amazing days, Zola's here for those too. Talk to Team Z, their expert wedding advisors. From getting engaged to getting married, Zola is here for all the days along the way. Start planning at Zola.com. That's ZOLA.com.
What do millions of Americans and 4 U.S. presidents have in common? They all get a better night's sleep in Boll & Branch sheets. Their best-selling signature sheets are made with the finest, most luxurious 100% organic cotton and get softer with every wash. Right now, get 15% off your first order at BOLLAND branch.com with promo code LUSH with free shipping, free returns, and their 30-night worry-free guarantee. Exclusions apply. See site for details.
When Cleveland was paroled in 1971, he and Betty Jean got remarried, which is heartbreaking, but unfortunately not completely unheard of. I mean, how many stories have we told about victims of domestic violence going back to their abusers because of the amount of control that their abusers have over them? According to Women Against Crime, the psychology of survivorship is really complicated. And the National Domestic Violence Hotline reports that survivors of abuse return to their abusive partners on average 7 times before they're able to leave for good. Add in the fact that Betty Jean was literally a child when they got married, and I mean, it's no wonder that this happened.
Right. We know it's harder for adults to get out of domestic violence situations, right? But being a teenager, I mean, she's just a kid in that situation.
And it's not like he bettered himself in prison, like got out and then they ended their relationship and lived happily ever after. I mean, they remarried within like 2 weeks of his release. And you know, I wasn't sure if I was gonna like fully get into this today, but I'm gonna hop on my soapbox for a sec. Because this isn't just like an outdated issue from like the days of yore. When I saw that Betty Jean was only around 15 when she married Cleveland, I decided to do a little digging because surely there aren't a bunch of 15-year-olds getting married today. But I was shook by what I found. According to a non-profit called Unchained at Last, child marriage, defined as marriage before the age of 18, wasn't fully banned in a single U.S. state as of 2017.
What?
Not a single one. And while that started to change in 2018, largely because of Unchained at Last advocacy work, today, in the year of our Lord 2023, some form of child marriage remains legal. Do you even want to guess, like, the number of states?
If there's any, it's too many, but I'm afraid you're going to give me a very high number.
It's 41,
What?
including Indiana.
No.
Yes!
Well, I think we have a narrow cause.
Clearly, and not to put too fine a point on this, but think about the practical implications of that. In the vast majority of those states, a marriage certificate negates any otherwise applicable statutory rape laws. So what would be considered a criminal offense against a minor in any other context, what would land you on the sex offender registry in any other context, suddenly becomes legal because that minor, that victim, is legally bound to their abuser.
I mean, my eyes are open, my mind is blown, my jaw's on the ground, I want to throw up, I'm horrified. How didn't I know any of this? How did I miss this?
How did I not know any of this? How does everyone not know of this? I mean, but this is how you find stuff out, though, right? You got to do more than listen, and I hope that's what we're teaching you all the time here on Crime Junkie. Ask the questions. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Who allows it to happen? And what can be done? We made a donation to Unchained at Last. We're going to link out to their page so you guys can learn more about what's going on in your own state and what resources are available. We'll also include information about the National Domestic Violence Hotline in our show notes as well. But if I get off my soapbox and go back to our story, when Clearwater PD passes this tip from Leon along to PCSO investigators, they can't help but notice the parallels between Margaret's disappearance and then this other missing persons case of a 43-year-old woman named Retha Pyers in 1982.
And let me guess, Retha was having an affair with Cleveland.
Well, she had had one previously, although as far as her husband Howard knew, she had ended it when they got married. But fast forward about 3 months, this is now a few days after Christmas, Howard was out of town, and Retha had told her daughter that she was going to go out and grab laundry detergent. But then she just never came home. And then the next day, a letter appeared in their mailbox. And it basically told Howard that she was going to leave him for Cleveland, that he should take care of their kids, that she was gone, and he should look for her. Obviously, this letter is like surprising, shocking even, but not totally outside the realm of possibility. And so Howard actually went and approached Cleveland, because the thing is, they had been good friends, according to that same article from Tampa Tribune. But when he did, right away, things were off. Cleveland said that he didn't know where Retha was, just that he knew she'd run off with some quote-unquote white guy. And I think Howard is kind of like over the bullshit by that point, and he's like, okay man, whatever you say, just tell her to call the kids and like let them know she's okay. But she never calls. So Howard eventually files for divorce, accusing Retha of adultery. And Retha wasn't there to contest it. I mean, Howard had a freaking letter from her straight up telling him she was leaving him for another dude, so the divorce is granted. And then her car is found abandoned in a Clearwater parking lot about 3 months later. And when that happens, no one seems to bat an eye.
So she wasn't even missing. Of course they didn't connect that one. There was really nothing to connect.
Yeah, to your point, I'm not sure if she ever was reported missing. It sounds like no, but I don't have that like 100% confirmed. But they had to have known about her, right? Like for her to like be on their radar. So maybe at some point there was, from her ex-husband Howard, her kids, or whatever. Because there's something there that allows investigators to start connecting the dots by 1992 when Leon passed away.
Okay, so timeline-wise, we're back in 92.
Yeah, we come full circle. And once all these different stories get connected, there is this glimmer of hope that all three women might be one step closer to justice. Because on April 12th of 1993, investigators from both Clearwater PD and PCSO descend on one of the vacant lots and search for signs of disturbed soil, prepared to excavate any areas that appear to have been dug in before. The first day, they dig up to 11 feet deep in one small spot. Then they come back on April 13th, this time excavating a much larger area. It's like 25 feet by 60 feet. And then they're back again on the 14th. But after 3 full days of tearing apart this land under the Florida sun, all they found is trash. And by the time the search ends on April 14th, they are no closer to finding Margaret, Retha, or Danielle. When Cleveland is released from a federal prison in Atlanta 15 years later, in 2008, the women's disappearances remain as much of a mystery as they were that April in 1993 when they were digging with no success. Cleveland moves to Virginia after his release, and he never returns to Florida. And when yet another decade later, investigators find out that Cleveland is in hospice care, dying from stage 4 prostate cancer, they know that this is their last chance to get answers straight from him. So in January of 2018, they head to Virginia and they pull out all the stops. At first, they appeal to his mortality, asking him if he's prepared to die with the women's disappearances on his conscience. But Cleveland doesn't crack. So then they get his son Tony on the phone. They put him on speaker, and according to that reporting in the Tampa Bay Times by Mary Claire Malloy and Caroline Petro-Cohen, Tony confronts his father directly, asking him, quote, "Do you know what happened to those women, Pops?" And though Cleveland, again, denies any knowledge, investigators there in the room with him can see tears welling up in his eyes. But still, Cleveland goes to his grave later that year without ever revealing any of the women's fates. 4 years later, in 2022, there's one more brief moment of possibility when investigators get a tip about the site of a Habitat for Humanity construction project. And the tip says basically that the property used to belong to Cleveland, that it might have been the burial site of at least one of the women. So again, investigators spend days excavating and digging and drilling into a giant slab of concrete, and once again, their efforts are fruitless. When Dana Hires, Retha's daughter, is interviewed by 10 Tampa Bay News as the excavation comes to a close, there's no denying the devastating emotional roller coaster that she and her family, from all of the women's families really, have been on for decades. A roller coaster that they never asked to get on. One that no family ever asked to get on. Dana tells Tampa Bay News, quote, "I'm done. You know, it's taken so much from me. It's draining me, draining the family, so I'm done. I can't go any further. I can't. I tried. You know that a lot has haunted us. For so many years it has haunted us. So now I could peacefully ride by there and I don't have to worry about it anymore because I know she's not there. She's not there, so wherever she is, you know, I just pray she's at peace. May she rest in peace because now I need peace." End quote. I know we started this episode saying this was Danielle Johnson's story, but it's more than her story. It's also the story of Margaret Dash and Retha Hires and all of their families. And for all of them, this is where the case is left standing today, Crime Junkies, with 3 families who continue to this day to suffer in the purgatory of not knowing where their loved ones are, where they rest. There are at least 2 agencies on these cases, so in the show notes you'll see exactly who to contact if you know anything about the cases we talked about today. But also, maybe there are cases police don't even know about yet. So even if you have more information just on Cleveland himself and can help fill in some of the pieces, where he was, what he had access to, stories he may have told, or any other women in his life who you haven't seen, please reach out to one of the agencies listed. And if you are a victim of domestic violence, know that there is help out there. You can contact the National Domestic Violence Hotline at 800-799-7233 or text START to 88788. CrimeJunkiePodcast.com.
And be sure to follow us on Instagram at Crime Junkie Podcast.
We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. Crime Junkie is an Audio Chuck production. So, what do you think, Chuck? Do you approve?
You can live out your MasterChef dreams. Find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen needs. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Visit Angie.com. You can do this when you Angie that.
With ever longer ingredient lists on beauty products, it's hard to tell what you're really buying. That's why Sephora is committed to cutting through the clutter and confusion, helping to push the industry forward by showing what's really in our products. Our clean standards mean products formulated without parabens, sulfates, phthalates, mineral oils, and more. So when you see the Clean at Sephora seal, you know you're getting a clean you can count on. Learn more and shop clean at Sephora.com.
Your Money Briefing for Monday, August 21st. I'm J.R. Whalen for the Wall Street Journal. Entering your midlife years doesn't have to be the gateway to a crisis, with more Americans seeing their 40s, 50s, and 60s more as the second act.
As you get older, it starts to dawn on you that some of the transitions that you're seeing, whether it be changes in your career, changes in your family life with the empty nest, more and more people are getting divorced. So these programs really try to help people better manage stressful transitions in their lives.
We'll talk to Wall Street Journal reporter Ann Turgeson after the break.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
whoa, my kid's got a serious backhand,
can lead to an even bigger question like,
tennis campus how much?
and that's the type of moment where we'll meet you to help you build a savings plan for expenses big and small so your money can make money. Mike, how's that sound?
Sounds like match point.
Sounds like love.
We could serve up tennis buns all day.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Many Americans going through their midlife years are looking for a restart and ways to be more productive. WSJ retirement reporter Ann Turgeson joins me. So Ann, for generations, people's 40s, 50s, and 60s were seen as a period of reevaluation and what society often calls a midlife crisis. What's caused them to instead want to start a new chapter and take on something more meaningful? And what does that look like?
There is more of an awareness of midlife as an opportunity to kind of reinvent or recreate some aspects of your life. For people who live or expect to live well into their 80s, some people end up retiring voluntarily. Other people end up retiring not so much by choice, but a lot of people feel physically able to move on and do something else that provides meaning in their life. And a lot of people at that point in the age spectrum are seeing a lot of the demands that they had on their lives previously due to raising children and building careers fall away. So there's a bit of a shift in identity that can also occur that may prompt people to think about, well, gee, all of a sudden my time is freed up and I have a lot to offer. So what is it that I really want to do?
And in your reporting, you write about businesses that are aiming to capitalize on people's desire for a second act. What kinds of services do they offer?
There's a pretty wide range of these services. Some of them offer in-person kind of retreat type of experiences. In some cases, combining that with elements of a luxury vacation, such as beachfront accommodations.
In other cases, probably thanks to the pandemic, these are virtual experiences. I took one such class that was 3 90-minute sessions offered on Zoom. It was really interesting and fun. There were breakout sessions. It was all done virtually. And some of these organizations or companies offer both in-person experiences and online experiences. You can pick and choose your price point as well, because as you'd expect, the online programs are much cheaper.
What kinds of topics did you discuss in the Zoom session?
There was a big emphasis on discussing the changes that people were going through. And for some people, they were voluntary. For some people, they were not. And a lot of the purpose to these programs is to get people to realize that, psychological studies show that actually people get happier as they get older and they become more socially adept and more aware of their own priorities. And a lot of this is very positive. So there were exercises designed to jumpstart the kind of self-evaluation process, because that's something that can be difficult for people.
What sorts of activities would people maybe take on in their midlife years in an effort to be more productive?
I'm not sure that productive is the key here. What people kind of want is something that's going to be very fulfilling for them as a person. In a lot of cases, people need to make money, and that is a priority for very good reason. In some cases, people have already been through their peak earnings years. They've managed to save a lot. Yes, they want to continue to earn and save, but really the focus is much more on what can I do that's going to be fulfilling. And for some people, it's volunteering, spending time with grandchildren, or it could be working for a nonprofit or a cause that they feel a lot of dedication to. For some people, it's more of a focus on maybe academics and going back and studying something that they wanted to study when they were younger and never had the time.
How popular are these programs and what do they cost?
So the cost really ranges. The cheapest one that I encountered was that online one that I mentioned, and the cost was about $375 for 3 90-minute sessions. And then on the more expensive end, maybe $4,000 or $5,000 for a week at a beachfront community in Baja, Mexico. And I should point out that some of these programs also offer scholarships, so that if people cannot afford them, there may be a way to get some or all of the cost underwritten by the company.
How can these programs, whether they're online or in person, put people in a better position for when their life actually does start to quiet down and they're getting ready to retire?
The emphasis with these programs also is on the idea of transition planning. As you get older, it starts to dawn on you that some of the transitions that you're seeing, whether it be changes in your career, changes in your family life with the empty nest, more and more people are getting divorced after their children leave home at a stage of life where previous generations often didn't get divorced. We're seeing a lot more flux in that way. So these programs really try to help people better manage stressful transitions in their lives.
That's Wall Street Journal retirement reporter Ann Ferguson. And that's it for your Money Briefing. Today's show is produced by Ariana Osperu with supervising producer Melanie Roy. I'm J.R. Whalen for the Wall Street Journal. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Thanks for listening.
This message comes from NPR sponsor MassMutual. Don't let the day-to-day of running your business keep you from planning for tomorrow. Start preparing for the future. Talk to a MassMutual financial professional today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
You're listening to Shortwave from NPR.
Hey there, Shortwavers. Aaron Scott here with Julia Simon, NPR's Climate Solutions reporter. And today we are going to nerd out about the U.S. electric grid.
Our mess of an electric grid. Hot mess.
Hot mess, indeed.
Yes. We know more than half of our electricity comes from planet heating fossil fuels. And we know to reduce emissions, the U.S. needs to get a lot more renewables on the grid. There's a problem.
Is it that our electric grid is too old and outdated to handle all this new renewable energy?
That's exactly right. And thousands of wind and solar projects are waiting years to get online, sometimes 5 years.
And this is just when we need all of this new power. Things like the Inflation Reduction Act are incentivizing a big...
There's a lane closure ahead.
transition to things like electric cars and heat pumps and other devices that need electricity and are only going to further push the limits of our existing infrastructure.
Right, and experts agree we are going to really need to ramp up how fast we build new transmission lines if we hope to get closer to our climate goals. But some tech companies have a solution to make the existing grid work better.
So today on the show, the surprisingly cheaper and quicker solutions that fix the grid. You're listening to Shortwave, the show that loves to search for the silver lining in an old power line.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Mimecast. When an email address is the direct digital path to the mind and data of your organization, you're at risk. But advanced email security from Mimecast can put your mind at ease. Visit Mimecast.com today to start your free 30-day trial. This message comes from NPR sponsor Teladoc Health. Top to bottom, front to back, and inside and out, every part of you is connected. So the way you care for your health should be too. That's why Teladoc Health provides connected care, bringing together virtual primary care, mental health support, and care for chronic conditions to help you get well and stay well so you can live healthier ever after. Get started at teladochealth.com/NPR. This message comes from NPR sponsor Charles Schwab with their original podcast, Choiceology. Choiceology is a show about the psychology and economics behind people's decisions. Download the latest episode and subscribe at schwab.com/podcast.
Okay, Julia, so today we're exploring how new tech can give new life to our aging power grid. I understand that you checked out some cool innovations. Where do you want to start?
I went to a suburb of Sacramento called Folsom, and there was this huge transmission tower in the middle of the neighborhood. I was standing with this guy named John Marmillo. John stares up at transmission lines a lot, even when he's driving.
I have to get reminded to get my eyes on the road. I stare at the transmission lines.
I actually do this now too, especially those ones, Aaron, that look like a cow. You know what I mean? Anyway, as he stares up at those lines, he told me he's often thinking we could be getting more power out of those lines.
More power. So it's not like electric lines are just on or off. Utilities actually are controlling how much electricity goes through them at any given time, right?
Right. But while utilities and grid operators mostly know how much power is going through their lines, they aren't required to know the real-time conditions of the lines. So things like if it's windy on the line or how hot the line is.
And that matters because things like wind determine how much electricity they can transmit?
Well, yeah, because utilities, they really can't just let it rip and send all the power through because the line could overheat and the insulation could melt and start a fire, all this bad stuff. But wind could cool the line. And if the lines cool down, then with that knowledge, a utility could transmit more power safely.
Okay, so without that real-time info, utilities are using more conservative standards on how much power they can run through the lines, which I'm guessing means they're not always transmitting as much electricity as they could.
That's exactly right. So that's why John's company, Line Vision, is putting boxes on these power lines so companies can add more power. Here's John.
It's actually this right here, this piece of equipment. On the bottom you have a solar panel, and then on top you have a LiDAR sensor.
LiDAR. We just did an episode about how there are researchers who are using it to detect ancient Maya ruins, and is how some autonomous vehicles detect the distances of objects around them. But Julia, what is it doing on transmission lines?
Yeah, LiDAR is basically shooting lasers to take distance measurements, and here they're using the lasers to understand these power lines.
And that laser is telling us the distance that the power line is from the sensor itself?
So with the lasers, they can read things like the sag of the line or the side-to-side swaying motion of the line. So like that would help them understand the wind. And I got to see this in action on the day I was out with John. It was a summer day, but it wasn't too hot.
So today it's very temperate. There's a nice breeze.
Okay, so those sensors are looking, they're reading the wind, and they're saying, okay, utility, green light go, you can put more power on this line.
Exactly.
This idea of reading lines to put more electricity through, it's growing in popularity in places like Denmark, Belgium. I spoke with the engineer at the Danish National Grid Operator who told me that by using algorithms and measurements, they can get up to 30% more power on lines, especially in the windy spring and fall. A Pittsburgh utility told me they're using sensors to get an average 25% more capacity.
Wow, so just getting more efficiency out of our existing infrastructure, solution number one. Tell us about another technology you looked into.
So a lot of the wires in transmission lines in the US use technology from the early 1900s. These old copper wires that sag, they aren't super efficient.
So we've basically got antiques powering our civilization, which is very steampunk.
And now there are these new fancy wires that can transmit more electricity. They don't sag as much. Some are insulated with aluminum, some have a carbon fiber core. This is all called reconductoring. Conductors are another word for these wires. So all this means rewiring the lines with more efficient wires.
Big words for cool things. Okay, so what is the next solution?
Another is this software and hardware that can avoid congestion on the grid, because the electric grid is like a lot of roads in a city. There can be traffic jams. There's a lot of demand for electricity over here, but maybe the power's over here and it needs to be rerouted.
So this hardware and software is basically acting like a traffic control to make the juice flow around the grid more freely?
Mm-hmm. And all this tech falls under the umbrella of grid-enhancing technologies, advanced transmission technologies. I should say, all the experts I spoke with say the U.S. needs more transmission lines. We have to build them. We can't avoid that. But building transmission takes time, as we said. Like, sometimes a decade. There's resistance, permitting issues, and it's expensive, often billions of dollars. The climate crisis is here now. We need more renewables. We have to get our grid working urgently. So I spoke with Allison Clemens about this tech. She's a commissioner for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. That regulates interstate electricity transmission, and here's what she said about this tech.
This is a really great opportunity. You can squeeze more juice out of our existing transmission system at lower costs and way more quickly than you can invest in the development of a new significant transmission line.
So this all sounds like pretty low lifts, Julia. I mean, I have to admit, I would have assumed utilities were already doing this. Are these technologies getting embraced?
Well, while some utilities are looking at this tech and adopting this tech, a lot of people worry that these companies are actually disincentivized to embrace the tech. And that's because a bit more than 100 years ago, the U.S. was trying to incentivize utilities to build a lot of infrastructure. And so the incentive structure that regulators came up with is basically that the more utilities build, the more money they make.
Okay, so building big new projects, like say a shiny new power plant, can often get them a guaranteed profit, but just upgrading their existing infrastructure to make it more efficient won't necessarily make them any more money.
Right. Some regulators worry that this old way of incentivizing utilities to do things doesn't incentivize the right things for the climate crisis. Things like energy efficiency, or in this case, adopting these cheaper grid-enhancing technologies. Here's Marissa Gillette. She's chair of Connecticut's Public Utilities Regulatory Authority.
So if you're a utility whose sole incentive is, historically based on how much money can I spend, and that's going to get me more money, then you're being told over here, well, why don't you try this technology? If I'm a utility, I'm not going to be all that excited about that because, all else being equal,
there's a lane closure ahead.
I have less of a money-making opportunity.
I should note that we spoke with Scott Aronson of the Edison Electric Institute, a leading trade group for utilities. He says dozens of utilities are already jumping onto these innovations, including the laser sensors. Some utilities are actually investing in these new tech companies. Still, Marissa says we can't ignore the potential that many utilities have these mismatched incentives. She says it's economics 101.
So are there other ways to get these technologies into more widespread use then?
Yeah, the federal government could speed up the adoption of these grid innovations, mostly through FERC. Again, that's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And in fact, late last month, the commission passed a new rule that deals with these long lines of energy projects trying to get on the grid. In the rule, they required that grid operators and utilities have to evaluate many of these new technologies, including those new wires that carry more electricity. Now, Allison, the commissioner from FERC, she noted in the meeting that it's requiring them to evaluate the tech, not requiring them to deploy the tech. It's a low bar, she said.
Yeah, I can see that.
But the commission is having more hearings about this tech in the coming months, and they will be considering requirements, including the tech involving laser sensors.
Julia, thank you for taking us on this tour of the electric grid.
Thank you, Aaron, for having me.
We'll link to Julia's reporting on transmission solutions in our episode notes. This episode was produced by Carly Rubin. It was edited by Burley McCoy, Amina Khan, and our managing producer, Rebecca Ramirez.
Welcome to Ohio.
Julia Simon checked the facts, Kwesi Lee was the audio engineer, Beth Donovan is our senior director, and Anya Grundman is our senior vice president of programming. I'm Aaron Scott. Thank you, as always, for listening to Shortwave from NPR.
From the Rough Translation podcast, when falling in love means risking your life, this group in India promises to protect lovers.
The Love Commandos.
The Love Commandos.
I was like, wow, this is so cool.
But are they heroes or villains? Listen to Love Commandos on NPR's Embedded, wherever you get your podcasts.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Mimecast. An email address is a direct digital path to the mind, the machine, and the data of every person in your organization. That means your M365 accounts are at risk of cyber attacks. But with Mimecast, their solution fortifies your existing email security and reduces risk, cost, and complexity. Visit Mimecast.com today to start your free 30-day trial. That's Mimecast.com.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, baby, have we got good news for you. We just added a second show down there at the Fillmore for December.
Yeah, gang, you guys were awesome. The Army Garbage came correct. We sold out the first show 4 months before the frickin' show, so we added another. Let's do it again, baby. Tickets on sale right now at rdgarbage.com. Tickets on sale right now for all other cities on the Stay Trashy Tour on our website. Links in the description. Get them. Do it.
Welcome to another exciting edition of Are You Garbage? The show where you find out if your favorite comedians are classy individuals or absolute trash. Now, here are your hosts, Kevin Ryan and H. Foley.
Hey, everybody out there, and welcome back to everybody's new favorite podcast. This is Are You Garbage? Oh, yeah. It's that little show we sit down with your favorite comedians, and we find out if they're going to be classy, or if they're just a big old piece of trash. Trash. I'm your host, H. Foley, coming at you on a beautiful day. We're out back here at Tootie's in the new edition. She's out. us a little bit of the origin story here. What's the backstory? Tell us the whole deal.
Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
Raised in Mesquite, Texas.
Okay.
Where's that at?
It's like just
I only
a
know
little
it as
bit.
flavor. So you're gonna have to give me some coordinates here.
Just the
Next
direction of the ghetto.
Okay.
Straight that way. I was homeschooled.
Well, all right. Slow it down. Take it nice and slower out here.
Slow down.
Homeschool. I think you're the first homeschool person we've had on the show in 400 fucking episodes.
Grew up in Charcoal Town and was homeschooled.
Yes. Okay. At what age did that start? The whole time, all the way through?
I was homeschooled until I was 16.
Then went to high school.
And then I went to a private school
Okay.
for a year. And then I went to a public school for 6 months.
Oh, this comes trash.
That's what's going on.
That's the fucking
And then I
cycle.
went to an alternative school for 6 weeks. And then I moved to the safest place on earth, Hollywood, California.
Okay. All right. Back this up. All right.
Hold on. Why was homeschool the option?
I was an elite gymnast.
Okay.
Oh, that
All
makes
right.
sense.
All right.
Okay.
So I would train from 6:30 a.m. to noon.
Okay.
I'd have lunch from noon to 1. And then I would go upstairs in our gym. We had an English PhD. We would teach the 6 girls on the team school for 4 hours.
So not your mom wasn't teaching you math at the kitchen table.
I thought this was like hillbillies.
Yeah, I thought there was like goats running around.
Sorry to burst your bubble.
No, okay. All right. Well, that's very classy.
Born in Dallas. What's your
private instructors and stuff?
What'd your parents do?
My mom was a nurse.
Okay.
Yeah, she retired. And then my dad was a computer engineer.
Okay. So why did you guys move from Dallas to Mesquite? Is that because of the gymnastics?
I was just born in Dallas. I grew up in Mesquite.
Okay. All right. So you're from there. They find out that you're a good gymnast.
Yeah.
So you start the path of becoming
An Olympian.
An Olympian.
Yeah, so I went to like one of the highest and strictest schools for gymnastics.
Okay.
And
When did they discover this? Like when did you find
That's something you start early, right?
Yeah.
You start like 2 and 3 or no?
I started it at 9.
Whoa. Damn.
Yeah, I tried everything else and nothing
Were
else.
you regularly schooled until 9?
Did you go to kindergarten and stuff like that?
I went to like 8th grade as a normal school.
Gotcha.
And then I got pulled out in 8th grade
Because they saw some potential.
because I started taking gymnastics super seriously.
Okay. That's not a cheap sport either. That's expensive.
It was so expensive. It was $500 a month, and this was like way back then.
Sure.
$500 a month for the school and $500 a month for the gym, so it was $1,000 a month
Okay.
to put me through this process. And way back then, that was a lot of money, especially for my family. I grew up pretty poor.
Okay.
What was the house situation then?
Only child.
Only child.
Yeah.
Parents
So
worked, only child.
Single family home, like a house?
yeah,
House?
a house.
Do you have a garage?
We did have a garage.
Yeah.
What kind of acreage are we talking about?
I think it was just in a neighborhood where I don't even know if we had an acre. I don't even think we had an acre.
Like just a regular residential suburban
Yeah, just a
neighborhood.
normal
Gotcha.
suburban neighborhood.
Would you park the cars in the garage?
Yes,
Park the cars on the lawn.
in the garage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there a refrigerator in that garage?
No.
How long did you do the gymnastics till?
I did gymnastics till I was 16. I blew my knee out a couple of times.
Okay.
So I've got like, here's
Sounds
my,
like a
here's my
life back.
scar. I got this one. And I've got this
Damn. So that kind of put an end to the gymnastics.
one. Yeah.
You think at 16? What the fuck?
I did it the
Like
first
the bionic
time
man over here.
when I was 14, and then I did it when I was 15, and then 16, and the doctor was like, the next time it's not going to be your knee, it's going to be your neck. And then my dad was like, you're done.
How'd you blow out the knee? What was it on?
First time it was on the balance beam, I fell. It was really bad. I was doing a dismount. I won't even go through it with you. It's
Those things
cringe.
make my skin.
It's if I think about it, ugh, it's
What was
so
your
uncomfortable.
What was your event?
I was an all-around
So you would do
champion.
the whole thing. Did you do the
all
floor
of them.
thing where you spin around and all that stuff?
Floor, beam, and bars. Vault, I sucked at vault.
Okay.
Vault's the one where you run and you
the
hit the
launch
springboard.
pad.
Yeah.
How about the pummel horse?
That's for boys.
Damn.
Is that where
That
you're?
explains why
That's where you
explains
do
why I
the
couldn't
one
get any
with the-
chicks out there. What the fuck? Why didn't you tell me that now? I was posted up on the pummel horse trying to get some trim.
The rings are for boys too.
The rings are just for guys too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. The uneven parallel bars, the balance beam, the floor, and the vault.
are the 4
Did you
girls.
so you did the thing where you spin around and then like your waist would hit the
Yeah.
lower one and you spin back around?
And you would jump from one to the other. Yeah,
Damn,
I
dude.
loved it. I was really good at it until I fell.
Okay.
Huh.
That's pretty classy.
It's not it's not trashy. Were there any pets growing up?
I had a cat, but then my dad backed over it with the truck.
All right.
And then I had a dog named Casper.
Who killed him?
He just died old age. Yeah.
Pommel horse accident.
Blew out his knee. What was the family whip? What'd you guys drive around in?
My mom had a Volkswagen Beetle.
Okay, the old school one?
A new one.
Okay, one of the new ones.
2004.
Yeah,
The
she
ones they
had
sold?
an old one.
2000.
Got in a car accident. My dad was like, no more accordion cars.
Sure.
So then she went for the new one.
What was the color?
Yellow.
They're always yellow. They're
Yellow.
always
But when you were a little kid, your mom was whipping around in an old school Beetle.
She still to this day has a Volkswagen Beetle. She's had black or yellow Beetles my whole life.
What's your pop driving?
He was driving a Mustang.
Really?
Yeah.
Like a good one, or like a fucking he was tinkering with it?
No, he loved cars.
Okay.
So he had like a Stingray Corvette that was gold with leopard interior.
All right.
You
said you were poor.
Well, that was when he was growing up.
Okay.
But he had cars throughout his life. He was a car enthusiast. You know how like when you don't have a lot of money but you have one thing?
Sure. And a lot of car guys is that. All their time and money goes into the car.
He had cars and guns.
Okay.
And that was...
That sounds alright. Leopard print fucking Stingray? Let's go.
Yeah, my dad was a badass. He was cool.
Growing up, did you have any cars around the house that didn't run, that were maybe getting worked on, quote unquote?
No, I wish I would have. I feel like that would be so credible.
Sure.
But no. My dad was like pretty good at keeping his car.
Running a tight ship.
He would show it in car shows.
He was a car show guy.
He was a car show guy, and he was in the SVT Mustang Club, and so he had all of his little friends that had Mustangs, and then they would have like group calls.
Was it an old Mustang or a new Mustang?
It was the one that he had last was a Mach 3 Mustang, and it was a new one.
Damn, it sounds cool.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plane.
We were broke because of his habits.
Okay.
Okay. I respect that.
What was the name of the grocery store that you went to growing up?
Albertsons.
Albertsons.
Very respectable.
Do they still live in the same house that you grew up in?
No, my mom now lives in Pennsylvania with her sister. My dad passed away in 2012.
Okay, we're sorry to hear that.
That's okay.
What was the name of the street that you grew up on?
Bill Shaw. The address was 625 Bill Shaw Drive.
Bill Shaw Drive.
No,
I don't know
sounds
about
like a
that.
wrestler or something.
The drive.
Bill Shaw. It's Bill Shaw from the top rope.
I loved the WWE SmackDown. Did you ever? Oh, I was obsessed with that. Triple H was my shit.
Shout out to Triple H.
Dude.
She liked it for the acrobatics.
I was like, these guys in Stone Cold Steve Austin don't even get my...
He was a hero of mine for a very long time.
Let me tell you what. Thursday nights, nothing would come in the way of me in WWE.
Okay.
That's not, that's a blemish in the file.
Things are starting to add up.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't get a read on it.
As an athlete, you were drinking Gatorade back then, right?
Yeah, Gatorade water.
Favorite flavor of Gatorade?
I do not like anything grape or cherry, so the yellow one. Yeah.
Alright. What'd you call your grandparents?
Assholes.
Dumb bitch.
Check that one off.
Alright. Were you close with any extended family? Aunts, uncles?
No.
Was anybody around, or was it just you guys out there in Mesquite, Texas?
No, everyone hated us. Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I grew up with this like privilege of being homeschooled and elite gymnast and all this stuff. And my cousins on my mom's side fucking just thought they would make fun of me for being a golden child. And so they really, really did not.
But they lived in the general area. They were from
Luckily,
Texas.
they lived in California.
Okay.
So they were far enough away that I didn't have to give a shit.
Okay.
But then when I would see them, they would like put me on a scooter and clip the brake thing and send me down a hill with speed bumps. They were when I
Are you part of the Colombo crime family? What the fuck?
They were mean.
clipping the brakes on your scooter.
And sending me down a hill with speed bumps. I will never forget that.
They put a car bomb on my Power Wheels.
Yeah. I can't believe I'm here today. I survived my family.
Sounds like you grew up in the 1820s.
Dude, shit.
Bad blood with the family. Okay.
And then no one on my dad's side is around at all. I have my mom and my aunt, and that's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And they're in PA.
Yes.
Very nice. All right. What were the vacations?
None.
No vacations.
The only time I traveled was for my gymnastics competitions.
Okay.
And I think the furthest I went was Arizona.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to show you guys up.
Arizona. Okay.
But I would go to California with my mom sometimes so that she could visit her family, but I never took our family. Like, my dad never went anywhere with us.
No Disneyland.
No.
Down to the lake house.
No lake house.
This is really shaping up.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys.
No, this
is what we're here for.
Yeah.
Were you an Applebee's family or any corporate chain restaurants growing up, or were you doing local little stuff?
Did you ever go? So our highlight was on the border. The Mexican restaurant.
You are in Texas.
I know.
You're literally on the border.
Yeah. So we go to on the border.
Just love that Chipotle. I don't know what it is.
Or Waffle House.
Yeah.
You want to talk about breakfast? Like a treat.
Smothered, tattered, and covered,
Ooh,
or whatever.
Our all-star special. Pecans in my waffles. I'm also allergic to pecans, but I didn't get a bug.
How allergic?
Like if I take them, my mouth will break out.
And you would eat them anyway.
Yeah, I didn't care. Zero fucks.
There you go. Were you ever kicked out of a restaurant as a family? Asked to leave?
Yeah, my dad got wasted one time.
All right, your dad sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was, we were at Soup and Salad. And it was like a buffet style chain, and you go in and it's like a buffet of soups and a buffet of salads.
A buffet of soup?
Soups and salads. It was called Soup and Salad.
Perfect on a hot Texas day.
And my dad was like wasted, and we were sitting in the booth, and he was making vomiting sounds because he thought the food sucked so much, and my mom kept telling him to stop, and I was like, whoa, what's happening? And they just got so annoyed with my parents that they told us to leave. Soup and salad.
Crazy.
Would you guys eat dinner as a family as a kid? Would you sit down at the table and eat?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember one time my mom slaved in the kitchen to cook this meal, and my dad came home and he was just in a bad mood, and he looks at this dinner that was like just the whole table, and he goes, I'm not hungry. And he went upstairs and it was
I would lose it.
So the next 2 weeks, well, after that, he went to Whataburger to get food, like 2 hours later, because my mom had cleared the table.
Sure.
So then he got hungry, went to Whataburger. Then for the next 2 weeks, every time he'd come home, my mom would have a bag of Whataburger on the table until he apologized. And so he got so tired of Whataburger that he was like, I'm so sorry, I will never do that again. And then my mom would back to cooking.
Family's fucking vindictive.
That's an emotional pressure cooker you grew up in.
And that's the sign they tried to kill you, right?
My mom's like, yes, yeah.
You like your Whataburger so much, why don't you marry me? Okay. Was your mom a good cook?
Yeah.
What would she cook?
She would make Italian food, Mexican food, homemade tacos, spaghetti, her own ragu sauce.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Mom was
pretty
a
good.
cooker.
What were the holidays like? Thanksgiving, Christmas?
My dad had two friends.
Okay.
Al and Judy, his wife, and his brother. I don't even remember his brother's name. Forgot. I think I'm just traumatized from that group of people.
Sure.
But they would come over, and that was all that it was ever for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Just their
Get presents in the morning, though, right?
on Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the lights on the tree? Were they colored or were they white?
Colored.
Colored lights on the
Except for 1 year, my mom wanted to do an all-white thing, and she did pearls and white lights, and she got seashells from the beach in California, and she thought it'd be a really good idea to like beach them with glitter on them, but they smelled like the ocean
This fucking Christmas morning smells like low tide.
for weeks.
Damn.
And our whole house just smelled like fish, dead fish. It was
Christmas.
It doesn't matter
right, private tutors.
Talk about a roller coaster. What about on the outside of the house? Would your dad decorate colored lights out there?
We never really did anything outside.
Really?
Yeah, we just had a tree and a couple of decorations, maybe a garland on the stairwell. We looked unhappy.
Picking up on that.
So when you started high school, what was the name of the high school that you went to?
The 1 year in a private school was called Dallas Christian.
And what happened to that? That you only went there for a year?
So I told you I didn't have one.
Yeah.
So my 16th birthday came along and I wanted a car. And I told my dad, I said, Dad, just don't get me anything you want. Just please don't get me a truck.
Okay.
And please don't get me anything, like whatever you do, just give me a black car. I wanted a black car and I didn't care what it was. And on my birthday, I walked outside and I was like, oh my God, it was surprised outside. I'm like, it's gonna be a really good car. And I go out and it was a champagne gold S10 mini truck.
That's alright.
And I just cried my eyes out and I was like, it looks like a penis. And I was like, I can't drive that to this fancy private school.
Sure.
Like,
I picture that thing has like hydraulics in it. We can keep the words.
I wish I could have. It would have been like a really cool, like, low rider. So anyway, I hated this car so much. I didn't talk to my dad for like 3 weeks. Because I felt like he made me ride in this awful car. And everyone made fun of me.
Okay.
So then my dad came to me and he said, you have a choice. We can either sell the car and I'll give you a black Volkswagen Beetle, but you have to go to public school because I can't afford both.
Okay.
Or you can stay in school and drive the truck. And I was like, well, obviously give me a better car. So he got me a black Volkswagen. I got pulled out of private school. I went to public school and it was so bad.
The public school.
The public school.
Yeah, you didn't know how good you had it.
I had no idea.
You're out there cruising around in a cool whip to a private school. Next thing you know, you're in there with the bums.
Yeah.
So the answer is you wanted a car.
I wanted a nice car.
It wasn't you got in trouble, your grades, something respectable.
Something had to give. And then I hated the public school so much that I got in with the wrong group of friends.
Hey, we all been there.
You know.
I can't throw shade at you for that.
I'm in with 3 of them right now.
For a long time, I was the wrong group of friends.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Gang, we all need a little advice, a little help every once in a while, and BetterHelp can help. It is easy. You can do it right from your home in the privacy of your own home. As you know, I'm screwballs as they come.
Sure are.
Been trying to find a therapist. Been striking out. Had signed up for BetterHelp. Needed some help. Gave him a call.
Came over, changed my oil.
Nice little chat.
Yeah.
Nice little chat. You do video, you do text, you do call. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I've always said big
This guy's nuts.
Big talk therapy guy. I think it's a fantastic tool to use either weekly or, just through tough times of your life. Definitely check it the fuck out, gang. Get some help. BetterHelp is designed to be flexible, convenient, and suited to your schedule so you can have your sessions whenever and wherever works for you. You can choose to have a video call, phone call, or even just message with your therapist. Totally up to you. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/garbage today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/garbage. BetterHelp.com/garbage. Do it, gang.
Kid, let's talk about Trust and Will.
Oh, baby. Shout out to Trust and Will.
Gang, you're going to feel real stupid rotten in hell.
That's where I'm going to be. While everybody fucking ransacks my shit. Everybody's stealing my fucking cool gear, and I'm turning over. I'm sitting playing poker with the devil.
What do you think's going to take that bag of weed that you left in your sock drawer? Gang, you want to make sure that you get everything squared away, and Trust and Will is the way to go. You can create and manage your will or trust online. You're ensuring that your family is prepared and protected. Plus, you keep the vultures away. The creeps coming in.
Everybody comes creeping out of the woodworks the second I'm
start looking around for the freezer for the gold. Each will of trust is created to be state-specific and customized to your needs. You can plan out all your cares and wishes, nominate guardians, specify final arrangements, and appoint a power of attorney. Kid, that's all you.
That's what I need I need power of attorney for you.
You got it.
Signing up for timeshares left and right. Gang, getting a will is one of those things that lingers over your head. We're all getting older. Not everybody's in great shape, myself included. You gotta cross stuff off the list, baby. Just you sleep a little better at night. With thousands of 5-star ratings on Trustpilot, you're in good hands with Trust and Will. Don't let the state decide what happens to your assets.
Yeah.
Think about that. Come over and start fucking chopping up your cheese sandwich collection. Make the right choice with Trust and Will. Gain peace of mind today with Trust and Will. Get 10% off plus free shipping of your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/garbage. That's 10% off and free shipping at trustandwill.com/garbage. Do it, gang.
I would ditch school and I would go to the mall with my girlfriends and we would steal really cheap jewelry from like Claire's or the icing.
Every chick did that. Every girl at some point got arrested at the mall for stealing stuff from Claire's.
I remember the thing that got me, I stole a pair of Fossil sunglasses from like Dillard's. And that was my big steal.
Big score.
That was my big one. I was like, oh my God. And they caught me on the cameras and the security guard came after me and put us in little mall prison.
Did you try to run?
I did. It didn't work.
Should have done a somersault over their fountain or
Oh
something.
my God.
You probably could have beat
We
him
were
up.
all like, run!
I would have, yeah.
And so then they called my mom. My mom had to come get me from like mall prison. And then my car got taken away.
Sure, rightfully so. You're fucking out there stealing.
I know.
Wait, the cops impounded it?
No, her
No,
parents.
my parents took my car away.
It's an accessory to a crime.
Jesus Christ.
And so that's why 6 months of public school was only 6 months. And then they were like, we got to get you out of this situation. And so they put me in an alternative school. And that's like where you either like stab someone as a juvenile or you get pregnant or you steal from a mall.
Or you're a real criminal.
So I was like in this criminal school.
Okay.
And
where I sharpened my skills. I was really, that's what I learned bed from.
That's where I met my first boyfriend.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
And so I graduated within 6 weeks with a GED. And on my 18th birthday.
Wait, so you have a GED?
Yeah. I never even like really properly graduated.
Did you take the SATs or the...
No.
Nothing.
GED. I got a GED.
So you didn't go to college? You weren't planning on going to
No,
college?
I went to Hooters and I got a job.
Shout out to the University of Hooters.
Man, this is fucking shaping up. All right.
Went to Hooters. Another place called Bone Daddies.
Okay.
Okay.
So I went from Hooters to Bone Daddies.
Wait, hold on. What's that, a financial services? What do they do? 401k securities?
Sugar Daddies.
Okay.
So you became a mortgage broker. All right. Wait, hold on. This is right out of high school. Alternative school's over. You get your GED.
Go to Hooters.
Were there any sports at the alternative school or anything like that?
No, I never did another sport ever again.
Sports at the alternative.
I don't know. I'm trying to get my head around
Dude,
all this.
alternative school is a square group where everybody's physical.
It was like dodging bullets.
What
was
you're
the only sport.
The life that you're describing is how assassins are made. Pretty much. That's the picture that I'm getting here.
Yeah.
So you get out of there, GED, you go and work at a Hooters.
Yeah, and then I make enough money to buy a sports car, and then I take it.
I mean, yeah, the girl's got priorities. What was the sports
Well,
car?
my family took my car away, and I was like, well, fuck you.
Did you ever get the Beetle back?
No. That's why I.
How are you getting to it from Hooters? Your parents are dropping you off at Hooters?
No, I would figure it out.
Okay.
I made a lot of money pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I had a friend who worked at Hooters right out of high school as well.
I also did date
Talking about
someone
me.
that would give me rides.
Nice.
Yeah.
So I had a boyfriend with a car.
Cool.
Okay. What was the age difference there? Just this screams 5-year age gap.
Same age?
We met in the high school that I went to. He went to a different high school, but we met at a party.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Will he come in and hang out while you were working? We talked about this.
Yeah.
We were just talking about
He
hanging the
would
guys who hang out at a
sometimes.
Hooters.
Yeah, he would sometimes just to like make sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you ever have regulars that came in?
Oh yeah.
Have been asked to be sat in your section?
I had this guy named Neil that would come in.
Classic Neil.
Fucking
Bastard.
Neil. And Neil would come in.
Older guy?
He was older.
Married?
And he was engaged, but he was one of those guys that would pick up money from illegal poker tournaments.
Okay.
this is to let you know I'm desperate.
Hey, these guys are coming whack us. What are you doing?
I had another guy that would come in. His name was Bobby, and he one time asked if I would be his date to an event. He was trying to make all of his buddies jealous, and he paid me like $3,000. That was like my first and only call girl.
Did you go? You did it?
I went to the party. Yeah, I was there for an hour.
Like a proper turn.
Honestly, it was like just to go with him to a party, and then afterwards I went home.
Yeah, but isn't that what a typical escort? I didn't mean in the sex worker way. To accompany you to escort you.
I think so.
How old was he? Was he older?
He was in his 30s.
Okay.
And I wasn't even 18. But he paid me $3,000.
Hey, I would do it now.
Go to a party.
Which has to be illegal.
It was for sure illegal.
Was it?
It's frowned upon. I know that. I don't know the local Commonwealth of Mesquite's laws, but it ain't.
Did it work, or were his friends like, who is this girl? What's going on?
I have known this guy.
Do you need help?
I don't know.
No, I'm saying they're coming up to you at the party.
He was so nice. I mean, I guess what else would he have been? But yeah, it wasn't creepy.
No, he could have killed you. He totally could have killed you. I just watched a documentary on that.
I was like coming out of alternative school. I was like, you want to pay me $3,000 to go to a party, bitch? I go buy my food for free.
Yeah, I mean 17.
I'm over here trying to like rob Claire's.
Yeah, I'm not hating. I'm not hating the player.
So those are the two regulars that I ever had.
How long did you work at Hooters?
Not very long, a couple of months.
You were 17.
And then you went to Bone Daddies.
Then you went to Bone Daddies.
Bone Daddies.
Similar type of establishment?
Couple of months. Yeah, because on my 18th birthday, I moved to LA.
That was it. Gone.
I took my money, I took my car.
Small town girl, getting out of Mesquite.
I got out of
Cashing
Mesquite.
it all in.
Went straight to Hollywood, California.
Nice.
And that's when I got recruited for my brains at Playboy.
Okay.
Very similar story to my friend, the Hooters to Playboy she went. So there seems to be a lateral move.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about me.
You go to Hooters and briefly. Okay. What year was that?
So I didn't do Playboy until I was just turned 21. So 18, 20. So I was in California for about 3 years. I went to a community college. I took all the fun classes.
There you go. What are the fun classes?
I took Shakespearean literature, biblical literature, English literature, and theater.
Nice.
And then I had to take math, science. That's when I quit.
So no associate's degree to go with that GED.
But I know how to write a really good
Could read the shit out of the Bible if you need me to. I'll interpret that motherfucker and go its business.
I know where to get bad weed if you need it. All right. So that's the tale.
And then I wrote a book of poetry.
Okay.
And I got it self-published.
Okay.
I thought I was going to be the next Shakespeare. I sold one copy on the boardwalk in Venice.
To a guy named Neil who played nice.
T-Bone from the Raptor! Machi. Long hairs all today, boys.
Look out.
And it was just a skateboarder that felt bad for me and said he had seen me out there all day long, and he just wanted to.
I don't need the book, man. I don't need the book. Go get a bowl of soup or something, will you?
Wait, where were you selling it?
On the boardwalk. Like, you know when you
like
go...
a lemonade stand?
You know when
she
you go...
also said she got it self-published. Like
I did. I had 500 copies made because I was like, I'm going to sell out the first day. I need to have stock.
They were all handwritten. Holy shit, Lauren.
And so, yeah, I sold one copy. I still have a duffel bag full of 499 more.
There you go.
Yeah, it was called Cases
I
of a
smell a
Poet.
merch drop coming.
Look out.
YMHstudios.com.
A couple of paperbacks. Wait, what was the name of it?
Cases of a Poet.
Cases of a Poet.
Don't worry, it's nowhere online.
That's not a bad... You're still analog. I like it.
You lose the art form online. Okay.
I respect the hustle, though. I
Of
really
course.
respect
Of
the
course.
hustle.
Of course. All right. Let's switch gears. Talk about now.
Okay.
All right. Doing well?
Yeah.
You're down there in Austin.
there any stupid purchases at any time when you would get a check?
When you started making some
you take that
cash.
Playboy check, 'cause, you know.
What was
were you doing like the appearances and stuff?
Hold on.
Like
What was the
bars?
sports car that you bought, though?
Oh, I got a Chrysler Crossfire.
That's not a sports car. My mom drove a Chrysler.
A Crossfire.
The little thing.
The little thing.
I don't. That's.
Now you sound like my dad.
Yeah, exactly. People who drive sports cars, not myself, would call that.
T-Bone is. I don't think so.
This is one of those Chrysler moves where it tries to look like a Mercedes.
Yeah. It's like the 300. It's the, you know, it looks like a sports car until it's actually a sports car.
Yeah.
If I can quote Mr. Cat Williams.
Yeah, it looks like you own a minor league team, maybe.
Right. And then my sugar daddy Bobby ended up putting $6,000 down on it as my down payment.
Bobby from the party?
Mm-hmm. Bobby
All right.
loves me. Poor Bobby never got
They never do.
Took that man for everything he had.
Really?
Not everything. He was very rich. I took like 10 grand.
Okay, hey, that's all right. Those guys, they like that though. They like being the sugar dad. They like giving, you know, young, pretty women nice things.
All right.
I myself don't.
The grifting's going to be a strike against you. Not going to lie, but I respect it.
The GED ain't helping either. The Crossfire, I mean, that's like lottery winner shit.
Man, Chevy Crossbow zipping around LA.
So the Crossfire, were there any other stupid purchases where you were like, if you got a check for a couple grand or whatever, and you're like, I shouldn't have spent half of that on?
I mean, I took trips.
I respect that.
That's good. Where'd you go?
Tallahassee.
Ohio? Yeah, I went to Italy. I lived in Italy for a year.
Oh, that's awesome.
I did.
All right.
Learned how to speak the language.
What city in Italy?
Bologna.
Lily's favorite town. Oscar Mayer.
So you speak fluent Italian?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty good.
Yep. Want a pizza?
Second line.
I
was like, I think I understood that. Maybe I know more Italian than I think.
She just goes, hey, how you doing? All right, you speak Italian. That's pretty good. You lived in Italy for a year. Not bad.
Mm-hmm. I would buy other people gifts.
That's classy.
You would buy other people gifts.
Like what? Give me an example.
Like shit that they could never... Like my girlfriend has a fashion line, and I funded the whole thing.
Okay.
Or my dad wanted...
You get points on it? Are you a part of
an investor?
Or you just gave her the money as a loan?
I gave her the money initially, and I was like, I just want you to go be successful. So that had nothing on it. But then I also invested in a restaurant, and I have a return investment on that.
Really? What restaurant? Plug it. You built up a couple soup and salad franchise.
My ex-husband is the manager.
Okay.
Okay.
It's in Venice, California. It's called, I don't even remember what it's called. It's stuff like that. Like, I don't even think about it. And I'm just like, how much money do you need? Okay. But for people that I really love, I will do very lavish.
So you've been making money for a while.
A couple of bucks on you.
Yeah.
Doing all right.
Yeah.
When'd you guys get married?
Vegas.
What are you talking about?
We met
I thought
in
it was going to be
Vegas.
something classy. I don't know. Restaurateur, fashion line.
Met in Vegas.
Those were personal loans.
Yeah, she's probably charging a big one.
You remember fucking poor Bobby?
She's going to send Neil to collect.
Hold on, you guys met in Vegas.
Yep. So we went back to Vegas 2 years later to get married.
Okay.
What venue in Vegas did you get married at?
A drive-through. We went through a drive-through, and we had a Pamela Anderson look-alike. And then my mom found out that we had done that.
What
She was
Pam
like,
Anderson?
Like a trashy one.
Like the barbed wire one? Was that the one?
It was like...
Yeah, barbed wire.
She was wearing like a wife beater.
Okay, that Pam Anderson.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the drive-through weddings?
Not in person.
It's like McDonald's. There's a menu, so when you drive up, they're like, okay, do you want the number 1, which is like you drive through, you say your vows, you drive off. Do you want the number 2? We give you a candle that you both can light together. Or the number 3, we also give you a bouquet and a headdress. And you are in your car speaking to a drive-up window. And so we did that, and then my
Are you in the crossbow when this is going on?
No, we were in, I had turned that car in and got a Volkswagen.
A Beetle?
Yeah.
Man, this is crazy. And you were doing well then, right?
I was doing pretty good.
You just like the Beatles.
Loved the Beatles.
What are you driving in now?
That ain't yellow.
It's not.
Nice. Very good. What was the ice like that you got from your ex?
Was he a man of wealth and taste?
It's this ring. See this one right here? This little tiny itty bitty one?
Was that the engagement ring?
That was all I had. That was the cute little ring. And then after being married for like 3 years, he got me one that was like a little bit bigger that looked like a braid of diamonds from Tiffany's. And that's just $100. But this one is just so cute.
Sure.
But never had like a big rock or anything.
Never, and he let you keep the engagement. There was never a thing about that.
Well, he cheated on me. It wasn't like he got anything back. He gave me chlamydia.
You met him in Vegas. What do you expect?
I mean, like, fucking asshole.
Okay.
Yeah, I got more than I bargained for, trust me.
Yeah, we are all over the map with this. What was the last dinner you cooked?
The last dinner I made was Thomas Keller's buttered lobster and orzo mac and cheese. And then the one before that was Gordon Ramsay's duck with Thomas Keller's pulled pork.
You did the recipe. Okay.
I did a master class. I'm on master class, so I've been practicing my gourmet cooking skills.
Nice. Alright, so you cook for yourself at the house?
Me and my boyfriend.
Nice. Alright.
He owns a barbecue restaurant.
Okay.
So sometimes he brings home barbecue and then I mix it into the homemade pasta shells and stuff like that. It's pretty delicious.
Homemade pasta?
Oh yeah. I love to cook. It's my favorite little hobby.
We were talking about mayo before we started recording. Is it Hellman's or is it Miracle Whip?
Ew. No.
No Miracle Whip?
Gross. I have trust issues with people who like Miracle Whip.
Excellent.
That's a first-rate answer. I think we got it.
So you speak Italian and you got mayo.
Yeah.
So far.
Will you ask for another table in a restaurant? Will you ask for another table in a restaurant? If you get sad and you got this, I don't like this, will you ask to be moved?
What would it?
What about a hotel room?
We asked to move a hotel room?
No, I look online at what I'm looking.
Yeah, but sometimes you get one. I've learned from you get one next to the elevator. People like never take that. Like if you get up there in your room 402 and it's right next to the elevator, most people you'll hear it all night. I typically don't do that because I'll pass out from drinking. So
yeah, I don't. No, I've never.
Okay.
I'll return food if it looks fucked up.
Sure. If it's egregious.
Yeah.
How do you get your steak cooked?
Rare. Want it to move at me. And then I also swap it around with sauces.
Will you bring food onto the plane?
I like going to the airport and talking.
Of course.
I like to go a little early.
Of course.
Have a drink or two.
Sure.
Eat something naughty.
Sure.
Have those tater tots with cheese.
Sure. Will you put your seat back on the plane?
Before we even take off. I gotta make sure that we keep things spicy.
Okay.
If that plane goes down, I want to know it was my fault.
All right.
Kip, how about that Butcher Box?
Shout out to the MFN Butcher Bizarre, baby.
Big fans over here at Are You Garbage and Butcher Box. Gang, Butcher Box, we're talking top quality meats and seafood delivered right to your door. You can trust them. Can't always trust that stuff at the grocery store. You got some kid putting the stickers over it. We're talking grass-fed, grass-finished. We're talking wild-caught. We're talking free-range. Do yourself a favor. Get on Butcher Box. Get meat delivered right to your door.
Yeah, they've the good folks at Butcher Box have been nothing but sweet to us.
Nothing but good.
Shipping me, I need pallets of fucking bacon, and ground beef, hamburger meat, whatever you need.
I put an addition on my house, all ground beef. That's how much meat they say.
I turned the second walk-in, the second bedroom to a walk-in.
In half a mile, keep right at the fork to stay on I-90 West. Follow signs for I-271 South, Cleveland.
In freezer. If you're looking for recipe ideas, you'll get tons of guides and tips, hacks to make the best meals ever. ButcherBox is giving us a special deal, so strap in.
Nuts.
Sign up at butcherbox.com/AYG.
Keep right at the fork to stay on I-90 West.
And use code AYG to get salmon for 3 months.
Man, there you go.
Eating like a goddamn grizzly in here.
Shit.
Plus $20 off your first order. That's butcherbox.com/AYG. Use the code AYG to claim this deal. Do it, gang. Links in the notes. You know the deal. Back to the show.
Back to the show.
How do you say you're at home, you're cooking, you use half an avocado. How do you save the other half? Do you just put it in the fridge raw dog? Do you cover it in tin foil, saran wrap? Do you have one of those nice little...
I would saran wrap it, but I'd make sure that the seed is in the part that I saved.
Gotta stay in there.
And then I'd probably put some saran wrap on it and save it.
Okay.
What kind of fridge are we working with at the house?
Just a normal silver
fridge.
one.
Silver?
Yeah.
Stainless steel?
Stainless steel.
What's the vacuum situation?
Dyson. That long stick one. Oh, it's my favorite toy.
Pretty good.
Where are you shopping now, grocery-wise? Where do you go down there in Austin?
There's a place called Central Market.
Nice.
It's a fancy place, but with the meals that I've been making, I have to have like some kind of specific
Gotta get
things.
good stuff.
Otherwise, I just go anywhere. But other places don't really have the imported things.
What's the big one down there? HEB?
HEB.
Yeah, they're all right.
They're the ones that don't really have the imported stuff. They
It's
have
America,
like,
all right? You're in fucking God's country now, man.
Yeah.
We're not bringing in Italian stuff.
I like HEB. That's where we Instacart all the stuff when we were down there.
I like HEB too.
What's the credit like? What's your credit score? Good?
I don't know. Should we check it?
Not right now.
Good enough that it's not a problem.
It's not a problem.
Okay. What kind of plastic are you throwing around? You got an Amex?
My boobs are real. Oh,
Good to know.
Amex. I do have an Amex.
Nice.
Yeah, business platinum. It's one of those metal cards where when I hand it to someone, they know.
I drop it to let them know.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Watch your toes.
Yeah. Let me do a deadlift.
The metal's coming in.
Yeah.
They better be steel-toed boots you got on.
I sharpen mine and throw it against the wall.
Like a throwing star? Nice.
Any Capital One, Discover cards,
No.
anything like that?
I only use my Amex.
Do you have a checkbook?
No.
Okay.
I just got one. Are you, say you're going to a friend's house for dinner, right? And you're bringing, are you going to bring something? Like a bottle of wine?
I'm the chef.
Wait, you're bringing food or they're coming to you?
First of all, I don't have that many friends.
Okay.
So, like Thanksgiving and things like that, people are coming.
Okay. Let's
to
say
me.
you were going over, Segura's Tom's house.
Yeah.
So like, hey, come over, we're having dinner or whatever for a team dinner.
Yep.
You're coming. You're not going to come empty-handed. I presume you're somewhat of a pretty classy broad.
I would bring a bottle of champagne, a bottle of red, and I would make homemade stuffed conchiglione shells with sausage, mozzarella, ricotta, and Parmesan cheese with a bechamel sauce baked in the oven at 350 degrees with Parmesan crusted.
We're actually having a party tonight.
But I love to cook. This is my shit.
That sounds so good.
Yeah, that's.
Man, your history was just wiped clean.
Yeah. Talk about a fucking reset in the mainframe.
All I heard was a bottle of red and hot appetizers.
Yes. Yes.
And the platinum card ain't killing you either.
The entrance I like to make.
Okay. All right.
That.
I like that.
Good on that.
If we came over to your house right now, if we were over at the house, and you offered us a glass of water, what would we be getting? Would we be getting out of the tap? Would we be getting a
bottle?
Brita, a bottle?
Pellegrino.
You'd be offered a Pellegrino.
Yeah.
Cold Pellegrino?
I like sparkling water.
You got the big bottle or the little
The
bottle?
big one. Because usually if I pour you a glass, I'm going to want some too.
Nice. We're Pellegrino people as well. When you go to the restaurant, is it sparkling, still, or tap?
It depends if I'm getting champagne. If I'm getting champagne, I don't do sparkling water because I'm having a sparkling one.
Okay.
So I'll drink normal tap water. And I usually always ask for tap water because I don't want to pay $7 for a normal bottle of water.
Okay. What is the drink? What is your go-to drink? You're going out long.
Extra dirty, filthy, awful.
Gin. I do vodka, but I got a real problem with Russian. Yeah. All
God, I can throw it back.
Yeah, they're the best.
You know, I got fucked up on those because I thought they were 0 calories. I was like,
no, there's like 200 calories.
200 calories. I was trying to like take it easy on the wine, and I was like, oh, you know what? This is just liquor. There's no carbs, calories in this. So
It's all that goddamn olive juice.
My goodness, and I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Blue cheese olives or regular olives?
Blue cheese.
Really?
You have any?
I want it disgusting. Make that like a whore drink.
Gotcha.
Nasty.
You ever been to a timeshare pitch?
Yep.
Really?
Uh-huh. Vegas.
What'd you win for it, for doing it?
It was like a 3-day thing, and I won a raffle, which is so fucked up that you have to win a raffle to go to a timeshare.
Everyone wins the raffle.
What?
Where did you win the raffle?
I was at a car show.
It's like Inception of trash. It was inside a Walmart.
Yeah.
Somebody spin something on the table. I don't know what's going on. All right. No, the Inception.
I gotcha.
Thank you.
Do you know how to use chopsticks?
Yes.
Okay.
You send any Venmo requests?
No, I never send the request. I only get requested.
Gotcha.
Everyone's trying to.
Sure.
Wet their beaks a little bit. What kind of luggage are you using?
To me.
You pee in the shower?
All the time.
You brush your teeth in there?
Yes. And if you ever take a shower with me, I'll pee on your foot.
Okay. Good to know.
Do you leave the toothbrush in there?
No.
I imagine the apartment is nice. Is like put together. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's clean.
King size bed.
Oh yeah.
Nice pillows, all that kind of stuff.
Like 100 pillows.
Okay.
My boyfriend's big, so he has to have his own
Gotcha.
side.
You guys sleep with a fan on you?
There's a fan for noise, as weird as that sounds. It's
Okay.
like white noise.
Sure.
But we sleep with it cold as fuck.
Nice. You fall asleep with the TV on.
There's not even a TV in the bedroom.
Are you reading anything right now?
Twitter.
Good luck. Halfway through.
Okay.
Do you guys live together, or is it your play? You live together?
Yeah. I invaded his space.
So it's pretty serious, I
Picked up
That's it. Show's over.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
That's all the time. That's all the time we have this week.
Do you have a favorite cup at the house?
This is gonna sound so silly, but I have a YMH made first date martini glasses.
I think I
And
saw
it's-
those actually.
It's
Yes.
it's my one piece of merch, and I know it sounds stupid, and I'm not even doing it for a plug, but that's my favorite glass in the house. I'll drink sparkling water out of it because I've never had merch before in my whole life. So having it makes
You had
me
the
feel.
book. What are you talking about?
No, that was a mistake. Yeah, so that's actually my favorite glass that I drink out of. I drink everything out of it.
You guys have a little bar set up at the house?
No, we live in a kind of small apartment.
Where are you guys eating dinner if you're having dinner together at the house?
Fancy.
At the table?
Oh, at the table. You mean at
At
home?
home, at home.
We.
Like if you make dinner, he comes home.
So we have an island.
Okay.
That has 2 chairs.
Okay.
And so, and then we have a couch, and we do have a dinner table. If it's really nice,
The table.
the table.
Sure. You set the table.
Yeah. And we have candles, and it's like a romantic thing.
Will you guys sit and eat dinner and watch TV together?
He doesn't watch TV.
Really?
Yeah, he reads.
He reads.
Yeah. And then I play Candy Crush.
Still?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'm practicing being a grandma.
All right. You keep your ketchup in the fridge or in the counter?
Fridge,
Where do you keep the butter?
top shelf, in the door, on the right.
Okay.
And I use European butter.
What butter?
What does that mean?
It's like Kerrygold.
Yeah, Irish. Okay. That's
Yeah.
very classy.
Yeah.
I never heard somebody refer to it as European butter.
It is European butter, though.
Sure, I'll give you that.
Theoretically.
I mean, but yeah, sure.
Okay. Where do you like to go on vacation now?
I just got back from a huge trip. I went to Barcelona, and then Croatia, and then Soho Farmhouse, and then London.
Very.
And I just got back like 2 weeks ago.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
My next trip is my birthday trip in October, and I'm going to Marrakesh.
Okay.
Very nice.
Morocco.
Yes. Very cool.
All right.
But I love to travel.
How old were you when you got your passport? And what was the first country you went to?
I went to Argentina with Playboy when I was 21.
Okay, that was the first time out of the country, 21.
Mm-hmm. That was my first time anywhere.
Yeah.
Because I never traveled.
Sure. So you
Except
had
for
to get
Arizona.
Except for Arizona and California.
So you had to get your passport to go.
I did. They even told me I had to get it, and they got it expedited for me.
Okay.
Because I never had gone anywhere before that.
Do you still have the act.
In 2 miles, take the I-271 south exit toward I-480 East, Columbus.
Activation sticker on any of your cards. You know what I mean? That you're supposed to peel off.
No, that shit drives me nuts.
Okay.
So you do get takeout. It's you and your boyfriend at the house. You get takeout from whatever it gets delivered. Will you plate that, or will you eat out of the containers?
No, I don't do takeout. I don't like things delivered.
Wait.
It's never as good.
I agree with you on that. It's never as good.
The tacos are soggy. The pizza's cold. The things that arrive, like McDonald's, it doesn't have the same crispiness in that McMuffin. And if I'm gonna eat the calories, I want it to be popping.
So at the house, except when he would bring home stuff from the restaurant.
I cook.
That's it.
100% of the time.
Really?
I like to cook, and I don't. I like to go out or cook at home, but I don't like Postmates. I don't even have DoorDash or any of that on my phone. It's not an option.
Okay.
Don't like it.
Pretty good. Do you have a favorite fast food? You can't say In-N-Out Burger or Shake Shack.
Does Waffle House count?
No. But I respect it.
I had McDonald's this morning for breakfast.
You did?
I did.
What'd you get?
You're having Mickey D?
Yeah, I
Look
did
at
what is it called? The sausage egg McMuffin with cheese and a medium coffee, and I had a bite of the hash brown. It was a little too greasy for me.
In half a mile, take the I-271 south exit toward I-480 East, Columbus.
It's all right, man. Sausage McMuffin.
Yeah. No, this is fucking jury tampering.
And it was so fucking good.
He's got Mickey D's on the brain.
I might even have it for dinner again.
There you go.
When was the last time you did a shot of Fireball?
Take the I-271 south exit.
Oh man, Christmas.
Okay. Tradition's tradition.
You have to. Christmas.
What church were you at?
Cinnamon.
Continue on I-271 south for 9 miles.
Okay.
It's cinnamon
Sounds
vibes.
like my family parties. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. All right. You're in a relationship. You and your boyfriend go out to dinner.
Okay.
Okay. Don't screw me on this. You and your boyfriend go out to dinner.
I know.
You order the salmon. You have appetizers. You guys share your
Can I
appetizer.
give you a caveat here?
What?
You go to a pizza place.
It's not a pizza place.
What are we doing
I want
here?
you to settle something.
You act like you know. Hold on. This is bullshit.
No, let me ask the question. You and your boyfriend go out to a restaurant that's an Italian place that does offer coal-fired pizzas.
That does offer is one of the premier menu items. It's the huge fire thing, the huge coal oven that is pronounced open kitchen, so you see it.
Okay.
No,
Take
you
all
gotta
that
walk
into
into a Wendy's.
You guys go out, you have a couple appetizers, you share some apps. Comes time to order the entrees. You get the carbonara. He orders a pizza.
Yeah.
Do you find that strange?
Hank, it's you. I got this dirtbag on my side.
No, because I would be that dirtbag that orders the pizza, and I don't want to share. If you want pizza, get your own pizza. A pizza is made for one person.
You don't think it's weird somebody ordered a pizza as an entree?
No, I don't think it's weird.
She probably orders it in a town.
You gotta get, I get my own, yeah. I mean, I can't even tell you how many times I've been out to dinner. He gets a pizza, I get a pizza. If he wants a bite of mine, that's fine, but I'm having a bite of yours
Doubles
too.
up. You're doing doubles up.
I'm never asking that question again. Everybody's
wrong.
been screwing me on it.
You're just wrong. You got a bad take on it. We even called the restaurant and they said,
Ever seen a UFO?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, but I was on mushrooms.
Ah, man, she's all right.
I was on a
I was on a paddleboard in the middle of Lady Bird Lake in Austin, and I was looking up into the sky, and I swear I saw a UFO.
Okay. Okay.
And it wasn't just Elon Musk
You could have been zipping around.
up there.
That's crazy. I took mushrooms and I swear I met Elon Musk.
You
He
guys,
does live in Austin.
you guys got hand towels in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Complete set? Or you're all
Oh
your...
no, it's like the one ring by the
Okay.
by the sink, and I'm always like doing my makeup and shit on a set. Just get it on every day.
If you were at home, if I could stab you in the back of this as well. If you were at home and you were making pasta for you and your boyfriend, okay, or if he was making pasta for you, would you use,
Again, this is not the argument.
if you were using a jarred sauce, would you use the whole jar of sauce in a whole box of pasta, or would you use a half a box of pasta and half of the sauce?
Oh man, this is not the question. The
When
question
you
is
make pasta, do you
individual.
use the whole jar?
Well, for yourself, you're making one serving of pasta. Is the question? You're doing revisionist history over here. I don't know what to tell you.
Guys, we're a company. Keep it together. We're a company. Keep it together.
No.
Miss Compton, answer the question.
Screw you and her boyfriend.
I can tell you guys.
Tell me.
I cannot remember the last time I used
homemade
box pasta. Or
where are you getting the pasta? You're making it. You're making the pasta.
I have so many pasta machines. It's probably unhealthy.
You got one of those KitchenAid things?
I got a KitchenAid. I can make any kind of pasta you can possibly imagine.
You got a Vitamix?
No.
Ninja?
A Ninja.
You got a Ninja.
Because I make my own sauces.
What's the cookery? You got a La
Made in.
Cuisson? Made
in.
Made in. I think I've heard of that before.
Yeah, it's like nice. Ever since I started making fancy meals.
Or you gotta step up.
Yeah, that was a gift from my boyfriend. My boyfriend bought me some really nice stuff to cook with.
That's good.
What was the last concert you went to?
I'm trying to think. I was at a country concert.
Luke Bryan.
Jelly Roll.
Jelly Roll. Toby
Shout out
Keith.
to Jelly Roll.
Wait! It was Post Malone.
Ah!
That was the last concert, and I got to go backstage.
That was like
a week ago, yeah.
No, I went before that.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was a Parker McCollum. Have you ever heard of him? He was the night before. So my boyfriend owns a famous barbecue restaurant, and so he has some cool connections.
Nice.
So we got to go to the Parker McCollum country concert.
Cool.
And then the next night was Post Malone.
Shout out to Post Malone.
That was
Very
really cool. He was
Kids,
so nice.
goddamn
We
showstopper.
played beer pong
Love that guy.
backstage.
Yeah, he seems like a good hang.
He's a good guy.
What was your first concert?
Cher.
You Believe in Love tour?
And Cyndi Lauper opened for her.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that Cyndi.
I mean, I'm pretty good here.
Do you have baking soda in your refrigerator? In the freezer too?
No.
What's the ice machine situation at the house?
Full.
Okay. Gotta get it on the door?
Yeah, but I usually just open the door and get it
Grab
out.
with your hands?
Yeah.
So you got a two-door.
Yeah, it's a double door.
Freezer on the bottom?
The ice is on the top. No, it's a
Oh yeah, okay.
double.
Gotcha. Alright.
Any milk crates in the house at the current moment?
No.
You doing a Christmas tree now? You put up a tree?
I wish.
No tree. Okay.
Not there yet.
You ever cut your own hair?
No. Back like when I was 9.
How do you feel about the rotisserie chicken?
What do you mean?
Do you like it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like food though. I'm a foodie.
You like egg salad?
Yeah.
You own binoculars.
Yep. I like to spy on people. And I live in a high rise where I can look out the window and I can see all kinds of things.
Sure.
I'm waiting for a telescope for Christmas.
Okay.
Have you ever crashed someone else's car?
No. No, just my own.
You wear a CPAP machine.
I'm not 100.
She's so in shape, she thinks they're for old people.
I'll skip the compression socks question.
I have compression socks.
You do?
Yeah, I wear them on the airplane.
Me too. There you go. All right.
Circulation.
That's right.
Every
Wear it for
gymnast
different
knows that.
Uh-huh.
I mean...
I mean,
she speaks Italian. We think.
I know. She also said, I want a pizza.
In half a mile, keep right to stay on I-271 South.
I mean, she's trash.
Yeah.
100% trash.
Big time.
Big time trash.
Big time garbage.
There was a half a glimpse in the beginning where I'm like, oh, she's hoity-toity.
But there really wasn't, because when you said homeschool,
Keep right to stay on I-271 South.
like, oh, she's trash. Then you pulled out of it for about a half a
That's
second.
what I'm saying, a little glimpse, that's it.
What's the trashiest part about me?
Continue for 19 miles.
All of it. None of it's good. The Vegas wedding, the stealing money from desperate old men. That's not great. Hooters is not a fantastic.
The GED.
The GED's no coming back from that.
What you think?
That's a good enough degree.
What you think a sports car is?
Sure. Yeah, you get your favorite sports car. You get a fucking Chrysler Sportsfire or something.
Crossfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're trash.
All right, it's okay.
You had McDonald's this morning for breakfast. You're a dirtbag. Wrap it up. That's the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lauren Compton.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
amazing new podcast on YMH Studios, First Date Show. Everybody check it out. Absolutely fantastic. Buddy, we love you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having
This
me on.
was so much fun. Anything else you want the folks out there to know, you can hit them right there.
On socials or anything.
Find me at I Am Lauren Compton on everything.
Nice. Kippy, what do you got for us?
Guys, we're all over the road. Shows are selling out, so get your tickets. We're announcing the second shows and third shows and some fourth shows in some markets. So get your tickets before they're all gone. We love you.
We love you, gang. We'll see you next week.
Peace.
Hey, it's A. Martinez here to tell you about NPR Plus. NPR Plus gives you access to sponsor-free versions of your favorite NPR podcasts, such as Up First, and even special bonus episodes from shows such as Fresh Air and Planet Money. And the best part, it all supports public media. Learn more at plus.npr.org. That's plus.npr.org.
August 9th started like any other day for Monique Worrell. She was driving to her job as the state attorney for Florida's 9th Judicial Circuit. Then things took a turn.
Received a call from my deputy chief who started the call by saying, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm on my way into the office." And he said, "No, I heard that you were being removed."
Just then, she says she gets another call from her chief investigator,
who, in a very robotic tone, said that he had been asked to read me a notification, and he began reading the notification of my suspension.
A suspension basically meant she was fired.
Refusing to faithfully enforce the laws of Florida puts our communities in danger and victimizes innocent Floridians.
And the person who fired her was Florida Governor and Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis.
Effective immediately. I'm appointing Judge Andrew Bain to take over as state attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit.
Now, this was a big deal. State attorney is an elected position in Florida, and Monique Worrell ran in 2020 on a progressive platform. She promised alternatives to prison for first-time and nonviolent offenders, to not prosecute low-level marijuana offenses, and it changed the way juvenile cases were handled. And she won big, with more than 66% of the vote. That's why Worrell calls DeSantis' decision to remove her an attack on democracy.
In a democracy, the people decide who they want to represent them, not the governor. That's a dictatorship.
Consider this. This dynamic is playing out all over the country. In Pennsylvania, in Texas, and Missouri, conservative state governments have taken steps to undercut locally elected liberal prosecutors. They're part of a bigger, ongoing fight over how to handle crime and punishment. From NPR, I'm Ping Huang. It's Sunday, August 20th.
Support for this NPR podcast and the following message come from the UPS Store. At the UPS Store, you can ship it all. They are your bulky sports equipment shipping store, your heavy luggage shipping store, and your fancy art shipping store. They will even be your I can't believe it's already time for back to school shipping store. More shipping details are available at the upsstore.com. The UPS Store. Individual store hours may vary by location. Support for this NPR podcast and the following message come from Stearns & Foster. Every Stearns & Foster mattress is handcrafted for your most comfortable night's sleep ever. Every stitch, every layer, and every detail matters. That's why Stearns & Foster mattresses use only the finest materials, like ultra-conforming IntelliCoil inner springs on the inside and rich velvet borders on the outside, for a beautiful mattress that delivers indescribable comfort every single night. Learn more at stearnsandfoster.com.
It's Consider This from NPR. Now, the politics of crime and punishment have been a moving target. Let's go back to 2018.
Now to a very positive note. Criminal justice reform.
At this point, crime rates had been declining for decades, but at the same time, the U.S. had the highest per capita incarceration rate in the world thanks to the war on drugs and its strict mandatory minimum sentences. That year, former President Donald Trump signed a criminal justice bill with huge bipartisan support. It passed 87-12 in the Senate. It was a major overhaul that shortened many sentences and limited the 3 strikes penalties that had automatically triggered long prison terms. Here's Republican Kevin McCarthy, then the House Majority Leader, at the signing ceremony.
This bill embodies why this country was created. Yes, we believe in law. We also believe in second chances.
And fast forward to now, the politics have changed again. The murder rate shot up in 2020, making crime a big election issue. And Trump, who signed that big bill reducing sentences 5 years ago, has now changed his tune. Here he is speaking with Fox News this summer.
You've said you'd be in favor of the death penalty for drug dealers. Yeah. Still the case? That's the only way you're going to stop it.
It's in that context that Ron DeSantis, currently in a primary fight against Donald Trump, started taking on progressive prosecutors in his state. Last year, he suspended the state attorney in Tampa. This month, it was Monique Worrell.
Prosecutors do have a certain amount of discretion about which cases to bring and which not. But what this state attorney has done is abuse that discretion and has effectively nullified certain laws in the state of Florida.
When I spoke with Monique Worrell this past week, I asked her about some of the arguments DeSantis made in removing her. He alleges that your office was dropping or declining to file charges that could have been proven in order to avoid triggering mandatory minimum sentences. So I'm wondering, what's your response to that?
That's false. We never dropped any cases to avoid triggering a minimum mandatory. Prosecutors have long since, prior to me ever thinking of running for this office, had discretion to plea and charge bargain, to find a resolution that was best for the community, that was best for the individual, and sometimes that involves the dropping of charges. Sometimes that involves negotiations that don't include minimum mandatory sentences. But that wasn't something that was done as a practice. It was done on a case-by-case basis when it was in the best interest of the community.
The governor raised a few specific cases, including one of a 17-year-old who was facing weapons charges but was released and then went on to shoot and kill his pregnant girlfriend. So given what happened in that case, I'm wondering, do you think your office should have done anything differently?
No, because what's very important to understand is that the criminal legal system is made up of several components. The prosecutor's office is just one. That particular case dealt with a case that was brought to us by the sheriff's office. The sheriff's department never made an arrest in that case because they did not have enough evidence to do so. In fact, the lead detective sent over the case for our review saying that they don't think that they can get beyond stand your ground in that case. So there was nothing for the state attorney's office to file charges on. And yes, it's awful that that same young man ended up later being arrested in a different case involving a homicide, but there's absolutely nothing that my office could have done differently to stop that from happening.
I want to ask you about the platform that you ran on. So back in 2020, you campaigned for the job and you won on trying to reduce mass incarceration. And DeSantis is now arguing that your policies have made the community less safe. Do you think this is true? Is there a trade-off between lower incarceration rates and lower crime rates?
That's part of the false narrative that has been pushed by DeSantis and local law enforcement. But the reality is that crime has decreased since I took office, not increased. So there's no plausible way that my policies could have made the community less safe. What we did is exactly what I said that I would do, is that we would ensure that nonviolent offenders who did not need to be sent to prison to keep the community safe would have an opportunity to be involved in programs that would help them to have a second chance and to become productive members.
There's a speed trap ahead.
To our community. And I've always said that violent individuals who are a danger to our community will go to prison, and they have. Many for life sentences.
You've said that you're going to continue to run for re-election in 2024. Can I ask why, if DeSantis can just suspend you again?
Because when you are faced with authoritarian practices, you don't just lay down and take it. I will run, and if the law finds that this is legal, be removed as many times as it takes for us as a society to realize that this is undemocratic and we must not stand for this, and I intend to fight.
Monique Worrell is the suspended state attorney for Orange and Osceola counties in Florida. Monique, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, and I prefer to be referred to as the duly elected state attorney for Orange and Osceola counties. Although the governor has issued a suspension, it is important for people to know and understand that I am still the duly elected state attorney.
And as we've mentioned, this backlash against progressive prosecutors isn't just in Florida. When I spoke about this with Carissa Byrne-Hessig, director of the Prosecutors and Policy Project at the University of North Carolina, she told me there are 3 broad strategies that state authorities are using.
The first category I like to think of as circumvention, where state officials are trying to have other people exercise the power of prosecutors rather than those people who've been elected, especially people who ran on progressive platforms. So we saw that in Tennessee, for example, where if a prosecutor was declining to bring certain types of cases, then the state attorney general could step in. The second category,
there's a speed trap ahead.
I think of more as sanctions. This is where I would put Ron DeSantis' decisions to remove 2 prosecutors in his states. He's punishing them for the decisions that they have made. We've also seen bills introduced to allow people to sue their local prosecutor if they didn't bring charges in a particular way. And then the last category, which is probably the most dramatic, it's a takeover. This is what we saw in Mississippi, where the Mississippi state legislature decided to carve out a piece of Jackson, Mississippi, and instead of having the locally elected prosecutor be in charge of that piece of the city, they're appointing a prosecutor instead.
I wanted to point out that it's not just exclusively Republican state officials pushing back on liberal prosecutors. You know, for example, in Oakland, California, we saw the local NAACP blame District Attorney Pamela Price for what they described as an intolerable public safety crisis, and there's a group seeking to recall her. So what do we make of this sort of force coming out in a state like California? Is some of it motivated by a real concern from citizens?
I mean, I think it is. Not everyone agrees with these policies just because they are a Democrat. So I'm not surprised to see some pushback from community groups whose members generally vote for Democratic candidates. At the same time, progressive prosecutors have been incredibly successful. Like, our research at the Prosecutors and Politics Project shows that progressive candidates win at a much higher rate than candidates more generally. So I think that there are a number of people, especially people who live in communities like Oakland that have a lot of crime, who want people who are going to do something different, but that doesn't mean that you won't be criticized by other people in your community because they think that your policies aren't the right way to reduce crime.
How can progressive prosecutors address those concerns without going back to the policies of the past decades that led to just a staggering rate of incarceration in the U.S.?
One thing that progressive prosecutors often say is that if you want to reduce crime, you need to look at policies outside of the criminal justice system. You have to address things like poverty, housing segregation. The problem is those things are, to the extent that they're controlled by the government at all, controlled by people who have other offices. So it's complicated for the progressive prosecutor to come into office and then if crime spikes, talk about what they will do to address it, because the progressive prosecutor ethos is built on this idea that the criminal justice system is about doing justice, and if you want to reduce crime, you need to think more broadly about what justice really means.
Carissa Byrne-Hessig is the director of the Prosecutors and Policy Project at the University of North Carolina. It's Consider This from NPR. I'm Ping Huang.
I'm Aisha Roscoe, and this is the Sunday Story.
heard of Thwaites Glacier before. Rolling Stone called it the Doomsday Glacier. It's a massive body of ice in Antarctica that
In half a mile, merge onto I-71 South.
currently acts like a cork in a wine bottle, holding back the rest of the western Antarctic ice sheet. But if it melts so much that it begins to break apart into the ocean, it could destabilize the entire basin. That could ultimately lead to a 10-foot rise in sea levels, drowning coastal communities across the globe. 4 years ago, the ice in the Southern Ocean that surrounds Thwaites Glacier loosened up, allowing an ice-breaking research
Continue on I-71 South for 112 miles.
vessel to go to a part of the glacier that had been inaccessible before, the calving edge, where the glacier meets the sea. 57 people, including climate scientists, support technicians, crew, and a handful of journalists made the 60-day journey. Elizabeth Rush was among them as a fellow with the National Science Foundation's Antarctic Artists and Writers Program. Her latest book, The Quickening, Creation and Community at the Ends of the Earth, is about her journey to Thwaites and also towards motherhood. She spoke with producer Ariana Garib-Lee about her trip and what the ice has to teach us about life on shore.
Hi, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
So, in 2019, you joined 56 scientists and crew members on a research vessel that was bound for Antarctica, Thwaites Glacier, and it was a trip that was going to take about 2 months. And you're not a scientist, you're a nonfiction writer. Why were you interested in going on this trip?
So, before I went to this glacier, I had been writing about sea level rise and its early impact on coastal communities all around the country for about a decade. And I really focused on the lived experience of those coping with and adapting to and being fundamentally changed by rising seas. And one thing that many of those people had to learn to live with, and that I had to learn to live with as I kind of covered this beat, was profound uncertainty. Like, are sea levels going to rise 3 feet or 6 feet by century's end? We really don't know, and you have to make decisions now about what to do today without knowing that future outcome. So that uncertainty I had to grow familiar with and sort of comfortable inside. And then I read this article about Thwaites that basically said we have literally almost no information from this place, and that there is this possibility of a much more significant, much more accelerated rate of sea level rise because of what could happen in West Antarctica. And so it just became sort of like, okay, I want to see the source of the thing that's fundamentally driving so much change and transformation firsthand. Like, I want to know it in my body. I'm such an experiential learner. And so I definitely went into this experience thinking I might see this glacier fall apart and something fundamental will have to shift in me as a result.
You did a lot of prep to go on this trip. Some of it was highly practical, buying long underwear, ski pants. Love the idea of you in a balaclava. But there was also a bunch of reading and research too. So what'd you find? And how did that shape the way that you wanted to write about Antarctica?
Well, it wasn't until I kind of started to dig into Antarctica as like a topic that I realized all of the first person accounts we have of this place have been written in the last 200 years or so. And when you think about what's happening in human history, you start to realize that those are 200 years that are really centered around imperialism and conquest and extraction, and the overwhelming majority of the narratives reflect that. So I spent, months digging into them, and I was shocked that this place that seemed so wild and exciting to me, Antarctica, was really being like reduced to a set piece for tales of male conquest. I mean, literally almost every single book about Antarctica mentions like the same 6 events. It's Amundsen's conquest of the South Pole, so he's the first person to get there. You get Mawson's shooting and eating his sled dogs. You get Shackleton's miraculous return after his wooden ship is like crushed in the ice, and he and his men spend over a year trying to get back to civilization, and some of them cross the Drake's Passage in a dinghy. I'm not trying to say those are not incredible feats, but they're just a really particular kind of story, and it's kind of like the only story or one of the main stories that we think about when we think about Antarctica. And I just grew really bored by it, and I was also frustrated. Like, a lot of the language that's used to describe the ice has a deep kind of vein of sexual violence. So, you know, Antarctica's broad white bosom draws men towards it. Her impenetrable interior is the ultimate prize. And I would say that, like, boredom gave way to rage at some level. And I, you know, being invited to go on this mission meant that I had to delay my own plans or desire to get pregnant. Pregnant people are not allowed to deploy on scientific missions to the ice. And so, you know, somehow that fact was with me from the very beginning. And I had this instinct that I wanted to write a different kind of book about Antarctica. And I thought, you know, what if I include that desire in this book? What if I think about motherhood and Antarctica in the same sentence, which is, you know, never done. And so that was, like, I think one of the driving impulses behind this book from the very start. And it's very much like a response to all of that literature that I was telling you about.
Yes, let's turn to motherhood, because that really is one of the things that makes this book really stand out. And one of the things that really jumped out to me as a woman who's in my early 30s was you talked a lot about how before going on this trip you wanted to get pregnant, and you had decided you wanted to get pregnant, but you still felt conflicted.
From the day Russia invaded Ukraine, people who think the war is unjust have hoped that ordinary Russians would turn against it. The West tried what it could, hitting Russia's economy and its wealthy oligarchs with sanctions. But polling data shows a majority of Russians still support this war. How is that possible? Russians are feeling the war now. For months, there have been drone strikes on Moscow. In June, there was a near coup by the mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin. It made Vladimir Putin, the man responsible for the war, look very weak. And yet, there's been no uprising from the grassroots. There's been no Russian spring. Just life going on. At Today Explained, we spent the past few weeks tracking down 2 people to answer the question, will anything make Russians lose faith in Putin's war? Today Explained, I'm Noel King. To understand why so many Russians support the war, we called Masha Gessen, a staff writer at The New Yorker. Masha recently wrote about Ukrainians who are fleeing to Russia and the Russians that are, for some surprising reasons, helping them.
There's a huge range of circumstances and of how people ended up going to Russia. So some of them were literally forced onto buses at gunpoint and taken into other Russian-occupied territories or directly into Russia proper. That's probably a minority. A lot of people were offered a choice that was not a choice, where they were basically told, okay, this place where you have been, say, hiding in a basement for 3 weeks or 2 months, this place is about to become scorched earth. You can get on a bus, we're going to evacuate you, or if you're staying in the city, you're on your own. And of course, if you want to go west, you have to cross the front line. And then there are people who weren't affected by those kinds of evacuations, who weren't told to get on a bus right now, but had reasons to head to Russia. Those reasons can be that their family members had already ended up in Russia, or they had family members in Russia before the war began, or they had needs that couldn't be met in the occupied territories, and that's primarily medical care, right? So a lot of the people who are ending up in Russia now are people who are severely ill or disabled, who simply cannot survive, or in some cases cannot die in comfort in the occupied territories, and are going to Russia out of this absolute necessity. Strictly speaking, a lot of them are asking to be taken to Russia, are asking to be evacuated, but of course the circumstances that are moving them is that they're living in occupied territories where the infrastructure has been destroyed.
I wonder if you can explain a dynamic that might seem complicated to some people. Russia invaded Ukraine. Why would Russia want Ukrainians coming into Russia?
You know, weirdly, that's not actually very complicated. This is a colonial war. So Russia's goal is to colonize Ukraine and to make Ukrainians disappear as a nation. And in that sense, it's very effective to move people out of occupied territories and to turn them into Russians where that's possible. But when people are moved, they can end up in places that are very difficult to get out of. Some people are moved to the Far East. Some people are moved to remote areas that are just removed from any kind of transportation network. And of course, people are traumatized. People are disoriented. These are also people who, and this is something that I've sort of tried to reiterate in my coverage of war crimes, is that war crimes always happen to the most vulnerable people. War crimes happen to the poor. And so for them to try to get out requires almost sort of superhuman effort. And this is where we get to the most interesting part of the story, which is this vast network of Russian volunteers. Thousands of people who are risking everything to help Ukrainians in Russia.
Tell me about their motives. What are they thinking?
Most of the people that I spoke to are moved in some way or another by the desire to oppose the war. One of them said, look, you know, it's protesting is futile. It just lands you in prison. There's this artist in St. Petersburg who changed out price tags in a store, changed them to little tiny information blocks on the war in Ukraine. She's been in jail for a year and a half, and she's facing up to 10 years in prison. And so this person referencing this case said, okay, so obviously what I'm doing makes more of a difference. Another person said, I see this as paying reparations. So she feels, as a Russian, responsible for this war. And so she feels that she has to do something like pay reparations to its victims. But some volunteers actually support the war effort. Russians refer to them as Z volunteers. And Z is the sort of Russian swastika. And Z volunteers often collect money or supplies for the military effort and also help, quote-unquote, evacuate Ukrainians and resettle them in Russia. And so this volunteer effort creates unlikely allies, people who vehemently oppose the war and people who support the war. But people who vehemently oppose the war say that some of what they do cannot be done without cooperating with people who support the war. For example, evacuating a bed-bound person from an occupied area involves negotiating with the military authorities, involves hiring an ambulance in a military-occupied zone, and only Z volunteers can do that.
Okay, so the people helping Ukrainians have to work together even if they disagree about the war. We find it mind-boggling that so many Russians still support this war, but we understand that Vladimir Putin has built a system by which he governs and speaks to Russians, and that system appears to be bulletproof. Can you explain how that system works on Russians?
So, this is where language begins to fail us, because when we talk about Russians supporting the war, we use words that are not entirely appropriate to the situation, in the sense that you know, how do you measure public opinion in a country where there's no public and no opinion?
Yeah.
And that's, you know, that's by definition what a totalitarian society is like. You are not free to form your own opinion. You do not have sufficient information. But also, the goal of totalitarianism is to prevent you from having your own opinion, right? This is Hannah Arendt sort of famously and brilliantly made that distinction between old-fashioned tyranny and totalitarianism, where old-fashioned tyranny demands a certain set of behaviors or statements, and basically otherwise leaves you alone. Whereas totalitarianism prevents you from forming an opinion altogether, right? It's not a question of performance. It's that it demands that you belong to it entirely. What that means is that the psychic cost, even if you don't protest outwardly, even if you protest inwardly, the psychic cost of feeling entirely different from everyone around you is, for most people, prohibitive. And that doesn't change as life gets worse, right? If you're more affected by the war, if you become much poorer, if life becomes much harder, if you don't have access to life-sustaining medication, if, God forbid, your child or your brother or your husband has been conscripted or killed, the psychic cost of protesting even inwardly then grows even larger. Not only are you grieving, not only are you suffering, but you're also entirely alone in your grief and your suffering. And so, you know, when we imagine that the more Russians are affected by the war, the less they will support it, that's like the opposite of the way totalitarian society works.
Where does all of this actually leave Russian people? If you're being consistently misled and there doesn't seem to be any way out of the misleading, where does this go for Russians?
Well, this is why I'm going to be a little bit of a contrarian. My sympathy for Russians is limited. People do have a choice. They have the choice to leave. They have the choice to get information. And this is going to sound nuts, right? But Russian independent media is as strong, as robust as it's ever been. It's working from exile, but there are dozens of outlets that are doing extraordinary work.
TV Rain, known as Dozhd in Russia, has entered the world of streaming and is now on YouTube from Latvia. That means with a VPN, Russians can once again access the very same coverage their government tried to censure.
And the effort required to get their content is not prohibitive. You have to install a VPN, and you know it's available to you. So Russians do have a choice. Most people are incapable of making that choice because people are weak, because people have been beaten down, because a century of totalitarian rule with one short break is enough to destroy sort of people in ways that we still haven't really begun to understand, right? This is the longest totalitarian experiment in history. But you see, right, I'm of two minds in being sympathetic, and I certainly have zero sympathy for educated Russians who are, you know, sipping cocktails in cafes in Moscow. But yes, most Russians are living in a country where their life is getting worse. The economy is tanking, not as fast as everyone predicted it would tank as a result of sanctions, but it's certainly taking some very hard hits. Life for ordinary people has gotten a lot more difficult. Ordinary people are increasingly affected by the draft. Russia keeps passing laws, for what it's worth, to increase the possibility of conscription. So I think within the next few months we're going to see probably a majority of able-bodied men under 30 affected by the draft. And people are being affected by the war physically. You know, I have a friend who lives in a building in Moscow that's been hit by a Ukrainian drone. Mind you, I'm not, you know, like, this is not a poor Russians kind of statement. Russia is pummeling Ukraine and killing civilians every single night. The suffering of ordinary Russians does not begin to compare. But yes, life for Russians is getting worse, and I think it's going to continue getting worse.
And what do you think will happen then?
Well, no regime lasts forever. I think this war is not going to end as long as Vladimir Putin is in power. Is he going to be in power for the rest of his life? Probably. Is there a possibility that rather than allow him to die in office, a group of frustrated members of the elite will stage a coup? Yes, there's that possibility. I don't think that that's the most likely scenario, but I think it's distinctly possible. But, in that case, we're looking inevitably at either military-led coup or coup supported by the military. Any kind of change of regime in Moscow is good news for Ukraine because nobody owns this war except for Vladimir Putin. So as soon as there's a change of regime, it's going to be possible for Ukraine to start negotiating with Moscow. So in that sense, I really hope it happens, but not necessarily for the sake of Russian people, just because, like all sane people in the world, I hope Ukraine wins this war as soon as possible.
Masha Gessen is a writer for The New Yorker. Coming up, a Russia researcher goes looking for hard-to-find answers.
Fox Creative.
This is advertiser content brought to you by Walgreens.
My name's Fari. I'm a Walgreens pharmacist. I think that desire to care was really from my mom, and there was no way that charity and compassion wasn't going to be a part of my life. My dad was very sick as a boy. At the age of 12, he had his first heart attack. It was a kind of shock to the system, and that's really where the kind of interest in science and health and the caring profession started. There's a social aspect of being a pharmacist. You feel like you're connecting people to the right sources of information. The Walgreens app is a family app, and it's designed really for anyone who's a caretaker or caregiver. The app is unique because you have a pharmacy chat box there. That is a confidential chat box. A lot of patients, they start medicines for mental health, and that's an area where they're struggling. They don't always want to talk on the phone, and they have natural concerns about side effects. So by offering them the Walgreens app and letting them know that there's a confidential chat box, it's actually really reassuring for them. You can set yourself up a reminder to take your medicine. And that helps if you're taking more than 3 or 4 medicines, or you're supporting a family member who needs that extra help. Just download the Walgreens app or go to walgreens.com/EasyRx to learn more.
Support for today's show comes from Noom. There's a lot of advice about what you should and shouldn't eat out there, but Noom is focused on why you eat. Noom uses science and personalization to help you manage your weight for the long term, and Noom's psychology-based approach helps you build new habits and behaviors, and you decide how Noom fits into your life, not the other way around. Sarah Frank, who works on the business side of stuff at Fox Media, she tried out Noom.
Hi, I'm Sarah Frank, and I've been trying out Noom. I tend to eat less on days that I'm a little anxious or stressed, and days that I'm less stressed, I'm eating more. I really appreciated the ability to log my meals and then see a visual tracker, and I found that visual feedback to be really helpful and a great reinforcer each day.
You can sign up for your trial today at Noom.com. That's Noom.com to sign up for your trial today.
It's Today Explained. In the first half of the show, Masha Gessen said something that really struck us.
How do you measure public opinion in a country where there's no public and no opinion?
Jade McGlynn took on the challenge. McGlynn is a researcher at King's College London, and she just published a book called Russia's War. It's about how ordinary Russians view the war in Ukraine.
while I've always followed and done sort of large-scale analysis of state media such as television and newspapers, for this book I also looked at Telegram, and the reason for that is that it's very popular. Russians use it on a daily basis, largely to get information about politics, what's going on in the world, but also because it's effectively uncensored in the sense that you can access opposition media there, you can access different types of views. Of course, I also looked at some polling data, admittedly with a lot of caveats, because you have to be very careful. Polling data can't really tell us what it means when somebody says that they support Putin or they support the war. On top of that, I also have a long established group of respondents, essentially of people that I get together with, reflective of different attitudes or trends that I came across during my time in Russia.
We are told that Russians are broadly supportive of the war, and that's usually where it ends. You've been in WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups. What do Russians really think about this war?
I don't think it's correct to say that most Russians actively support the war. What's more correct would be that they broadly approve of it. They broadly approve of the ends, insofar as the ends mean to politically control Ukraine and to undo Western dominance, Western cultural influence, not just in Ukraine, but also in Russia. The active supporters, the people who are really sort of gung-ho for the war, the Kremlin is very nervous around them, and we can see the reasons why if we look at somebody like Yevgeny Prigozhin, because people who are true believers, they are the people who will then become critical of you because they genuinely believe in the conquest of Ukraine.
In extraordinary scenes, Yevgeny Prigozhin demanded the downfall of Russia's defense minister and its chief of staff, accusing them of mishandling the war on Ukraine.
Whereas everybody else, if you ask them, they'll say they support it, but they probably wouldn't come out into the streets to support it. Well, not everybody else. You do also then have, let's say, a 20%, well, 15 to 20% of the population who are quite firmly opposed to the war.
I've been reading articles about how if you're in Moscow, you might not even be aware that this war is happening. When we look at where the support is and where the support is not, is there a geographic bent to who's in favor of this and who is not?
So you're quite right. In Moscow, it's very easy to forget, or certainly not to feel the impact of the war, give or take a few sort of war recruitment posters. That said, there are also other differences. For example, for people who live out in the Far East, or even, in eastern Siberia, for them, Ukraine feels, very, very far away. Whereas, of course, for people who live in Voronezh or those areas in the sort of southwest of Russia, it's literally over the border. And although traditionally those areas have been some of the most supportive of the government, and often they're referred to, for example, as the Red Belt because there's a lot of Soviet nostalgia, what we're seeing in new polling is that among those populations who live, who are more likely to be impacted by the war, it is having an impact in terms of the support that they're willing to voice for the war. And that also fits with other elements, such as, for example, the time when there was a big drop in the polls in terms of how much people supported what's called the special military operation. The biggest drop came last year in September when the Kremlin announced mobilization.
Vladimir Putin's mobilization of 300,000 Russians to join the fight is already underway across the country. Video from social media shows families in the country's far east saying tearful goodbyes and men boarding buses. But not everyone is willing to submit to the draft. Cars lined up for as far as the eye could see at border crossings leading out of Russia and into Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Finland, and Georgia.
Because it's one thing to support a war that somebody else has to fight, and it's another thing to support a war that has direct consequences for you and that perhaps you or your loved ones could die in.
Early on in this war, the West attempted to make it painful for Russia, right? So there were sanctions put on Russian officials. Now we've seen a development, which is that there have been these drone strikes in Moscow, and Ukraine is not claiming that it is responsible for the drone strikes, but that is a part of war that somebody is taking to the Russian capital. And then on top of that, you have this bizarre and very bold march by Yevgeny Prigozhin toward Moscow, where it almost seemed like Vladimir Putin might lose his grip on power, and of course he didn't. But is any of this changing the way Russians think about the war? Are they starting to turn on it at all?
So there's quite a lot wrapped up in that question. Are they starting to turn on the war? No, not in the sense of the underpinning ideas of the war, that Russia is a great country, innately special, a civilization that Ukraine should basically submit to, if not be a direct part of, and the West is constantly trying to destroy Russia and is using Ukraine to do that, and therefore Russia has every legitimate right to defend itself. No, I don't think it's changing people's minds. Sanctions in particular pretty much never have that effect, not just in Russia, but perhaps especially in Russia. They will always make people feel under attack, and I think, you know, all of us can think how we would feel if a country decided to sanction us. It would make most people think, oh, okay, I'll do what they say now.
Prices have gone up, but it's hardly noticeable. I think we'll feel it later.
Are you afraid?
No. We've gone through so many crises in Russia. What doesn't kill us only makes us stronger.
So that's one aspect. The other aspect is about the war coming up. No, I mean, what we did see shortly before and in the run-up to Prigozhin's sort of march on Moscow, which it must be remembered he insisted was not aimed directly at Putin, but rather at those who were managing the war. It's given rise to a sense that Russia could have taken Kyiv in 3 days. The Russian army is full of heroes who are, you know, brave and incredible and technically capable fighters, and Russia is a great country, but it's those corrupt elites with their castles in the West who have undermined it. So in a funny way, even a lot of the criticism of the war that's swirling around actually reinforces some of the, what we might call the Putinist worldview. And another aspect I suppose to keep an eye on is the longer that the war goes on, the more people are going to be personally bought into it. Of course, that's very obvious in Ukraine, perhaps less so in Russia, but it's still there. And it's just a human element. I mean, if you're a soldier, perhaps you don't know why you're fighting, but once they've killed several of your comrades in arms, you're fighting for them, right? To avenge them. And similarly, if you have a beloved uncle who goes off to fight because he's always been in the military, and then he's killed, let's say he's killed in a particularly unpleasant way, or you know, you're unable to get his remains. It's quite a process to sit down and work out, okay, well, who is actually responsible? What are the different geopolitical structures that led to this, when you could just hate Ukrainians? And so that's one of the, war is truly dreadful, but one of the dreadful things is how much it exacerbates and eternalizes that hatred as well. One of the few things that really coheres the Russian people with the Russian elites who largely live parallel lives is that fear of state collapse. This is a country or a nation that has experienced 2 arguably 3 state collapses over the last, 110 years. And the memories of the 1990s, which many Russians view as a time of squalor, of poverty, of unfairness, and of gangsterism, because that's how they experienced it, but which they also associate with democracy and capitalism, and disillusionment with both of them. That is a very strong cultural and individual memory in Russia. And so the fear is that, okay, even if you didn't like Putin, Putin has a lot of people's lives did get better under Putin. He did restore a sense of pride, and many still feel that it's a lot better now than it was before he came.
That was Dr. Jade McGlynn. Today's show was produced by Amanda Llewellyn and edited by Matthew Collette and Amina El Sadi. It was engineered by David Herman and fact-checked by Laura Bullard and Serena Solon. I'm Noelle King. It's Today Explained.
Last year, the exciting new musical Death Rattle opened on Broadway. But things took a sudden turn as lead actor Ben Glenroy dropped dead on stage. Now, true crime podcasters Oliver, Charles, and Mabel are taking on their toughest case yet to answer the question, who killed Ben Glenroy? Check out the new season of Only Murders in the Building, starring Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. Guest starring Meryl Streep and Paul Rudd. New episodes Tuesdays, streaming only on Hulu.
Hi, this is David Quammen. I'm an author and journalist, and I've been writing articles and books about emerging diseases and novel viruses for the past 2 decades. This week's Sunday Read is a story of mine about the origins of the COVID virus. We still don't know with total certainty how the coronavirus pandemic started. Where did that virus come from? Earlier this year, I saw that the idea of a lab leak origin was becoming more popular, even though there was no increase in evidence to support that hypothesis. And that imbalance concerned me, it puzzled me. So, in this piece I wrote for the New York Times Magazine, I explored 2 questions that are still controversial more than 3.5 years into this pandemic. First, what is the origin of the virus known as SARS-CoV-2? Where did it come from? And second, why is the preponderance of evidence on one side of the debate and the preponderance of public opinion on another? So, the origins debate centers on 3 main hypotheses. The first is the natural origin hypothesis, the idea that the virus spilled over from a wild animal, probably an animal that had been brought to the infamous wet market, the Huanan market in Wuhan, China, and was being sold for food. The second hypothesis argues that the COVID virus is a bioweapon that was intentionally engineered and released to infect people. And then there's a third theory, the lab leak hypothesis. It suggests that a lab worker in Wuhan was doing research on coronaviruses, possibly altering a virus's genome to see if certain alterations would make it more dangerous to humans. And then this lab worker, so the theory goes, got infected with the virus and carried it out into the world. And that became the pandemic. Now, I want to emphasize that we still don't know for sure which of these hypotheses is true. We don't have the final gold standard of proof. But while the evidence is heavily on the side of a natural origin, there's quite a bit of inclination among the public, and not just in the US, to believe that COVID came from a lab leak. The story you're about to hear gets into why that is and why it matters. So here's my article, The Ongoing Mystery of COVID's Origin, read for you by Eduardo Ballerini.
Where did it come from? More than 3 years into the pandemic, and untold millions of people dead, that question about the COVID-19 coronavirus remains controversial and fraught, with facts sparkling amid a tangle of analyses and hypotheticals like Christmas lights strung on a dark, thorny tree. One school of thought holds that the virus, known to science as SARS-CoV-2, spilled into humans from a non-human animal, probably in the Huanan seafood wholesale market, a messy emporium in Wuhan, China, brimming with fish, meats, and wildlife on sale as food. Another school argues that the virus was laboratory engineered to infect humans and cause them harm, a bioweapon, and was possibly devised in a shadow project sponsored by the People's Liberation Army of China. A third school, more moderate than the second, but also implicating laboratory work, suggests that the virus got into its first human victim by way of an accident at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV, a research complex on the eastern side of the city, maybe after well-meaning but reckless genetic manipulation that made it more dangerous to people. If you feel confused by these possibilities, undecided, suspicious of overconfident assertions, or just tired of the whole subject of the pandemic and whatever little bug has caused it, be assured that you aren't the only one. Some contrarians say that it doesn't matter the source of the virus. What matters, they say, is how we cope with the catastrophe it has brought, the illness and death it continues to cause. Those contrarians are wrong. It does matter. Research priorities, pandemic preparedness around the world, health policies, and public opinion towards science itself will be lastingly affected by the answer to the origin question. if we ever get a definitive answer. But much of the evidence that might provide that answer has either been lost or is still unavailable. Lost because of failures to gather relevant material promptly. Unavailable because of intransigence and concealment, particularly on the part of Chinese officialdom at several levels. Take the natural spillover hypothesis, for instance, and assume that the virus passed to humans from a wild animal. Maybe a raccoon dog, a fox-like canine, or a Malayan porcupine, somewhere in the Huanan market. To test that hypothesis, you would want samples of blood, feces, or mucus taken from the raccoon dogs, porcupines, and other wildlife that languished, caged, and doomed in the market. You would screen those samples for signs of the virus. If you found the virus itself, or at least sizable bits of its genome, you would then make a comparative analysis of genomes, including some from the earliest human cases, to deduce whether people got the virus from the wildlife or vice versa. But you can't do that, because whatever raccoon dogs or porcupines or other wild animals were on sale in the market during December 2019 had vanished by January 1st, 2020. On that date, the market was closed by order of Chinese authorities, with no reported effort to sample the most suspect forms of wildlife. Or take the lab-engineered bioweapon hypothesis, as recently offered in an article in the Sunday Times of London. The Two Times reporters cited unidentified U.S. investigators who scrutinized top-secret intercepted communications and concluded that the Chinese military was supporting a covert project to develop a weaponized coronavirus. The article also posited a related vaccine effort to protect China's populace once the killer virus was unleashed on the world. It's a riveting narrative. The virus engineering occurred, according to this account, at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The reporters didn't name their intelligence sources or supply evidence to make their allegations concrete, but if they did, it would be explosive news. Or take the lab leak scenario, some versions of which point accusingly at a non-profit organization in New York, EcoHealth Alliance, and its collaborative relationship with Dr. Sheng Lixi, a senior researcher at the WIV. She and her team study coronaviruses, especially those carried by bats, extracting fragments of viral RNA, the molecule in which coronavirus genomes are written, and occasionally live virus, from samples of guano and other bodily material, and assembling whole genome sequences like jigsaw puzzles from the fragments. They perform experiments, sometimes combining an element of one virus with the backbone of another, to learn how that element might function in the wild. And they publish scientific papers, warning which bat viruses could pose a threat to humans. What if a researcher or technician under Xi's leadership, handling a virus very much like SARS-CoV-2, became infected by accident and then spread the infection to others? That question became, from the early months of the pandemic, a suspicion, and then a hypothesis, and then an accusation. Even now, the trade in claims and counterclaims remains brisk. Last month, in a Substack newsletter called Public, 3 authors asserted, citing unnamed U.S. government officials, that one of the first people infected with SARS-CoV-2 was a scientist named Ben Hu from Xi's lab. That assertion was significant and important if true, but no proof or identified sourcing so far supports it. 10 days later, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released, as required by a law passed 3 months earlier, a declassified report outlining whatever was known to the U.S. intelligence community about potential links between the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the origins of the pandemic. The report concluded, among other things, that WIV personnel had collaborated at times on coronavirus work with scientists associated with the People's Liberation Army. But that, so far as available evidence showed, such work involved no known viruses that could plausibly be a progenitor of SARS-CoV-2. And then on July 11th, the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, led by Representative Brad Wenstrup, an Ohio Republican, convened a hearing at which he and colleagues interrogated 2 scientists, Christian Anderson and Robert Gary, about their authorship of an influential 2020 paper that appeared in the journal Nature Medicine. That paper was titled The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. The tenor of the hearing was foretold by its own announced title, Investigating the Proximal Origin of a Cover-Up. and the proceedings that day consisted of accusation and defense, without shedding any new light, let alone yielding certitude about the origin of the virus. Certitude is an elusive goal and a high presumption, even for science, even for a director of national intelligence, even for the chairman of a select congressional subcommittee. Philosophers have recognized that, and so have novelists and poets. "I was of three minds," wrote Wallace Stevens, "like a tree in which there are three blackbirds." In the poem, Stevens found 13 different ways of looking at a blackbird. There are at least that many ways of viewing the origin of SARS-CoV-2. And to do justice to the question, you'll need, like him, to hold several possibilities in your mind at a time. How you regard a blackbird, or an origin hypothesis, may be influenced by where you're coming from. That's an old truth, but I was reminded of it during a conversation with Jesse Bloom, an evolutionary biologist at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center in Seattle, and one of the best qualified among those who argue that the lab leak hypothesis deserves robust investigation. Bloom studies the evolution of viruses for two reasons. It happens fast, and therefore illuminates evolution in general, and it has large implications for public health. When I spoke with him back in February 2021, a year into the pandemic, and asked about the origin question, Bloom said, "I think what you have is a lot of people strongly defaulting to their prior beliefs. Scientists who study zoonotic diseases, those that spill over from non-human animals into people, might be inclined to assume a natural origin. Scientists who have long argued against the risks of gain-of-function research, experimental work exploring the evolutionary capacities of potentially dangerous pathogens, might readily assume a lab leak. National security experts with strong views of the oppressive, secretive Chinese government might lean toward scenarios involving Chinese malfeasance and cover-up." More recently, Bloom told me that his own prior inclination would be toward a natural spillover. "But you certainly wouldn't think it's like 99.99% the most likely explanation," he said, adding, "There could be other possibilities." That gave me pause to consider my own priors. For the past 40 years, I've written non-fiction about the natural world and the sciences that study it, especially ecology and evolutionary biology. During the first half of that, my attention went mainly to large, visible creatures like bears, crocodiles, and bumblebees, and to wild places like the Amazon jungle and the Sonoran Desert. I came to the subject of emerging viruses in 1999, during a National Geographic assignment, when I walked for 10 days through Ebola virus habitat in a Central African forest. Later, I spent 5 years writing a book about zoonotic diseases and the agents that cause them, including the SARS virus, the earlier killer coronavirus, now often called SARS-CoV-1, which emerged in 2002 and spread in human travelers from Hong Kong to Singapore, Toronto, and elsewhere, alarming experts deeply. Scientists traced SARS-CoV-1 to palm civets, a type of cat-like wild carnivore sold as food in some South China markets and restaurants. But the civets proved to be intermediate hosts, and its natural host was later identified as horseshoe bats. The story of SARS is only one chapter in the saga of dangerous new viruses emerging from animals. The grim tale of how HIV got into humans and caused the AIDS pandemic is another, a tale known partly by inference and partly by molecular evidence, and traceable back to a single blood-mingling event between a person and a chimpanzee, probably hunter and hunted, in the southeastern corner of Cameroon around the start of the 20th century. Human contact with non-human animals accounts for our influenzas as well, which usually emerge from wild aquatic birds. Hendra virus in Australia comes to humans from bats, generally through an intermediate host, horses. Machupo virus in Bolivia abides in rodents when not infecting people. Andon virus, discovered in Korea, and its relative Sin Nombre virus in the American Southwest also spill over from rodents. Nipah virus in Bangladesh and some surrounding countries comes from bats. It's excreted in bat feces, saliva, and urine. And when certain fruit bats visit date palm trees that are being tapped for their sugary sap, a custom in Bangladesh, the virus contaminates the sap, which is sold fresh on the street to local customers, some of whom die. These cases and many others like them are among my own priors, and no doubt they do incline me toward the idea of natural spillover. It happens often, sometimes with dire consequences. Research accidents have occurred too in the history of dangerous new viruses, and long-time concerns over such accidents constitute the priors of some who favor the lab leak hypothesis for COVID. Such accidents might number in the hundreds or the thousands, depending on where you put the threshold of significance and how you define accident. There was an event that probably reintroduced a 1950 strain of influenza in 1977, causing that year's flu pandemic, which killed many thousands of people, and a 2004 needle stick injury of a careful scientist, Kelly Warfield, while she was doing Ebola research, but she proved uninfected by Ebola. Also in 2004, just a year after the global SARS scare, 2 workers at a virology lab in Beijing were independently infected with that virus, which spread to 9 people in total, 1 of whom died. This followed 2 other single-case lab accident infections with SARS virus the previous year, 1 in Singapore, 1 in Taiwan. When the first known cases of an atypical pneumonia began turning up at Wuhan hospitals in late 2019, and then exploded into a coronavirus outbreak in early 2020, the location itself seemed to fit, in different ways, the priors that might incline one toward either a natural origin explanation or a lab leak explanation. The potential lab leak connection was easiest to note. The city contained a research facility, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, with a well-known laboratory devoted to coronavirus research. On the other hand, Wuhan was also a major nexus for the significant national trade in wild animals for food, fur, and traditional medicines, estimated at more than $70 billion annually, where such creatures and the viruses they carry were sold at many crowded markets, one of which, Huanan, lay at or near the center of the spatial pattern of earliest known cases. So starting from simply those circumstances, was a lab accident more likely than a natural spillover? And under either of those scenarios, how much did Chinese government pressure and obscurantism constrain the availability of evidence for assessing one or the other? Because there exists no definitive account, yet, of the particular events that delivered SARS-CoV-2 into the human population, even experts are forced to frame their views as probabilities, based on data and circumstance, influenced variously by prior beliefs as to how the world works. In assessing the probabilities for yourself, you might want to step back from the noise, anger, vitriol, and politicization that have clouded the controversy and focus on the evidence we do have. To that end, it may help to note some events in the order they occur. On January 11th, 2020, in Shanghai, just 11 days after first reports of the outbreak in Wuhan circulated globally, a team of scientists led by Yongchen Chong of Fudan University released a draft genome sequence of the novel virus through a website called virological.org. The genome was provided by Edward C. Holmes, a British-Australian evolutionary biologist based in Sydney and a colleague of Chong's on the Genome Assembly Project. Holmes is famous among virologists for his work on the evolution of RNA viruses, including coronaviruses, his pristinely bald head, and his mordant candor. Everyone in the field knows him as Eddie. The posting went up at 1:05 a.m. Scotland time, at which point the curator of the site there in Edinburgh, a professor of molecular evolution named Andrew Rambo, was alert and ready to speed things along. He and Holmes composed a brief introductory note to the genome. Please feel free to download, share, use, and analyze this data, it said. They knew that data is plural, but they were in a hurry. Immediately, Holmes and a small group of colleagues set to analyzing the genome for clues about the virus's evolutionary history. They drew on a background of known coronaviruses and their own understanding of how such viruses take shape in the wild, as reflected in Holmes's 2009 book, The Evolution and Emergence of RNA Viruses. They knew that coronavirus evolution can occur rapidly, driven by frequent mutation, single-letter changes in a roughly 30,000-letter genome, by recombination, one virus swapping genome sections with another virus when both simultaneously replicate in a single cell, and by Darwinian natural selections acting on those random changes. Holmes traded thoughts with Rambo in Edinburgh, a friend of 3 decades, and with 2 other colleagues, Christian Anderson at Scripps Research in La Jolla, California, and Robert Gary at the Tulane University School of Medicine in New Orleans. Ian Lipkin of Columbia University's Mailman School of Public Health joined the huddle later. These 5 would form a sort of long-distance study group, aimed toward publishing a paper on SARS-CoV-2's genome and its likely origin. Holmes, Anderson, and their colleagues recognized the virus's similarity to bat viruses, but with more study, saw a pair of notable features that gave them pause. Those features, two short blips of genome, constituted a very small percentage of the whole, but with potentially high significance are the virus's ability to grab and infect human cells. They were technical-sounding elements, familiar to virologists, that are now part of the COVID origin vernacular. A furin cleavage site, FCS, as well as an unexpected receptor binding domain, RBD. All viruses have RBDs, which help them attach to cells, and FCS is a feature that helps certain viruses get inside. The original SARS virus, which terrified scientists worldwide but caused only about 800 deaths, didn't resemble the new coronavirus in either respect. How had SARS-CoV-2 come to take this form? Anderson and Holmes were genuinely concerned at first that it might have been engineered. Were those two features deliberate add-ons, inserted into some coronavirus backbone by genetic manipulation, intentionally making the virus more transmissible and pathogenic among humans? It had to be considered. Holmes called Jeremy Farrar, a disease expert who was then director of the Wellcome Trust, a foundation in London that supports health research. Farrar saw the point and quickly arranged a conference call among an international group of scientists to discuss the genome's puzzling aspects and the possible scenarios of its origin. The group included Robert Garry at Tulane and a dozen other people, most of them distinguished European or British scientists with relevant expertise, like Rambo in Edinburgh, Marianne Koopmans in the Netherlands, and Christian Drosten in Germany. Also on the call were Anthony Fauci, then head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and Francis Collins, then director of the National Institutes of Health, and therefore Fauci's boss. This is the famous February 1st call, on which, if you believe some critical voices, Fauci and Collins persuaded the others to suppress any notion that the virus might have been engineered. The narrative going around was that Fauci told us, "Change our mind, yada 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 yada. We were paid off," Holmes said to me. "It's complete." Anderson concurs. There is no universe in which this would even be possible, he told me. Recently, based on selections of their private email and Slack traffic made public, Anderson and his colleagues have been accused of concealment and dissembling. Their messages, critics contend, prove that even as they were deeply concerned in private about the engineered virus or lab release possibilities, they were striving to keep both out of public discussion. But as the researchers describe it, these apparent contradictions were simply a reflection of their fast-evolving views. After initial concern that the receptor binding domain in SARS-CoV-2 might be a sign of engineering, for instance, they learned soon after the February 1st conference call of a very similar RBD in a coronavirus that infected pangolins. It was detected from a public database by a bioinformatician in Houston, Matt Wong, and posted on the virological website, where it eventually came to the group's attention. It showed that such an RBD had evolved in the wild, and might well have gotten into SARS-CoV-2 by recombination, a natural gene-swapping process. Anderson and the others also recognized that furin cleavage sites occur naturally in other coronaviruses, like the MERS virus, though not, as so far detected, in any other member of the subgenus to which SARS-CoV-2 belongs. Such new data led to a new conclusion, and what Anderson called on Twitter a clear example of the scientific process. 16 days after the conference call, they posted a preprint, a draft not yet peer-reviewed, of their paper. And 4 weeks later, it appeared in the journal Nature Medicine. This was the one titled The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. Anderson and his co-authors stated their conclusion at the top. Our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposefully manipulated virus. That still left the possibility of a natural virus, evolved in an animal host and passed into humans by zoonotic transfer, or perhaps a natural virus accidentally leaked. Near the paper's end, they stated something more nuanced, that while intentional engineering of the virus could be ruled out, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of its origin described here. That said, they added, we do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible.
Find everything your imagination craves on Audible. Stay up late with a tense thriller. listen in on a swoony romance, or get some new inspiration and motivation from the pros, and so much more. It's all there in just one app. Audiobooks, popular podcasts, and exciting new originals. There's thousands of included titles with more added every week, so you can always find something new. You'll find all the best audio entertainment at Audible, the home of storytelling. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com/thedaily.
Hey, it's Anna Martin from the New York Times, and I'm here to tell you about something for New York Times News subscribers. And honestly, if you're a podcast fan, you're going to love this. It's an app called New York Times Audio, where you can get the latest dispatch.
It's 10 a.m. in Kyiv. It was a really loud night.
Perfect your technique.
A splash of soy sauce, and then a lot of red pepper flakes.
Or contemplate the future.
A computer program is passing the bar exam, and we're over here pretending not to be amazed by them.
It has exclusive shows. From the New York Times, it's The Headlines. Storytelling from Serial Productions and This American Life.
Act 2, a fiasco involving a village, marauding Visigoths, and some oil.
Sports from The Athletic.
In those big moments, he puts the team on his back.
And narrated articles from The Times and beyond.
In recent years, the unexpected sounds of ice have periodically gone viral.
New York Times Audio. Download it now at nytimes.com/audio app.
One other coronavirus quickly came to light as the closest known match to SARS-CoV-2. This wasn't actually a virus in the flesh, in physical presence. It was a genome sequence, assembled from RNA fragments extracted from a fecal swab sample of a bat, captured in a mine several years earlier in 2013. The mine was in Yunnan province, 1,200 miles southwest of Wuhan. The genome was 96.2% identical to the SARS-CoV-2 genome as sampled from people during the early days of the pandemic. That degree of similarity, or a 3.8% difference, suggests a common virus ancestor some years ago, and independent evolution in the years since. So this represented a cousin to SARS-CoV-2, not its progenitor. The work of sampling the bat and assembling the sequence, first just a portion, then with better technology, nearly the whole thing, had been led by Shengli Shi at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. She and her team labeled the sequence RATG13, coding the facts that it came from an individual of Rhinolophus affinis, RA, the intermediate horseshoe bat, captured in that mine in Dongguan, TG, a town in the Mojiang district of Yunnan, in 2013. RATG13 has attained renown, not just because it constituted strong evidence of SARS-CoV-2's ancestry in bat viruses, but also because the Mojiang mine figures in some of the more lurid scenarios for a lab leak origin. Part of what makes the very name Mojiang seem lurid is that in 2012, 3 workers at the mine died of unidentified respiratory infections after days of underground labor there. What got into their lungs and killed them? Was it a fungus? Was it a virus? Some lab leak proponents suggest that those deaths, described in 2 obscure medical theses written in Mandarin, represent the earliest known fatalities from a virus, possibly RATG13, that either already was, or in Xi's lab became, SARS-CoV-2, or its immediate progenitor. That is, something far more simpler than a cousin. The inference is that Xi's team, a year after the mine workers died, may have taken the virus back to Wuhan. But the Mojiang deaths were also reported in 2014 in the journal Emerging Infectious Diseases by scientists who found an entirely different virus, also potentially dangerous because it had similarities to Nipah and Hendra viruses, and was carried in the Mojiang mine by rats, not bats. One takeaway? Sample the rats and bats and other fauna in a mine, and you might well find a variety of viruses you wouldn't want in your lungs. Another problem with the RATG13 scenario. Its genome differs from that of SARS-CoV-2 at more than 1,100 scattered positions throughout its genome. To engineer SARS-CoV-2 into existence by starting with RATG13 would have been unreasonable and impractical, according to Holmes and other experts in coronavirus genomics. Furthermore, it's important to remember that RATG13 was a genome sequence, not a live virus. It was information, not a biological entity. Coaxing a virus that lies dormant in bat guano to grow in a cell culture is difficult, and usually the effort fails. Shengli Ji told John Cohen, a senior correspondent for the journal Science, in her answer to a set of emailed questions, that she never grew RATG13 in her lab. She told me the same thing during a 2-hour conversation by Zoom. No, we couldn't culture any of the sample from this cave at Mojiang. She was in Shanghai for a conference on the night of December 30th, 2019, as she explained it to me, when word reached her about a mysterious respiratory illness spreading dangerously among people back in Wuhan. Preliminary lab results suggested a coronavirus. Not SARS virus, but something similar might be the cause. She was asked to help identify the thing. She put her lab team to work on that immediately and took a train back to Wuhan the next day. Within hours, her lab had received a partial sequence from another lab. Her first instinct was to compare it with sequences of viruses they had worked on themselves. And we found it's different, she told me. So the afternoon of December 31st, I already know it's nothing related to what we have done in our laboratory. Some critics, she was well aware, had suggested that her urgency in checking her own records was an implicit admission of error or guilt. It's normal, was her response. John Cohen mentioned the possibility of a lab leak in a report published in Science on January 31st, 2020, noting that not all the earliest confirmed cases had some direct link to the Wuhan market. 14 of the first 41, according to one study, did not. Might those people have picked up their infections somewhere else, and maybe not from an animal at all? After describing a couple of vivid but unsupported allegations, including the idea that SARS-CoV-2 resembled a snake virus, and snakes were sold at Wuhan wet markets, Cohen added, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is the premier lab in China that studies bat and human coronaviruses, has also come under fire. Concerns had been voiced, he wrote, about the security of the WIV's biosafety procedures and facilities. Evidence regarding the origin of the virus, apart from what could be read from the genome itself, remained scarce during those early months. In place of evidence, there was the weight of scientific authority on one side and the volume of outcry on the other. On February 19th, 2020, an open letter appeared online in The Lancet, a British journal, signed by 27 scientists, some of them eminent senior figures in virology and public health, others researchers in the full heat of distinguished careers. It was a statement of solidarity with Chinese scientists and health professionals, who were then on the front line in efforts to understand and control the virus. The letter was organized by Peter Daszak, British-American disease ecologist, president of EcoHealth Alliance, and a collaborator with Zhang Lixi. Besides voicing support for Chinese colleagues, it said, "We stand together to strongly condemn conspiracy theories suggesting that COVID-19 does not have a natural origin." That expression of confidence so soon would prove to be counterproductive, and the phrase conspiracy theories landed like bacon grease thrown into a campfire, causing skeptics to flare and sizzle. The lab leak idea, meanwhile, took hold in some political circles, partly because it dovetailed with attitudes toward the Chinese government, its repressive policies, and its penchant for secrecy. In late January 2020, even before Cohen's January 31st article, the Washington Times ran an article suggesting links between the WIV and a covert bioweapons program of the Chinese military. The article, later walked back with an editor's note, was based largely on assertions by a former Israeli military intelligence officer. Several weeks afterward, Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas voiced a similar suspicion about the Wuhan lab on Fox News. "We don't have evidence that this disease originated there," Cotton said, "but because of China's duplicity and dishonesty from the beginning, we need to at least ask the question." Soon enough, Donald Trump's mind began to change. The president spoke supportively about China throughout the early weeks of the pandemic, and on February 7th said of President Xi Jinping, "I think he's handled it really well." Then the winds shifted, and 4 months later, Trump was inciting his rally crowds by calling COVID-19 the Kung Flu. The attractions of the lab leak idea weren't entirely partisan. Jamie Metzl is an author and political commentator who worked in the Clinton administration, and at one point as a Senate committee staff member working closely with Senator Joe Biden. Metzl has a blindingly luminescent and liberal-tinged resume that includes a PhD from Oxford, a JD from Harvard Law School, a senior fellowship at the Atlantic Council, and 13 Ironman triathlons. A former member of the WHO Expert Advisory Committee on Human Genome Editing, Metzl called early on for an investigation into the origins of the pandemic, including, in his words, the distinct possibility this crisis may stem from a research-related incident in Wuhan. Having spoken up about this in the early months of 2020, Metzl encountered resistance that seems to have startled and aggrieved him. When I was seeing this different story, he told me, and I started speaking publicly about it, friends of mine would say two things. The first was, you're a progressive liberal Democrat, but you're delivering a message that's helpful to Trump. Implication, Metzl should get back on the right side of scrimmage. The second sort of comment he says was, who the F are you? You have all these senior scientists and Nobel laureates and others who are saying it comes from nature? Who the F are you to say that, based on your analysis and your deductive reasoning, you have additional questions? The proselytizing by Metzl and others who saw a different story from natural spillover, plus the swing of Trump's message, plus the prevailing cultural disposition to distrust experts, plus no doubt other factors, had an effect on public opinion and media attention, if not on scientific consensus. According to the Pew Research Center, polling Americans in March 2020, 43% believed that the virus emerged naturally, against less than 30% who thought it came from a lab, developed either by accident or intentional. By September 2020, another polling organization found the natural versus lab options embraced almost equally. By June 2021, a Politico Harvard poll put the lab origin idea ahead by a 2-to-1 margin. 52% of Americans versus 28%. Metzl himself has maintained the somewhat agnostic position that accidental release is a possibility, but not the only possibility. In his eventual March 2023 testimony to Congress, he urged fully examining all relevant origins hypotheses, obviously including a lab origin, but also a market origin, which some experts I respect believe to be more probable. Among those experts, he cited Michael Warren, an evolutionary virologist at the University of Arizona. Warabi is a Canadian-born, Oxford-educated scientist who speaks mildly and sometimes entertains provocative theories. One such theory was OPV, the oral polio vaccine hypothesis for the origin of the HIV/AIDS pandemic. I first interviewed Warabi a dozen years ago to hear about that. The OPV hypothesis asserted that the virus, HIV-1 group M, was put into humans inadvertently during reckless trials of an oral polio vaccine on unsuspecting African volunteers, including hundreds of thousands of children. The vaccine had been developed in chimpanzee cell cultures, so the hypothesis claimed, and contaminated with a chimpanzee virus that became HIV-1M. In early 2000, Warabi left his doctoral studies in Oxford, flew to a war zone in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and spent weeks collecting chimpanzee dung in the forest to test that hypothesis. His senior partner on this wildcat expedition was William Hamilton, a famous Oxford biologist who considered the OPV hypothesis plausible. Warabi and Hamilton collected their chimpanzee samples with help from local forest guides, and then scrambled out of Kisangani, Warabi with his arm in a sling from a badly infected forest wound, Hamilton desperately ill with malaria. They reached England, and Hamilton died soon afterward from complications. The samples got lost in baggage handling, then found, then tested negative for the chimpanzee virus, except for one sample that proved inconclusive. Such are the labors and frustrations of science. Warabi, along with other scientists, drawing on other evidence, eventually showed that the oral vaccine hypothesis was false. Open-mindedness toward a provocative hypothesis and a commitment to confirm it or refute it as the evidence may dictate are among his priors. With SARS-CoV-2, 20 years later, Warabi likewise felt inclined to give the provocative, heterodox hypothesis all due consideration. Concerned by what he saw as premature dismissal of the lab leak possibility, he signed a public letter in spring 2021 with 17 other scientists, arguing that greater clarity about the origins of this pandemic is necessary and feasible to achieve. We must take hypotheses about both natural and laboratory spillovers seriously until we have sufficient data. One of the letter's other co-signers, in fact the first as listed, was Jesse Bloom. Warabi had helped initiate the letter with emails to Bloom on March 21st of that year, including the suggestion, "I've been thinking about something like a perspective in science, or an op-ed in the New York Times." The letter was initially drafted by Bloom and two others, Alina Chan, a molecular biologist who was an author of a preprint in 2020 arguing that SARS-CoV-2 was already well adapted to infecting humans at the start, raising questions about its provenance, and David Relman of Stanford, a distinguished microbiologist with a long-term concern about biosecurity issues and some gain-of-function research. Others of the group contributed input, and the letter ran in Science on May 14th, 2021, under the imperative title, Investigate the Origins of COVID-19. But from that point, with passing months and more research, Warabi would diverge from the most vocal of his co-signers regarding what constitutes sufficient data. Strong tides of opinion were moving by spring 2021. An international team of scientists, recruited by the World Health Organization to its joint WHO-China study of the origins of SARS-CoV-2, had returned from a month in Wuhan and issued its Phase 1 report, finding a laboratory leak extremely unlikely. That finding took criticism from Warabi, Bloom, and their co-authors of the letter to Science, published weeks afterward. Even the Director General of the WHO himself, Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, hoped for further investigation. At a news conference marking the report's publication, Tedros said, "As far as WHO is concerned, all hypotheses remain on the table," noting the need for continued research. Notwithstanding Tedros' hopes, and mainly because of Chinese resistance, there has been no official Phase 2 follow-up study per se. Instead, the WHO created a scientific advisory group for the origins of novel pathogens, SAGO, a body of disease scientists who will continue to study the origins of SARS-CoV-2 as well as other dangerous new bugs. Maria Van Kerkhove, the technical lead for COVID at the WHO, has been vocal about the barriers to progress. There's very little information that can be accessed with regard to lab data, with regard to breach of biosafety or biosecurity. And that's the problem, she told me recently, saying that she had discussed the issue directly with Chinese officials. That's what's frustrating, she added. With that lack of information, you're left with these gaping holes. Popular articles espousing the lab leak idea also began to blossom forth around this time, in magazines and newspapers and on web platforms. In January 2021, New York Magazine carried a COVID origin article by Nicholson Baker, who had lately published a book on American bioweapons research in the early 1950s and his frustrations with the Freedom of Information Act. Baker now raised the what-if question about coronavirus research. In May 2021, Nicholas Wade, who once worked for the New York Times, published a long article in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists describing the collaborations between Cheng Liji's lab and EcoHealth Alliance for research on bat coronaviruses as potential threats to human health. Research that, Wade suggested, could have led to the escape of a virus intentionally made more dangerous to humans. Soon afterward, another science writer with former connections to the Times, Donald G. McNeil Jr., found himself moved by Wade's article to do further probing and questioning, and posted a more judicious essay concluding, "All we have so far is speculation, and all the explanations are unsatisfactory." In early June, Vanity Fair followed with a feature by the journalist Catherine Eben, suggesting that research at the WIV, or alternatively, field collection of bat samples and the accidental infection of a field worker, might have put the virus, engineered or not, into people. Then came Jon Stewart. On June 14th, 2021, the comedian appeared on Stephen Colbert's show and announced with sublime confidence and transcendent shallowness his grounds for certainty that the virus first detected in Wuhan had come from a Wuhan lab. "If you look at the name," he shouted, "look at the name." Stewart got the name of the institution wrong. In fact, he called WIV the Wuhan Novel Respiratory Coronavirus Lab, though he got the name of the city right. How much that mattered to Colbert's millions of viewers is unknown. Throughout 2020 and 2021, scientists with deep expertise in relevant fields, especially molecular evolutionary virology, veterinary virology, and molecular phylogenetics, the drawing of family trees by comparison of genomes, were busy too. Their efforts added data and analyses to the natural origin side of the balance. One study by 2 Chinese researchers and 3 Westerners showed that the wet markets in Wuhan, not just the notorious Huanan, but also 3 others, contained numerous shops selling wild animals for food from May 2017 to November 2019. The offerings included raccoon dogs, masked palm civets, and Malayan porcupines. Many of the animals showed what seemed to be wounds from gunshots or tracks, suggesting harvest from the wild, as distinct from farm-raised wildlife, but lacked the requisite documentation to make their sale legal under China's wildlife protection law. That's important, because it gave local authorities incentive, as the pandemic spread, to close the market, as they did on January 1st, 2020, and conceal whatever illegalities had been ignored by enforcement officers there. For all the assumptions made about China's motivation to cover up a lab leak, it's worth remembering that they would have had similar motivations, including that $70 billion national industry, to cover up a devastatingly consequential market leak. Another study, published by Science in July 2022, with Michael Warabi as first author, joined by Eddie Holmes and Marion Koopmans and many others, considered the spatial pattern of more than 150 of the earliest COVID-19 cases from December 2019. Warabi and colleagues found that not only were Huanan market customers and workers, and people in contact with those customers or workers, among those cases living close to the market, but so were patients with no known epidemiological link to the market. Therefore, that market was the early epicenter of the pandemic, as the paper's title declared. A distinct but related study that appeared around the same time, with Warabi and other co-authors, but in this case with Jonathan Pekar as first author, looked at the shape of the SARS-CoV-2 family tree. It was unexpected, as drawn from comparison of genome sequenced from human samples taken at the beginning of the pandemic, it consisted of two thick limbs branching from a trunk, then each limb exploding into many tiny stems, without intermediate branches. The two major limbs were lineages, labeled Lineage A and Lineage B, from which all the virus's later diversity arose. Lineage B was the more prolific and successful, accounting for most of the world's COVID-19 cases, including all early cases directly linked to the market. Lineage A had been found in the market too by the Chinese team that swabbed after the place was summarily closed. That smudge of A turned up on a pair of discarded gloves. Lineage A was also detected in two COVID patients living near the market. Pekar and his colleagues did a high-tech analysis of the tree pattern, those two big limbs, then that explosion of twiggy stems from each, and concluded that the virus probably entered humans multiple times. The outbreak of human infections, they judged, most likely had at least two separate beginnings. Why did this finding matter? Two spillovers into people from a market stall holding infected raccoon dogs was more parsimonious than two separately infected laboratory workers carrying their infections independently to the same market. Partly that's because of geography. The Wuhan Institute of Virology, as Jon Stewart tried to say, is indeed in the city of Wuhan, but it sits on the other side of the Yangtze River, more than 7 miles as the crow flies from the Huanan market.
With no fees or minimums, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than deciding to...
We found a faster route via I-71 South, which saves 2 minutes. If you prefer to stay on the current route, tap no thanks.
Listen to another episode of your favorite podcast, and with no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank. Capital One NA. Member FDIC.
Beginning early this year, the popularity of the lab accident idea, which grew steadily from 2020 through 2022, received several additional boosts. On February 26th, the Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. Department of Energy, one of the organizations assigned earlier by President Biden to study the origin question, offered a new judgment. Previously undecided, the DOE's intelligence people now concluded, though with low confidence, that the pandemic most likely began from a lab leak. The journal's reporters had this from a classified intelligence report, unavailable for scrutiny by the public, but delivered to the White House and key members of Congress who were unidentified. The next day, CNN's website posted a follow-up story stating that 3 sources, also unidentified, had told CNN that the DOE based its shift partly on information about research done at the Wuhan Center for Disease Control and Prevention, another disease-related facility in the city more than 7 miles from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. This caught my attention because I knew that the Wuhan CDC, having recently relocated, was now just a few hundred yards from the Huanan market. It occurred to me, disquietingly, that a virus leak from the center might fit the spatial clustering of early cases around the market, as analyzed by Warabi and his colleagues, in a way that a putative leak from the WIV did not. But nothing more on that provocative assertion has come from CNN or from any other news outlet in the months since. I was reminded that the Wuhan CDC moved to its new location near the market only on December 2nd, 2019. That date, plus the time presumably needed to bring laboratory work back online, might not jibe with a viral outbreak that most likely began in late November. In any case, 2 different sources with good access to the Chinese research community told me that the Wuhan CDC, as distinct from the national CDC in Beijing, had no coronavirus research program before the pandemic. One of those sources, Jane Chu, a China-born independent journalist, added that the Wuhan group's mandate was mainly technical tasks, such as disease surveillance, rather than research. Chu couldn't name her own sources due to their potential jeopardy in China. Still more recently, in mid-June, came the Substack article I alluded to earlier, claiming that Ben Hu and 2 others from Sheng Lixi's lab were the first people infected by the virus, and therefore the starting point of the pandemic. Hosted by Michael Schellenberger and 2 co-authors, this article cited unidentified sources within the U.S. government. Hu was the first author on a 2017 paper describing the Xi group's discovery of multiple coronaviruses related to SARS-CoV-2 in bats from a cave, not the Moxiang mine, in southern China, and experimental work on 3 of those viruses that some critics consider risky. Hu and the other 2 scientists, according to Schellenberger and his co-authors, had contracted COVID-19-like illnesses in November 2019, suggesting that they were the conduits of a lab leak. Hu himself promptly denied the allegation in an email to John Cohen at Science. I did not get sick in autumn 2019. And
in 2 miles, use the right lane to take exit 109A for I-670 west toward Dayton.
Not have COVID-19-like symptoms at that time. Furthermore, Hu told Cohen he and both colleagues had tested negative for signs of recent COVID infection, antibodies, in March 2020. The surge of opinion for the lab leak idea was interrupted in March when Florence Deba, a scientist working for France's National Center for Scientific Research, discovered another body of interesting evidence, long missing but now found. This was genomic data, from the swab sampling of door surfaces and equipment and other items, including that pair of discarded gloves, gathered at the Huanan market in early 2020, but withheld since that time. The data were released, perhaps by mistake, and Debar was alert enough to spot them and recognize what they were. A team of researchers, including Warabi, detected a pattern in the data. Strong proximity between samples containing raccoon dog DNA and others containing SARS-CoV-2 fragments, and some samples that contained both, from stalls in the southwest corner of the market where wild animals had been sold as food. Malayan porcupine DNA and a more hedgehog DNA were also found near the virus, but raccoon dogs were of special interest because of their proven susceptibility to SARS-CoV-2. These findings didn't establish that raccoon dogs had carried the virus into the market, but they added plausibility and detail to that scenario. Notwithstanding the Debar Group's revelations, the lab leak idea has remained strongly preferred by public opinion, and not just in the United States. According to one...
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take exit 109A for I-670 west toward Dayton.
As of April 2023, 62% of Italian respondents, 56% in France, and 50% in the United Kingdom found the lab leak idea most compelling.
Use the right lane to take exit 109A, then keep right at the fork.
Sizable segments of undecided and flummoxed people, leaving only modest minorities embracing natural spillover. Earlier polling showed lab-related scenarios even more strongly favored in still other countries, ranging from 73% in Kenya and 64% in Hungary.
Keep right at the fork.
58% in Brazil. Various factors may account for this public drift to the lab leak hypothesis. In my view, a preponderance of empirical...
Continue on I-670 west for 2 miles.
biological evidence is not one of them. I agree it's important to remain open-minded toward a lab leak possibility. But
in 2 miles, take exit 2A for Ohio 315 South.
Most of the arguments made in support of that possibility boil down to conjecture from circumstance and unsupported accusations. To speak of a lab leak hypothesis in the singular is, of course, misleading. There are multiple lab leak hypotheses, just as there are multiple ways a natural spillover could have occurred. A more encompassing and emollient phrase is research-related incident, preferred by Jamie Metzl and some other critics. That covers several possibilities, including the chance that misbegotten gain-of-function research at the WIV or the Wuhan CDC or who knows where yielded a dangerous new hybrid virus that escaped through a malfunctioning autoclave or an infected technician or grad student. In support of this scenario, proponents point to a grant proposal known as DEFUSE, made by EcoHealth Alliance to a U.S. Defense Research Agency in 2018, though never funded, for experiments that some critics construe as potentially dangerous gain-of-function research. Another research-related possibility: the nightmare that some Chinese bio-warfare program created a murderous virus intentionally, but let it escape to the world by some catastrophic goof. Still another, the notion that a scientific field worker became infected while taking samples from bats in, say, the Mojiang mine, where Cheng Lixi's team found RATG-13. They're all vivid, but not all logical. And it seems to me they don't reinforce one another. If a wild coronavirus from the Mojiang mine was capable of infecting and transmitting among humans, for instance, then it didn't need a furin cleavage site to be inserted during reckless or malevolent lab work. And if it infected a scientific field worker in 2013, and that field worker returned to Wuhan, where did the virus linger for 6 years before exploding through the city's population in 2019? And if the virus was engineered in Xi's lab, using sophisticated gene editing methods, or was transformed into this dangerous pathogen by passaging a less dangerous virus through cell cultures or living mice, which seems far-fetched, and then subsequently escaped, then the Mojiang mine, with all its sinister narrative appeal, is irrelevant.
In half a mile, take exit 2A for Ohio 315 South.
In other words, the various research-related incident hypotheses may each be plausible, some more than others, but they compete against one another. You can't pile them all on the scale and judge the likelihood of
take exit 2A.
Natural origin by their combined weight. Lab leak partisans have focused intently on Xi and her lab. But it's important to bear in mind that Xi has made her career by publishing research and issuing warnings about potentially dangerous coronaviruses found in the wild, not by keeping them secret. If she had such a formidably dangerous virus in her lab in 2018 or 2019, a virus similar to the original SARS virus, but with a receptor-binding domain and a furin cleavage site well-shaped for human infection, features that could make it even more dangerous, she presumably would have announced that important discovery from the pages of a leading journal, to her professional gain as well as the benefit of the world. She didn't. And there's a small body of lost evidence recently recovered that seems to support this logic. In 2018, a scientist named Jia Chu led a study of SARS-related coronaviruses in bats. His purpose was to illuminate the evolution of the original SARS virus by placing it on a family tree of its relatives. Cho had been a postdoctoral fellow in Eddie Holmes's lab, going from there to the Wuhan Institute of Virology for a couple of years, then to a position in Shanghai. Cho and a group of colleagues, including both Holmes and
in a quarter mile, use the middle 2 lanes to take the exit toward I-71 South.
Xi analyzed partial genome sequences of 60 coronaviruses detected in bat samples collected from 2011 to 2016.
Use the middle 2 lanes to take the exit toward I-71 South, then keep left at the fork.
They wrote a paper and submitted it to a leading virology journal. It was rejected.
Keep left at the fork. Continue on I-71 South for 81 miles.
They tried another. Rejected. The journal's reviewers wanted complete genome sequences, but the team had only partials. So in October 2018, they gave up on that paper. They pulled it from the submission process. They forgot about it. In the meantime, they'd submitted their partial but telling genome data to an international database, GenBank, with a routine stipulation that it would be embargoed, in this case, for 4 years. The embargo allowed them to retain exclusive access to the data for that period in the event they wanted to revive the project. 4 years passed, and then in October 2022, the embargo expired. The data, mothballed since just before the pandemic and now publicly available, were revealing for what they did not include: a progenitor of the pandemic virus. Here were 60 coronaviruses that Cheng Li-Shi and others had considered intriguing in 2018, but nothing that matched SARS-CoV-2. "Where's the virus?" said Eddie Holmes, recounting this to me recently. "The virus is absolutely not there." 2 other arguments on the lab leak side deserve attention. Each can be phrased as a question. Why did SARS-CoV-2 from the start seem to be very well adapted to humans? And why, if its natural host was some kind of bat, has that host not yet been found after 3.5 years? The first of those questions ignores the fact that SARS-CoV-2 has shown itself from the beginning to be quite capable of infecting other mammals, cats and dogs, and eventually a wide range of them: tigers, gorillas, mink, white-tailed deer, and others, not just humans. The second question betrays a lack of familiarity with the history of emerging viruses. When a novel virus appears suddenly in humans, causing disease and alarm, the search for its natural host is always an urgent task. But such ecological work is difficult to do amid the public health emergency of an outbreak, and once the outbreak, or epidemic, or pandemic is controlled, the sense of urgency and the available research money tend to disappear. Finding the host animal is sometimes easy, by luck, and sometimes hard. Identifying horseshoe bats with high confidence as the likely host of the original SARS virus took 15 years. Tracing the Marburg virus to its reservoir host in Egyptian fruit bats took 41 years, or 42 if you count the time to publication. And the natural host of Ebola virus, despite what you may think you've heard, is still unidentified, 47 years after its emergence at a remote mission hospital in what was then Zaire. The suggested linkage between Ebola virus and some form of bat is still supposition, not settled scientific fact, and we have enough suppositions entangled with this subject already. So what's tilting the scales of popular opinion toward lab leak? The answer to that is not embedded deeply in the arcane data I've been skimming through here. What's tilting the scales, it seems to me, is cynicism and narrative appeal. I asked about this in conversation with David Relman, a biosecurity expert who is also an author of the Investigate letter with Jesse Bloom. To some extent, Relman agreed. When you sow the seeds of distrust, or suggest that you haven't been transparent with what you knew, he told me, you're setting yourself up for a persistent, insidious, continuing distrust. That inclines people to assume that there was something deliberate or deliberately concealed. The seeds of distrust have been growing in America's civic garden and the world's for a long time. More than 60% of Americans, according to polling within the past several years, still decline to believe that Lee Harvey Oswald, acting alone, killed John F. Kennedy. Is that because people have read the Warren Commission report, found it unpersuasive, and minutely scrutinized the magic bullet theory? No. It's because they've learned to be distrustful, and because a conspiracy theory of any big event is more dramatic and satisfying than a small, stupid explanation. Like the notion that a feckless loser could kill a president by hitting 2 out of 3 shots with a $13 rifle. Most of us don't reach our opinions by fastidious calibration of empirical evidence. We default to our priors, as Jesse Bloom noted, or we embrace stories that have simple plots, good and bad characters, and melodramatic trajectories, and that seem commensurate in scope to the event in question. The process of scientific discovery is a complicated story involving data collection, hypothesis testing, hypothesis falsification, hypothesis revision, further testing, and brilliant but fallible humans doing all that work. Scientific malfeasance driven by hubris and leading to runaway trouble, on the other hand, is a much simpler story that goes back at least to Mary Shelley's 1818 novel Frankenstein. Carl Bergstrom is an evolutionary biologist and an author of commentaries on scientific misinformation. He ponders, among other things, how students of science are taught, or at least should be taught, about not just what science says, but what science is. I asked Bergstrom about the human affinity for dark theories of big events. There was something about that in Thomas Hardy, he told me. It's in Tess of the D'Urbervilles, where Tess is doomed by hapless chance. It really sucks. to live in a world where we are at the mercy of hapless chance. I had never read Tess of the D'Urbervilles, to my embarrassment, so I stuck with SARS-CoV-2. This is not a contest now in the public domain between bodies of evidence, I proposed. This is a contest between stories. Yeah, Bergstrom said. That's right.
This podcast is supported by the Polestar 3. Designing an SUV for the electric age means redesigning what an SUV can be. Introducing the Polestar 3. Designed to go farther with up to 300 miles of range. Designed to protect with advanced safety systems. Designed to look and sound like nothing else on the road. Polestar 3. The SUV for the electric age. Visit Polestar.com to learn more and design yours today.
Good morning. Welcome to Axios Today. It's Sunday, August 20th. Today, an investigation into how the Chinese Communist Party is exporting its authoritarian political model to Africa. It's a special Sunday episode of Axios Today. I'm Nyla Bowden. A coup in Niger and its violent aftermath has Western powers, including the U.S., scrambling to keep an anti-terrorism presence in the region, something U.S. officials say is critical. And the turmoil is also affecting China's relationship with the West African nation. As one of the largest investors in Niger, China has put billions into its oil sector for one, and a major Chinese project, an $800 million hydroelectric dam in Niger, has been suspended because of the coup. But across the continent in Tanzania, China's role looks different. There, the Chinese Communist Party's first overseas training institute is teaching up-and-coming African leaders Beijing's approach to governing. It's part of China's plan to create an authoritarian-friendly political bloc in Africa. Axios' Bethany Allen Ibrahimian went to Tanzania as part of the investigative series China's Shadow Empire, funded by the Pulitzer Center. And Bethany joins me now. Hi, Bethany.
Hi, Nyla.
Bethany, we've heard so much about the recent coup in Niger and how anti-Western these coup leaders are. Big picture, how has Beijing been trying to influence African countries to adopt their brand of government generally?
Well, the Chinese Communist Party has a very long history of close ties to many nations across the African continent, and a lot of those relationships date back to an era of colonialism, or, just as countries were emerging from colonialism and gaining independence. So there were strong liberation movements, and the Chinese Communist Party, too, viewed itself as pulling China, out of the grip of Western powers. And so the Chinese Communist Party and numerous African nations, including Tanzania, including Niger, there's a strong sense of kinship that we are not Western powers, we're not colonial powers. We can together develop, and we can be strong despite the history of Western imperialism.
And China's focus on the continent, how does that differ from other parts of the world?
The Chinese government's activities across Africa are in many ways like what we've seen with China's activities elsewhere, but it's dialed up to a 10 in Africa. So I think that the West has overlooked Africa to such a huge extent. And I think that the Chinese government has rightly recognized that Africa really is the future. Nigeria is projected to be one of the most populous nations in the world by 2100. There's so much untapped energy and potential there, and it's been so underfunded and so underdeveloped, especially in terms of its infrastructure. And so the Chinese government says, that they want to treat African nations like equal partners, and to kind of recognize that gap. And also it's been a huge, basically, business opportunity for the Chinese government and for Chinese state-owned enterprises. Many African countries are rich in natural resources, mining, cobalt, many key resources and minerals. And the Chinese government has really locked up a lot of that. And that's been pretty controversial because some African leaders and analysts, and some in the West too, have referred to this as a kind of neo-colonialism, because
Chinese state-owned enterprises go in and lock up these resources and mine them and just ship them back to China and don't really contribute very much, to the local economies.
After the break, how China is influencing Tanzania through a new training institute for up-and-coming leaders.
Got a business problem? There's a TED Talk for that. Stay updated on everything business on TED Business, a podcast hosted by Columbia Business School professor Modupe Akinola. Every week, she'll introduce you to leaders with unique insights on work, answering questions like, how do 4-day work weeks work? Will a machine ever take my job? Get some surprising answers on TED Business, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Welcome back to a special edition of Axios Today. I'm Nyla Bouyer. We were just talking about how China has increased its efforts to influence countries in the African continent. So, Bethany, let's zoom in on Tanzania. Why has the Chinese Communist Party created its first overseas training institute there?
Yeah, it's such a fascinating development. In 2018, the Chinese Communist Party's Central Party School, which is the training institute in Beijing that trains the country's top political elites, that school gave a $40 million donation to build this school in Tanzania, which is called the Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Leadership School, named after Tanzania's founding father. And it is a partnership between the Chinese Communist Party and the ruling parties of 6 African nations, not just Tanzania, but also Mozambique, Angola, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. What all of those 6 ruling parties have in common is that they have ruled their nation for decades. So even though these 6 countries on paper have some version of a multi-party democracy, in practice, the parties that rule them haven't shared power. And so the school, it's a cementing of these long-standing ties between the Chinese Communist Party and these 6 ruling parties. And what is so fascinating about this is that actually what the Chinese Communist Party is doing is teaching members of these ruling parties China's own model of authoritarianism, which is the supremacy of the one-party state. While this school just opened last year in 2022, and we don't know yet if the ruling parties in these 6 countries are actually emulating the Chinese Communist Party yet, what we do know is that this system definitely has a clear appeal because the Chinese Communist Party is advertising it as the secret recipe that helped China rise out of poverty and rise above its colonized roots and become the global superpower that it is.
So Bethany, you visited Tanzania. How is that actually being taught at this institute? What kind of things are they doing?
We were able to find some of the party officials who had received training here, and we spoke to them even though technically we weren't supposed to, but they were willing to talk to us. Here's what one party official from Namibia said about what he was learning from the training.
And one thing that I have learned is that we must solve our own problems instead of going to court, instead of using future theories and those things. We must solve our own problems in turn.
That was Colin Ngujapoya, who is an official in Namibia's ruling party, who attended the June training. We also spoke to Lufunyo Hussein, who is an instructor at the Institute and also a member of the ruling party in Tanzania, CCM. He repeated for us the CCM party line, which is that Tanzania is a democracy, a very robust multi-party democracy that is not authoritarian and has no problems. And this was a line that we heard over and over again in Tanzania. People told us that Tanzania has a constitution and that there's no risk of Tanzania sliding towards authoritarianism. But the problem is Tanzania has already slipped towards authoritarianism. The previous president, Magufuli, had journalists arrested. There were assassination attempts against opposition parties. And in fact, he banned opposition parties from even holding rallies, which in Tanzania is the most basic form of political organizing. And so we've already seen that the Tanzanian constitution and its rule of law is not sufficient to protect the government and the political system from someone who wants to make the country more authoritarian.
Bethany, so going back to where we started, when U.S. officials visited Niger recently in an attempt to broker a deal there, they were soundly rejected. How does what China's doing affect not just American geopolitical influence across Africa, but any nation that wants to promote democratic ideals?
Well, the CCP is trying to create an authoritarian-friendly bloc on the world stage, and they've already been fairly successful in doing that. This is an even more direct attempt to do that. And having that kind of bloc, having that kind of support, not only will help insulate China from the growing number of Western sanctions that it's facing and U.S. attempts to isolate certain strategic industries in China, but can also help it deflect criticism for its human rights record. Essentially, what the Chinese Communist Party wants to do is to legitimize a one-party state or a single-party authoritarianism as a perfectly acceptable and even admirable alternative to democracy.
Bethany Allen Ibrahimian is Axios' China reporter, joining us from Taiwan. Thanks, Bethany.
Thanks so much, Nyla.
Thanks for joining us for this special weekend episode of Axios Today. This episode was produced by Lydia McMullen-Laird. Our sound engineer is Alex Sugayara, and our supervising producer is Alexandra Bookty. Thanks to the Pulitzer Center for support of this journalism. We'll add a link to Bethany's full story and the entire series in our show notes. I'm Nyla Boodoo. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning for a regular show.
Got a business problem? There's a TED Talk for that. Stay updated on everything business on TED Business, a podcast hosted by Columbia Business School professor Modupe Akinola. Every week, she'll introduce you to leaders with unique insights on work, answering questions like, how do 4-day work weeks work? To, will a machine ever take my job? Get some surprising answers on TED Business, wherever you listen to podcasts.
It could be the first tropical storm to hit California in more than 80 years.
Now called Hurricane Hillary, is threatening high winds and dangerous flooding when it comes ashore later this weekend.
I'm Scott Simon.
I'm Aisha Roscoe, and this is Up First from NPR News. The storm is expected to weaken as it moves toward Mexico's Baja Peninsula.
The U.S. is on the cusp of a manufacturing boom.
A major expansion of America's chip production, with Intel announcing a new $20 billion chip factory in Ohio.
Micron planning to build the largest U.S. semiconductor factory ever.
Taiwan Semiconductor announced a tripling of its spending here. $40 billion on 2 chip plants in Phoenix.
All of these factories are building semiconductor chips, technology that's become the lifeblood of the modern economy. Chips power every electronic system, from cell phones and toasters to cars and weapons for the military. It's been driven by a promise of billions of federal dollars and one of the most significant acts of government intervention since World War II. But who gets that money is largely the responsibility of one government agency, the Department of Commerce, under Secretary Gina Raimondo.
Folks, the stakes couldn't be higher, could not be higher, which is why we have to win.
And the department has turned to a surprising group of people to help decide who gets the funds. Welcome to The Journal, our show about money, business, and power. I'm Jessica Mendoza. It's Monday, August 21st. Coming up on the show, with billions of dollars of funding available, can the U.S. revive a major manufacturing industry?
This episode is brought to you by ServiceNow. Businesses today are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow?
Do you satisfy your shareholders or your customers? Now, you don't have to choose. With the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow, you can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. See how ServiceNow can help you put yes to work. Tap the banner to learn more or visit servicenow.com.
The U.S. was once the top player in semiconductor chips.
The U.S. is where the semiconductor industry started back in 1960s, 70s, and the U.S. is still the leader in designing of chips, coming up with the most advanced technology.
That's our colleague Yuka Hayashi.
But if you look at manufacturing of chips, the U.S. is not a very significant player anymore. In fact, the U.S. only makes about 10% of global chip supplies.
How did that happen?
The cost of production was much cheaper in countries like Japan initially. Then countries like South Korea and Taiwan caught up, and they started building their factories very fast with very generous help of their governments. And a lot of companies have maintained their production facilities in the US, but they've also outsourced a lot of their Japanese to Asian countries. So the manufacturing of chips in this country just shrunk drastically over the past decades.
And in recent years, it's become clear that that's a problem. There were chip shortages exacerbated by the pandemic, supply chain snags that hobbled technology companies that rely on semiconductors. And then there's China. As relations between the US and China have continued to sour, chips have become a flashpoint. China's been investing heavily in its semiconductor industry. And one thing the US does not want is for China to be able to develop the most advanced semiconductor chips, the kind that could power artificial intelligence and military technology. Right now, there's really only one place that's capable of making those kinds of chips: Taiwan, which is also, in the US's view, a problem.
Taiwan is a very close ally of the US, but it's at the center of the geographic tension in East Asia. China claims Taiwan to be part of its own territory. So if some kind of emergency happens and supplies of chips from Taiwan get suspended, we are going to be in a lot of trouble.
So last year, the U.S. passed the CHIPS Act, which was meant to strengthen national security by cutting reliance on imported chips. The law sets aside billions of dollars to make producing chips here in the U.S. more attractive to companies. And in charge of managing those funds is the Commerce Department. Secretary Gina Raimondo gave a speech in February outlining the vision for the CHIPS Act.
The research, innovation, and manufacturing sparked by this law will enable the United States to be the technological superpower, securing our economic and national security for the next generation. Just like our leadership in nuclear energy and the space race. Our ability to maintain our competitive edge in advanced technology is essential to our ability to ensure the responsible deployment of that technology.
Starting in February, companies could apply to the Commerce Department for a piece of $39 billion. But instead of turning to the typical government bureaucrat to figure out who gets the money, Raimondo did something unusual. She brought in a team largely made up of former Wall Streeters.
These people are professional deal makers. They know how to use data, how to negotiate people in, very sophisticated ways. I spoke to a man named Srujan Linga, and he was a star investment banker at Goldman Sachs, and he just left recently. And he traded his $5 million job on Wall Street to a government job that pays $185,000.
I mean, that's a big pay cut.
That's a big pay cut. And he said that it was a hard decision to make. So I asked him why he made that switch, and he said that he's an Indian immigrant. He came to the US for grad school and stayed on and became a very successful investment banker. And somebody showed him this opportunity, and he thought that this was a great way for him to give back to the country that gave him so much.
Linga is one of about 36 professionals who've been recruited to work on this project. They come from private equity, investment banking, or consulting firms. They've left their high-paying jobs in nice offices to work out of a cavernous government building in D.C., in cramped rooms with steel furniture. And the head of the team is this man.
We are working literally as hard as we can. I'm probably working as hard as I ever have worked in my life.
This is Todd Fisher.
I spent my career in the private sector, 30 years in the financial world, 25 years at KKR, major asset management company. And I wanted to have a second chapter to my career. I wanted to focus on being directly impactful on the world.
The government recruiting an entire team of private sector professionals is unprecedented. And according to Yucca sources, it reflects just how high priority this project is. Not many in the team have direct experience in the semiconductor industry, but they do work closely with defense experts and economists. How do you see your skills kind of applying to this particular effort?
I am not an expert in semiconductors. What I'm bringing to the team is a knowledge of how do you create the right structure and how do you create the right evaluation to make decisions as to where to put your money, how to allocate money that is most effective and also protects taxpayer dollars. In effect, creating within Commerce like a mini private equity firm. Those aspects are something I've done, for my whole career in the private sector.
Todd and the team are in the middle of deciding who will receive billions from the U.S. government. That's next.
This episode is brought to you by Natrol. With school just around the corner, time to think about getting your kids' sleep routine back to routine. Thankfully, there's Natrol Kids Melatonin, 100% drug-free. The formula helps safely soothe your child to sleep on those nights they need a little extra help, so they wake up rested and ready for the school day ahead. Shop now at Natrol.com. This product helps with occasional sleeplessness. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent diseases.
More than 460 companies have expressed interest in getting funding from the CHIPS Act. What can you tell us about the pool of applicants?
Well, what I can tell you is that the statements of interest have been growing significantly over the last, I guess it's been 4 months since we've put out our funding opportunity. That we didn't know what to exactly expect. I would say that has surpassed our expectations in terms of interest in the program.
Todd couldn't get specific, but the companies likely include some of the biggest names in the semiconductor industry, like Intel and Samsung, and also some smaller ones. Todd did say that about half of them want funding to actually build chip manufacturing or fabrication plants, called fabs. But there are others interested in supporting these plants through supplying equipment or packaging.
They really do span a spectrum of the ecosystem.
Okay, so I was sort of picturing the companies that would provide these statements of interest would be more like focused on actually like building the factories, but it sounds like it's broader than that, what you're getting.
It is broader than that because the program itself is broader than that. So, and it includes the supply chain. If you only solve this issue by having the fabs in this country and all the supply chain is somewhere else or in countries of concern, we haven't really addressed the full challenge.
So I'm curious about what your team considers, when you're thinking about divvying out this government money.
By far, the single biggest thing we spend our time on is the economic and national security. Topic 2 is really about commercial and financial viability. Can this be successful after CHIPS money runs out? What are we incenting? And how will the company over time create that as a sustainable and growing company?
And another piece they're looking at?
Workforces, critical component of this. It's in the news a lot, but the fact is, to try to do something new, we also need a workforce and a skill set that has not been in the U.S. for many years. And so how do we make sure that these companies are going to have the workforce that they need to run those plants? And then a series of other topics, particularly around R&D and some other sort of supply chain and ecosystem aspects.
There are strings attached to the money, strings that line up with Biden administration priorities. Some projects have to provide plans for high-quality childcare for plant workers. Companies may have to share part of any unexpected profits with the U.S. And preference will go to companies that promise not to buy back stock. Basically, trying to ensure that money gets reinvested in the company itself, and not with Wall Street investors. There are other policy guidelines, like restrictions on firms trying to expand in China. It's a broad effort to use policy to influence business. Some have pressed the government to scale back on these conditions, saying they pose an unreasonable burden. If this project is meant to help address national security issues stemming from the fact that most manufacturing of semiconductor chips happen abroad, it almost seems natural to assume that you would want to also give more money to American companies versus non-American ones. Is that something your team is thinking about at all?
Actually, not really. The funding opportunity does not show a preference for an American or a non-American company. What we want is we want strong companies, whether they're American or not, to consider and creating their broader ecosystems in this country.
The fact that the money is available to non-U.S. companies has drawn some criticism. The CEO of Intel, the U.S.'s largest chip manufacturer, said that his company should, quote, benefit more from the funds than some of his foreign competitors. But there's a reason why the U.S. is opening it up to foreign companies.
A big goal for the U.S. government this time is to attract some of the East Asian chip manufacturers who have the most advanced technologies to come to the U.S. and build or expand their facilities. One big target company is Taiwan's.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto the I-71 South ramp to Cincinnati.
Semiconductor manufacturing, TSMC. That is the company that make most of the world's most advanced semiconductors. And TSMC is currently building a big chip factory in Arizona.
Turn right onto the I-71 South ramp.
And they are hoping to get the help from the CHIPS Act to support that construction effort.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-71 South.
It may still be months before the applicants are granted the money. And even then, Yuka's reporting suggests that the $39 billion might not be enough.
Some economists believe that it takes $3 trillion to sort of bring the semiconductor industry to...
Continue on I-71 South for 36 miles.
The sort of modern standard. So compared to that, $39 billion in subsidies is very small. But compared with other government intervention effort in the U.S., in the private sector, I would say this is a significant amount. The U.S. does have a very competitive semiconductor industry. We have companies that have the world's most advanced technologies. It's just that their manufacturing of products has not been taking place much in this country. So we have the technology base for that. And also the U.S. government has a lot of resources. So when the U.S. government gets serious and spends a lot of money trying to support these industries, it could have very meaningful impact.
That's all for today, Monday, August 21st. The Journal is a co-production of Gimlet and the Wall Street Journal. If you like the show, follow us on Spotify or wherever you listen. We're out every weekday afternoon. Thanks for listening. See you tomorrow.
Introducing the new Anastasia Beverly Hills Lash Sculpt Lengthening and Volumizing Mascara. Perfect for sculpted extension effect lashes. Its ingredient-rich, long-wear formula stretches, sculpts, and separates lashes from root to tip without flaking, clumping, or smudging. Build ultra-lengthened and hyper-volumized lashes with every coat. Shop Anastasia Beverly Hills Lash Sculpt Lengthening plus Volumizing Mascara online and in stores today.
Mexico's Baja Peninsula, but still drenched Southern California, southwestern Arizona, and southern Nevada. We have the details.
The rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is at its highest level in 21 years. What that might mean for homeowners and hopefuls in a minute.
And a gathering at Camp David, what the U.S., Japan, and South Korea discussed at the presidential retreat.
So please stay with us. We've got the news you need to start your weekend.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Carvana. With Carvana's new value tracker, you can track your car's value over time and learn what's driving it with personalized insights and updates. Stay up to speed with your car's value with Carvana Value Tracker. Visit Carvana.com.
Hi, it's Emily Kwong from NPR Shortwave Podcast. I'm one of thousands of NPR network voices coming to you from over 200 local newsrooms across the country. We bring all people closer together through free and independent journalism, music, politics, culture, science, and so much more. The NPR Network. What you hear changes everything. Learn more at npr.org/network.
Tropical storm watch has been issued for Southern California, the first ever. Hurricane Hilary is making its way up toward Mexico's Baja Peninsula and is expected to pass into the U.S. on Sunday evening as a tropical storm.
The National Weather Service says, quote, life-threatening flooding is likely. And scientists say human-caused global warming can make intense storms like Hilary more common. NPR Climate Desk's Julia Simon joins us now. Julia, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Aisha.
So we can't yet officially say this storm is the result of climate change, but we can look at the link between humanity and severe weather, which seems to be happening a lot lately, right?
We know that humans burning fossil fuels means that the whole Earth is heating up, and the ocean stores a lot of that heat. When ocean water is extra hot, it's easier for these big hurricanes to form. That hot water is sort of...
You ever been there when an uncomfortable question about race comes up, but you don't know how to answer? That's where Code Switch lives. Each week, we're talking about race and how it intersects with every other aspect of your life, from politics and pop culture to history and food. Listen now to the Code Switch podcast from NPR.
Hi, this is Angie from Indianapolis. I'm at Howard University in Washington, D.C. today, dropping my daughter off for her freshman year of college. This podcast was recorded at
1:08 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday, August 21st.
Things may have changed by the time you hear this, but my daughter will still be a Howard Bison, and I will still be missing her terribly. Here's the show.
I put my kindergartner on the bus today for the first time. So
was that
my baby.
Sad?
I did not cry. It's not that I wasn't sad. It's that I held it together. Thank you very much.
All right, well, hey there, it's the NPR Politics Podcast. I'm Asma Khalid, I cover the White House.
I'm Tamara Keith. I also cover the White House.
And I'm Domenic Montanaro, senior political editor and correspondent.
And today on the show, we're going to talk about the devastation in Maui and the president's role as consoler-in-chief. President Biden is headed to Hawaii today as the state reels from one of the deadliest wildfires in recent U.S. history. More than 100 are dead, thousands are displaced. The beach town of Lahaina was almost Hawaii's First Lady, Jamie Kanani Green.
More than 200 years ago, King Kamehameha I unified our islands and made Lahaina the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom. Over 2 centuries, with their aloha, their dedication, and their hard work, the people of Lahaina built their town into a special place.
Tam, you can hear just the emotion in her voice. People have really been struggling with the recovery, and the president's visit comes about 2 weeks after the fire started. What will Biden be doing while he's in Hawaii?
Yeah, and you mentioned the death toll. It could still climb. There are still 850 people unaccounted for. So this is an ongoing and devastating event. The White House says that this is going to be an emotional day for the president, for the First Lady, and obviously for the people of Maui who are still grappling with this. The president will get an aerial tour of the devastation. He'll get an operational briefing. He will deliver remarks. He will meet with first responders and thank them. He will meet with victims and survivors. In a lot of ways, this is the typical consoler-in-chief visit with these sorts of disasters. They are never easy, but being with people who are going through the worst times of their lives is something that President Biden really embraces. I think he would say it's one of his superpowers, is like being there with people, relating to their grief.
You know, that being said, Tam, the White House has faced some criticism from both Republicans, but as well some survivors of this wildfire, that it responded too slowly to the disaster. What is that criticism about?
Right, so it's been 2 weeks. People's lives are nowhere near normal. They are still struggling with very basic things there in Maui. And this is a major disaster. The White House says that they responded immediately. I was traveling with the president out west when the fire happened. As soon as they got the request to declare a major disaster, they did. President Biden addressed it publicly the Thursday after the fires started on Tuesday. But the criticism is that he hasn't been talking about it. He's been on vacation. In fact, he was in Rehoboth Beach, and reporters shouted asking him about the mounting death toll, and he said, no, I'm not going to comment, and he gave a grin that really doesn't play well. Didn't play well in Hawaii, and certainly has been amplified by his political opponents. You know, disasters are the kind of thing where a president can easily get it right, and they can also easily get it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, these tragedies are always about tone for a president and how they interact, how they make people feel, whether it's in person or from afar. You know, when local officials look to the federal government, what do they really want from the government? They want money, right? They want money, they want resources, they want FEMA to be able to come in, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to be able to really supplement what's been going on, because people are at their wits' end, they're exhausted, they need help. And, you know, the White House would say that Biden didn't hear the question very well. They said that that's why he had this sort of no comment that seemed curt, but it certainly fueled Republicans' criticism that he hasn't been saying enough about things. You know, the White House would also point probably to the fact that, the FEMA administrator would like more money, considering climate change and how all of these disasters are really taking an increased toll on communities all across the country and across the world, that the agency, that the federal government, that Democrats would like to increase this funding. But there's a fight right now over how much more money FEMA can get, and FEMA having to dig into some reserve dollars.
So part of the response is what the president and the White House can say and do from afar, but part of it is also about showing up. And Republicans have been criticizing the president in total for his response. So why, Tam, did he not visit sooner?
It's not clear that he could have visited much sooner, simply because of the incredible resources that are required for a presidential visit. Whenever a president comes, they have this massive footprint. Now, it's important for the president to be there, to see it, to be able to elevate the stories of the people who've been affected, but it also just takes local resources.
No, I mean, there are logistical reasons, I hear you, for why the president couldn't go sooner. I think one of the challenges is, in any moment like this, there's also the politics, and we are running up against an election cycle, and so you've heard Republicans really vocally criticize him.
Right, but let's not act like this is something that the president should have done, day one. He's not an emergency responder, right? And this was an ongoing tragedy where people lost their lives. This was a historic part of Hawaii that he's going to now, Maui, that just is devastating, right? And what could a president really functionally do by going there on the ground? What they needed the president to do is be engaged, to be able to work with local officials to get them the money that they need and the resources they need to get in there as soon as possible, and to be able to, number one, give them enough resources and funding to fight for that funding to recover, because this is going to be a very long road for that section of Maui.
You know, I want to ask you both about broadly how presidential responses to natural disasters are interpreted by the public, right? Because to some degree, you have Biden going into Maui today. He could be seen as a bridge builder, as a healer in a week when Republicans may be squabbling with themselves on the debate stage. But there are also some presidential visits that have gone terribly badly. And I think, Domenico, of George W. Bush with Hurricane Katrina in 2005.
Definitely. I mean, obviously that's the one that, it's about optics, right? The White House at the time would say that Bush flying over the area, looking out the window, was him trying to surveil from higher ground to be able to get
that
sense.
picture. Yeah.
Right, but that is the picture that sort of, made him look aloof and out of it, when really the White House would say that was only one part of what he was doing. So all of this has to be carefully choreographed, and that sounds terrible to say when people are losing their lives. But the fact is, you have to be there, be part of it, be on the ground, have the right tone. And that's a big problem in some respects sometimes. I mean, I also think about, former President Trump going to Puerto Rico during Hurricane Maria and tossing paper towels out to folks. And it just seemed like an odd thing to be doing. You can really get yourself in trouble as a president, right? When this is really something that should be a layup, because you should like people, you should want to comfort them, you should want to be there for them.
Well, and George W. Bush, it wasn't just that he looked aloof looking out of the window of Air Force One. Then he went to New Orleans and said heck of a job to the FEMA administrator who had really botched the response.
Michael Brown at the time, And that, you're right. I mean, I think that's the real issue here, is the substance. Do they get the help they need? Yeah. Can they recover in time? Do they have the money?
Do they get the money?
And that is the big question, is the federal response now enough? And 6 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, will the federal response be looked upon favorably or unfavorably? Of course, politics moves in a different schedule.
And I guess we'll see how that all plays out, because there's always these fights in Congress over additional aid money. It hasn't necessarily been easy to get that money through Congress in recent years. All right, it is time for a quick break. We'll be back in a moment.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Betterment. The drama of having an enemy-turned-lover is never chill, but your investing portfolio should be. Betterment is the investing app that lets you be totally chill about your finances. Their automated tech makes it easy to get in the market and stay in the market. Save the drama for that moment when you realize your mortal enemy is actually your soulmate. Betterment. Be invested and totally chill. Learn more at Betterment.com. Investing involves risk. Performance is not guaranteed.
And we're back. And there was also a big tropical storm that flooded Southern California over the weekend. Domenico, we are talking, it seems, about so many climate-related issues, not just on today's pod, but rather routinely in the news. And it is an issue, I will say, in this election cycle, particularly on the Democratic side. We've seen that President Biden has passed what his administration touts as the biggest climate law in history, $369 billion aimed at combating climate change in the Inflation Reduction Act. But at the same time, Biden has been criticized for breaking some climate promises, notably this promise to have no new drilling. And that's upset some particularly younger voters who really prioritize climate. How do you see this all playing out in terms of just Democratic base voters?
Well, I mean, there's clearly one party that's going in one direction and the other party that's going in another. I mean, when we polled on this pretty recently, the majority of Democrats really take climate change very seriously and see it as a major threat. Republicans did, 70% of them say that climate change is either just a minor threat or no threat at all. So that makes it really difficult to get things done when one side of the aisle just doesn't see it as a problem.
the thing is, if you talk about resiliency to storms, resiliency to big bad hurricanes and wildfires, and you put federal money into helping communities be better prepared for climate disasters, and you don't call them climate disasters, everybody wants that money. Everybody needs that money. And so, yes, the politics of climate change are as polarized as anything else in our politics. In terms of President Biden, he does talk about climate change a lot. Certainly I was on this trip with him out west where it was a big theme, trying to basically shout from the rooftops, hey, we did this thing. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act, but it actually deals with climate change. So guys, I'm dealing with climate change. He's out there touting it, trying to get attention to it, trying to get credit for it. But in terms of electoral politics, yes, climate-motivated young voters are deeply disappointed in some of the moves that he's made or some of the projects that are being allowed to go forward. The White House would say they're forced to because of legal cases and whatever. But are those young people going to go vote for a Republican? Probably not. Are they going to stay home? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue, right? I mean, it's the level of enthusiasm overall that, Biden sees this sag, with younger voters who, have shown that they don't have a high approval rating of Biden. It's a mix of whether or not they think that he really is the person who's their standard bearer for the things that they care about. He was never the, huge pick of progressives in the first place. He was always seen as too middle of the road for some, and his age is an issue for the generational split that we've seen with younger voters just thinking that he's too old or doesn't get it. That doesn't mean that they won't necessarily vote for Biden, especially if Trump is on the ballot, for example. They may very well go to the polls and do that, but it is definitely a piece of the electorate, a key pillar of the Democratic Party and coalitions and the Democrats' ability to win the presidency, that this White House, that the Biden re-elect campaign has to work on, because it's a glaring red flag right now.
On that note, Tim, I want to ask you, what are you hearing from the White House, from Biden's team, about how he's trying to navigate this all and trying to really energize this key part of the Democratic base? I heard you say it was out there last week. What else and how else are they trying to do this?
He is going to keep being out there. This man is going to go to every possible green energy production ribbon cutting he possibly can. They have cabinet secretaries out there, by the side of the road with reporters watching them plug in electric cars into electric car chargers, talking about how they're going to build more infrastructure for this. They're out there. They're trying to sell it. I just wanted to come back to sort of go full circle to Hawaii and talk about the pure electoral politics of it, right? The state of Hawaii is a Democratic state. It's not going to become a Republican state because of the federal response to this disaster, which, local officials who are all Democrats say the federal response has actually been pretty good. But where disasters become a problem is if it becomes a competence issue or a performance issue. If it transcends the state where it happens and tarnishes the administration's reputation for being able to serve the American people. I don't know that we're even close to there yet.
All right. Well, on that note, let's leave it there for today. I'm Asma Khalid. I cover the White House.
I'm Tamara Keith. I also cover the White House.
And I'm Domenico Montanaro, senior political editor and correspondent.
And thank you all, as always, for listening to the NPR Politics Podcast.
NPR.
This is The Indicator from Planet Money. I'm Waylon Wong.
And I'm Adrian Ma. And it's Friday, which means it's time for Indicators of the Week, that time where we highlight numbers from the past week of economic news.
And we are joined this week by a special guest, Nate Hegyi, host of the public radio podcast Outside In. Welcome back to The Indicator, Nate.
Hey, it's great to be here.
It's great to have you. And for listeners who might be interested in checking out your show, how would you describe what you cover?
We cover pretty much anything and everything about the outdoors. So wildlife, cute stories about opossums, stuff like renewable energy, climate change.
Sounds amazing.
Especially the opossums.
Oh yeah.
Climate change is really the reason we wanted to have you on this week because, well, it's been a year since Congress and the Biden administration passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which you can also think of as the Carbon Reduction Act because it has so many provisions in it aimed at addressing climate change. So we thought, let's use this milestone as an excuse to highlight 3 climate-related indicators.
That's coming up after the break.
This message comes from Charles Schwab. 25 million clients, over $7 trillion in client assets, and 50 years experience. There's strength in numbers, and at Charles Schwab, investors are the #1 priority. Visit aboutschwab.com for the numbers and schwab.com for more.
This message comes from NPR sponsor BetterHelp. Life comes with a lot of decisions, and it can be hard to know the right path sometimes. A therapist can help you map out what you really want, so you trust yourself to make great choices and feel excited about the future. BetterHelp offers convenient, professional online therapy on your schedule, however you want it, by phone, chat, or video call. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/NPR today to get 10% off your first month.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Meta. Did you know brands are seeing up to 20% more conversions in their campaigns using Meta's AI? With Meta, every connection is an opportunity. It's your world. Meta. Learn more at facebook.com/business/connection.
Okay, my indicator is 23, as in a little over a decade from now, U.S. demand for cobalt, nickel, and lithium will be 23 times greater than it was just a couple of years ago. Yeah, demand for copper is also expected to double over that period, and all this is according to a recent report from this market research firm, S&P Global.
So should I be investing in cobalt right now?
Start stashing that cobalt under your mattress, because it's going to become very valuable. In this report, they estimate that a good chunk of this increase in demand for all these metals, about 12 to 15% of this boost in demand, is actually because of the Inflation Reduction Act. The act includes a lot of tax incentives, government subsidies aimed at spurring investment in clean energy production and getting people to adopt more energy-efficient technologies.
Right, there was a lot of coverage of the incentives for electric vehicles, right? What else was there? Appliances, solar panels, stuff like that?
It's also industrial scale tech like wind turbines and carbon capture. And the idea is that as companies and consumers move towards these technologies, demand for the metals that go into them will increase as well. But a very big question mark in the coming years is whether the supply of all these metals, the cobalt, the nickel, the lithium, will actually keep up with that growing demand, because mining companies have to go dig it out of the ground or pull it up from the bottom of the ocean.
And there's some sketchy politics around digging up cobalt, and it's ethically squishy, is how I would say it.
Exactly. Mining is a lengthy process which comes with a lot of regulation. And the U.S. is trying to increase mining of these critical metals, but it currently relies heavily on imports. And that actually brings up another challenge, which is companies that want to take advantage of these IRA incentives pretty soon will not be allowed to get these critical metals from what are called foreign entities of concern, which will include China, a huge processor of these metals.
Thanks, Adrian. And also, my climate indicator also has a bit of international flavor to it, and it actually has to do with debt, specifically sovereign debt, which is the money that countries borrow. So U.S. Treasury bonds, for example, that is sovereign debt.
Right. So a real example of that would be if I buy a U.S. Treasury bond, I am lending money to the U.S. government.
Exactly. That is sovereign debt. Well, there's a new study showing that climate change could make the cost of that borrowing go way up for governments. According to this study by researchers from academic institutions like Cambridge and Oxford, countries could see their annual interest payments go up by $45 billion to over $200 billion. That is my indicator, $45 billion to over $200 billion.
That is a massive range, 45 to 200 billion.
I'll walk you through how these researchers arrived at these numbers because it is such a big range. So they created this simulation to see what would happen to countries' credit ratings under different climate scenarios. They looked at about 100 countries from the US to China to Chile to Slovakia, and they tested different levels of warming. And so their model predicted that some countries could see their credit ratings get downgraded as soon as 2030. And then under those models, these downgrades lead to an increase in borrowing costs.
I mean, it's like, you know, if a person's personal credit score goes down, that means it's harder for them to borrow money. Similar thing with the country's credit rating. If it goes down, then it becomes more expensive for that government to borrow money.
It does, yeah, because we're already seeing how climate change can really disrupt an economy. You think about the impact of a natural disaster like what we're seeing in Hawaii. You think about higher temperatures having a really ruinous effect on agriculture and other climate-sensitive industries around the world. And then that has consequences for a country's ability to manage its finances and then be seen as a credit-worthy borrower.
Financial calamity on top of climate calamity.
Yeah, I think it shows that debt and countries' finances and climate are deeply intertwined.
That's heavy. That's depressing.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have more encouraging news for you today, but you know, we are talking about the climate crisis. So I don't know, Nate, do you want to kind of try to lift us out of our funk here?
So my indicator of the week is 16. That's the number of kids and teens who filed a lawsuit against the Montana state government back in 2020. And they argued that Montana was putting their health at risk through its energy policies. And so that lawsuit went to trial a couple of months ago, first of its kind, and they won, which means that the state is going to have to take climate change into account when it's deciding whether to approve new fossil fuel projects.
I'm imagining little kids wearing suits that are too big for them, standing up in court and making arguments. Am I picturing it correctly?
No, but I like that. I like that image a lot. I think they had lawyers representing them. But these kids they're now between the ages of 5 and 22 years old. And over this trial, their lawyers argued that, yes, climate change does exist. It's being driven by carbon emissions, and that in turn is creating less snow, more drought, bigger wildfires in Montana. And by the way, I live in Montana, and looking outside the window right now, it's very smoky. I actually have a headache, so this is all very, very real.
Oh, Nate.
I know. It's kind of just a fact of August. So the lawyers argued successfully that this has real impacts for folks living here. It's killing the fish we like to catch, the crops we grow, and like I'm experiencing right now, fills the air with all this unhealthy smoke.
In this case, how did the plaintiffs actually prove that the climate change effects, like, you know, the smoke, is actually Montana's fault?
Yeah, so Montana does play its part in carbon emissions. It has a number of coal mines, a few oil and gas projects, and here's what the lawyers won on. They said that Montana has a state constitution which guarantees a clean and healthy environment for its citizens, and the lawyers said that Montana's policies were dropping the ball on that. The judge agreed, and by the way, this was not a jury trial.
So you said this trial was the first of its kind. Do you think it's going to kick off a trend, like a viral TikTok trend of kids suing their state governments all over the country?
These kids were represented by an environmental law firm out of Oregon called Our Children's Trust. And they've been filing lawsuits like this in every state. There's actually going to be another one in Hawaii that's set to go to trial next year, as well as one in Oregon, too.
It makes me wonder how the Hawaii case might change now with everything going on.
Yeah, it's very apt. And, you know, the case in Hawaii and the one in Oregon, they're all arguing essentially the same thing, right? Like that the government's failure to curb greenhouse gas emissions is creating a dangerous future for kids.
I can't imagine that these state governments like Montana are going to, you know, change all these regulations without a fight. So do you see this getting kicked up to, you know, Montana's Supreme Court, state Supreme Court, and then all the way up to U.S. Supreme Court?
That would be pretty unlikely because the lawsuit is focused on the state constitution rather than a larger federal issue. But Montana is definitely going to appeal. They've called the ruling absurd and said that even if Montana completely transformed its economy to a net zero one, it would barely make a dent in global greenhouse gas emissions. But I do want to mention that the trial in Oregon, right? That actually is against the U.S. government. And so there's a chance that one could end up in the U.S. Supreme Court. So keep your eyes open for that.
This episode was produced by Corey Bridges with engineering by Robert Rodriguez. Our fact checker is Sarah Juarez, and our editor is Kate Buchanan. And the indicator...
Hey, Ray Magliotti from Car Talk here to tell you about NPR's newest offering, Car Talk Plus. Car Talk Plus subscribers can actually search through hundreds of classic episodes of Car Talk to find their favorite calls about train rents, marital disputes, foreign exit syndrome, and occasionally cars too. Find Car Talk Plus at plus.npr.org/cartalk.
When Deshanyali Galarza was in the 5th grade, her family's ground floor apartment flooded. The town of Salinas in southern Puerto Rico, where she and her family live, had seen heavy rainfall.
My mother was sad because we lost everything.
Her school had to close for a few days so that staff could clean a foot of muddy water from the classrooms, and the damage done to her home meant Deshanyali ended up missing school for 2 weeks, which she was not happy about.
One day I want to be a nurse. School is very important to me.
Those floods were just the latest interruption to her education and her life because of natural disasters. For many Puerto Ricans and their children, the trauma compounds and lingers. One resident calls this collective island PTSD.
I was thinking, how long have we been going through different events? So I made a list from Maria on.
Julia Muniz is a teacher in Puerto Rico, and she is referencing Hurricane Maria in 2017. Since Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico has been hit with all kinds of hardships, from a series of earthquakes starting in late 2019 to, of course, COVID in 2020. In 2021, in-person school finally resumed, but then Hurricane Fiona unleashed.
In 2 miles, take exit 25 for Kings Mills Road, Ohio 741 north toward Mason.
Furious attack on the island last year. Schools shut again. During that time, Muniz was worried for her students.
It's non-stop since 2017. If you think about my 7th graders right now, they've been going through this since 2nd grade. So they have missed many skills that they have not developed: social, academic, behavioral, emotional.
A recent study found more than a quarter of students needed help because of an emotional, mental, or behavioral situation.
It worries me a lot. I feel desperation.
14-year-old Dinelis Rodriguez and her 11-year-old brother, Jadniel, are all bright eyes and braces. The siblings have been worrying about how all the school they have missed will affect their futures. Dinelis wants to be a lawyer.
I want to study. I want to be someone in life.
But she worries about more than just her education. Dinelis remembers having to wait in line for hours for groceries after hurricanes. Now,
in half a mile, take exit 25 for Kings Mills Road, Ohio 741 north toward Mason.
Every time there's a storm, she's afraid they won't have enough to eat. Her brother, Jadniel, says he's always on alert.
I can't study right now because I'm
take exit 25.
worried. Who's going to study through something like that?
There are efforts to help students. Over the past 2 years, U.S. Secretary of Education.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Ohio 741 north Kings Mills Road.
Miguel Cardona has signed off on $6 billion in federal.
Turn right onto Ohio 741 north Kings Mills Road.
Money for the island school system. Some of that has been used to hire hundreds of school nurses and psychologists, as well as to reimburse overdue payments for hundreds of evaluations and therapy sessions. Principal Jorge Luis Colon Gonzalez says teachers and students like
continue on Ohio 741 north for 2 miles.
Deshanyali Galarza are still recovering emotionally. He's talked to the school psychologist himself, and he encourages students and teachers to do the same. Colon says he grew up poor in a nearby town, and education was his way out. He is determined that his students have the same chance to succeed.
I will never, never, never give up. I will always be looking for strategies.
Consider this. Over the past few years, Puerto Rico has faced a string of natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, landslides. It's all taken a heavy toll on student mental health and made it harder and harder for students to keep up academically. From NPR, I'm Mary Louise Kelly. It's Monday, August 21st.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Organic Valley, a co-op of small organic family farms. Farmer Tyler Webb shares what being a steward of his land means to him.
When I think of land stewardship, it's taking the opportunity to slowly walk through your farm, to listen, to look for ways to work in harmony with our environment, with our ecosystem.
Discover Organic Valley Dairy at ov.coop/ethically sourced.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Velocity Global, giving you the power to build your dream team everywhere by making it simple to compliantly hire, pay, and manage talent anywhere. With Velocity Global, the world is yours. This message comes from NPR sponsor Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone has been an expert in language learning for 30 years. NPR listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 40% off. Learn more at rosettastone.com/NPR today.
It's Consider This from NPR. Academic outcomes in Puerto Rico have been on a steady decline since Hurricane Maria, as natural disasters have continued to disrupt learning. In 2022, 36% of fourth graders and 26% of eighth graders overall in the U.S. were considered proficient in math. That's according to the National Assessment of Education Progress. In Puerto Rico, so few students made the cut in either grade that the percentages rounded to zero. Children on the island also have worse graduation rates, and reading scores continue to decline. No state even comes close to this level of educational impoverishment. Reporter Kavitha Cardoza traveled to Puerto Rico to talk with students and educators about what's going on.
The first graders in Adi Adreo's class listen intently to a story about the flamboyant tree. It's beloved in Puerto Rico for its expansive canopy and fiery red blossoms. Children wiggle, then giggle as Adreo...
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto Bethany Road.
Stomps her feet, flings her arms wide, and imitates a rooster. When they see a picture
Turn left onto Bethany Road.
All the little insects that live in the tree, the children can't contain themselves.
When continue on Bethany Road for 1 mile.
Got to her last fall, Adreo had been a teacher for 23 years. She told me she'd only just learned how to be effective, though, when she got help from a non-profit. Before that, she rarely had professional development, so she didn't know it was important to read aloud, to go over words more than once, or ask students to summarize a story. That changed when she got some training.
It's the best thing that could have happened to me as a teacher.
The lack of professional development opportunities among teachers on the island is part of the reason why so few students can read.
First grade, 11%. Second grade, 6%. Third grade, 1.29%.
1.29, you mean 1%?
1%.
In a quarter mile, at the traffic circle, take the second exit and stay on Bethany Road.
Carlos Rodriguez Silvestre is the executive director of the Flamboyant Foundation in Puerto Rico, the non-profit that helped Adreo. Children on the island learn in Spanish, so we can't compare those reading scores to American states. But there is a math test that children all over the US take. In the States, a quarter of 8th graders are considered proficient or better. In Puerto Rico, not even 1% are.
We have to change what we're doing. What we're doing is not good enough for the students of Puerto Rico.
That's Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona speaking in May.
Exit the traffic circle onto Bethany Road. Continue on Bethany Road for 4 miles.
His grandparents are from the island. Cardona isn't just talking about test scores. There are other stark gaps. Compared with the mainland, students in Puerto Rico are less likely to graduate high school, go on to college, and eventually earn a bachelor's degree. Some of this is because of limited professional development for teachers, as well as poor pay. But many reasons go beyond the school system.
There's an element of racism in the treatment of Puerto Rico. That's true now. It's been true for decades upon decades.
John King, whose mother is from the island, is the former Secretary of Education under President Obama. Puerto Rico occupies a nebulous position as an unincorporated territory, meaning its residents are U.S. citizens but lack a presidential vote and representation in Congress. As the island continues to wrestle with the fallout of its bankruptcy, King says that's a big problem.
You don't have folks who are showing up in Congress every day fighting for resources for the island. And so you see that there isn't the commitment to Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican kids that there should be.
Child poverty is widespread at 55%, more than 3 times higher than on the mainland.
And then you add in the huge outflow of population over the last few years.
The student population has essentially halved since 2006. Fewer kids means under-enrolled schools, which has led to mass school closures. Teachers were reassigned, children had longer commutes, and buildings were left vacant. Ana Diaz, who teaches 3rd graders, has experienced the plummeting enrollment firsthand. She says she worries a lot, especially since Hurricane Maria hit in 2017.
30 kids are supposed to be able to fit into my classroom, but since Maria, it's been significantly lower.
She started the last year with just 14 students, the fewest she's had in more than 2 decades of teaching. In addition to hurricanes, the island has faced earthquakes, floods, and mudslides, all of which have pushed families to move to the mainland. And that has implications for Diaz's job as well. If more students leave, she could be transferred to a different school. And then there's the problem of teacher compensation. The average pay in Puerto Rico was $27,000 in 2018. Teachers in U.S. states average more than twice that.
Los compañeros maestros están extremadamente... My fellow teachers are extremely more than frustrated. I would have to use a stronger expression than that.
Last year, teachers learned they would no longer receive a guaranteed pension, and their retirement age was postponed. Those decisions were made by a federally appointed oversight board.
I would need a lifetime more to retire, but I'm not going to teach classes into my 70s.
Last year, teachers received a temporary $1,000 a month bump, but it's unclear how long that will last. It was possible because of almost $6 billion in federal funds. That money is paying for updates to the district's record systems from paper to electronic, to decentralized school administration and building improvements. All important changes, but it's unclear how or when those changes will trickle down to improve student achievement.
That was Kavitha Cardoza reporting from Carolina, Puerto Rico. It's Consider This from NPR. I'm Mary Louise Kelly.
This message comes from NPR sponsor MassMutual. Don't let the day-to-day of running your business keep you from planning for tomorrow. Start preparing for the future. Talk to a MassMutual financial professional today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Hey there, this is Haley from Boston, Massachusetts. After throwing everything I could spare at my student loans over the past few years while interest was paused, I'm finally preparing to submit my last payment to settle my balance before interest starts up again. This podcast was recorded at
12:51 p.m. on
in a quarter mile, turn left onto Cincinnati-Dayton Road.
Friday, August 18th.
Things may have changed by the time you hear it, but I will still be enjoying my new financial freedom. Okay, here's the show.
That was a very wise financial decision. You take advantage of no interest rates when you have them in this life.
Congratulations, Haley.
Hey there, it's the NPR Politics Podcast. I'm Susan Davis. I cover politics.
And I'm Asma Khalid. I cover the White House.
And I'm Ron Elving, editor correspondent.
And President Biden is hosting leaders of Japan and South Korea today at Camp David, the famous presidential retreat located in rural Maryland. Asma, you are there. I should note the weather is beautiful today in the D.C. region, and it's been a while since the president hosted any foreign leaders there.
That's right. No foreign leader has come here to Camp David since 2015, so we're talking about 8 years. And, I think that the reason that this is so noteworthy, I think is, of course we can talk a lot about the sort of storied, tense relationship that Japan and South Korea have had. That goes back to when Japan colonized the Korean Peninsula. But, I think that part of why this meeting is also very significant is that it is happening here at Camp David, which has such a storied legacy of, really important diplomatic moments in American history.
Asma, there's a lot of symbolism behind a Camp David invite. What is the symbolism here, and what's the message the White House is trying to send with this meeting?
Yeah, I spoke to a former naval commanding officer here at Camp David. His name is Michael Giorgione. He's in fact written a book about what it's like to be inside Camp David, because he's one of the few families who's lived here year-round, and he kind of had an eyewitness to history, seeing different foreign leaders come and go under both former President Clinton and George W. Bush.
If I were invited to Camp David, I think if I were a world leader, I'd value that more than going to the White House. It's like bringing someone into your family room.
When I think of Camp David, I think of sort of high-stakes diplomatic negotiations. What is the point behind this meeting? What are they working on?
The three leaders are trying to strengthen security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. And I will say, from the Biden administration standpoint, from this White House, they may say that this is not really exclusively about China, but what I will say, having covered the Biden White House, is that much of the president's foreign policy is about China, about trying to counter Chinese influence. And so, I think really bolstering relationships, alliances with two key allies in the Indo-Pacific, that certainly, China is the subtext here. It's certainly not the only thing at stake here, but what they're trying to do is really improve the security cooperation. And they're planning to announce a range of things, comprehensive military exercises, a new crisis hotline, as well as a commitment to just consult each other on security issues of concern. And so we'll see how this all pans out. What they're hoping is to kind of institutionalize this trilateral relationship and have annual meetings of this sort every year.
Obviously, the China subtext is clear, but it is worth noting that this is the first time this type of trilateral between South Korea and Japan and the U.S. has ever happened, in part because of that very complicated and often contentious relationship between Japan and South Korea. So it's also historic on their end.
Of course, right? And I do think that what you'll hear from this White House is that this is really setting the stage for a new era in the relationship with the United States and Japan and South Korea.
Ron, Camp David has played a very storied role in presidential history and has been used by many presidents for very, symbolic and high-stakes meetings.
Absolutely. You go back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt meeting with Winston Churchill there 80 years ago when the camp was quite new. Roosevelt, by the way, called it Shangri-La. Then later, President Eisenhower called it Camp David in honor of his grandson. Eisenhower met with Khrushchev there. JFK met with Khrushchev. And of course, the most famous Camp David meeting, or summit meeting, was when 45 years ago, Jimmy Carter met with Menachem Begin of Israel and Anwar Sadat of Egypt and concluded what became known as the Camp David Accords. And that was peace in the Middle East, at least to some degree, at least between the two largest antagonists in the long-running Middle East struggle. And it really mattered a great deal. Bill Clinton tried to do something similar a dozen years later, didn't quite work out. But everyone is always reaching for that Camp David magic, and you'll notice that what comes out of this meeting is being dubbed the Camp David Principles.
And if I can just jump on that, Ron, I think that there is no doubt this White House is trying to tap into the historic legacy you're describing. By having the meeting here at Camp David, it is, I think, an attempt to elevate the relationship with Japan and South Korea and really put it in that kind of category of monumental historic negotiations that have occurred here.
Yes, and in addition to elevating that relationship, it's also very deliberately intended to elevate this president and his presidency and put it in that pantheon of important presidencies that I just ticked through. This is what the Biden people want to do, looking a year and a half ahead to his re-election.
All right, we need to take a quick break, but Ron and Asma, don't go far. We're going to have you back for Can't Let It Go.
Bye now.
Oh, bye. Talk to you in a bit.
All right, after the break, a chat about Alabama Republicans ignoring a recent Supreme Court ruling.
Support for NPR and the following message come from Airbnb.
Maybe you've stayed in an Airbnb before and thought to yourself, this actually seems pretty doable. Maybe my place could be an Airbnb. It could be as simple as starting with a spare room or your whole place when you're away. Say a big music festival is coming to your city, and even though you get the hype, you'd prefer to get out of town for a little peace and quiet. Or maybe you have a guest room that your friends love to stay in when they come to visit, and you realized it could be a great Airbnb. Whether you could use a little extra money to cover some bills or for something a little more fun, your home or spare room might be worth more than you think. Find out how much at airbnb.com/host.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Displays to Go. Amplify your brand's visual voice through purposeful, affordable, and ready-to-ship display solutions. Visit displays2go.com today and use coupon code NPR10 to save 10% off your order.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Mimecast. When an email address is the direct digital path to the mind and data of your organization, you're at risk. But advanced email security from Mimecast can put your mind at ease. Visit Mimecast.com today to start your free 30-day trial.
And we're back with NPR's Hansi Lo Wang. Hey, Hansi.
Hey, Sue.
And Stephen Bisaha of the Gulf States Newsroom. Hi, Stephen.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Thank you both for being here. So, the Supreme Court ruled earlier this year that Alabama's congressional district map likely violated the Voting Rights Act. And before we get into the latest court fight here, Hansi, can you remind us exactly what the Supreme Court ruled?
Yes. Okay, quick recap. The map Alabama used for last year's midterm elections, a panel of 3 federal judges ruled that map needs to be replaced to get in line with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that was a ruling upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court in June. And those judges on that panel said Alabama needs to increase the number of voting districts where Black voters have a realistic opportunity to elect their preferred U.S. House candidate. Instead of 1, there should be 2 of those opportunity districts, the judges said. And we should keep in mind that because voting in Alabama is so racially polarized, if you want to have 2 opportunity districts for Black voters in Alabama, they will need to be 2 districts where Black Alabamians make up the majority of the voting age population, or something quite close to it, the judges said.
Hansi, let's do a little point of clarity, because I think we shorthand a lot and call this a majority Black districts. But when we say that, we don't mean it's 50+1 majority. It just means, well, you explain it.
Well, in this case, the judges have found that it's possible that Black Alabamians don't necessarily have to make more than 50% of the voting age population. It could be something quite close to it. And so that's the kind of rub here.
All right, so we're talking about this case again because the maps went back to Alabama lawmakers and they recently passed a new map responding to this ruling, but it still does not have sufficient districts where Black voters would have the possibility of electing a candidate of their choice. Stephen, that's put this all back in court. How did the lawmakers who redrew the map defend that decision?
Yeah, that was the big question going into the court date, was how they were going to justify this. Because again, one of the districts is only 39.9% Black, while the other one was just barely over 50%. So they went in there and the state's argument was, hey, this is a new map, and also we passed new standards for how we draw these maps. Your old order pertaining to our old maps and old standards, that does not apply here. And these new standards are things like making sure keeping as many counties together, so you're having fewer congressional districts that slice through a county. And particularly they had fewer of these kind of county splits than what advocates were kind of proposing for as alternative maps. They also said it's really important that we, with these new standards, keep communities of interest together. So we're talking about like the Gulf Coast, so that little nub of Alabama that's touching the Gulf of Mexico, keeping that community together, as well as keeping together Alabama's Black belt. This is a stretch of land across the center of Alabama, and whenever you look at different election results maps, like 2020's presidential maps and how counties voted, Alabama's a very red state, but you have this line of blue that slices across the state. So these maps do a better job of keeping that Black belt together. And I should say, Black belt is named for the fact that it's actually the soil, this very Black rich soil, not the fact that it is a very Black area, though it actually is. It's a consequence of the fact that, you know, this is where there were cotton plantations because of that soil. That's where a lot of former slaves ended up staying after the Civil War. That kind of goes into the geography of how the state is split up politically.
And it's not uncommon to hear defenses of maps talk about communities of interest and contiguous districts. How did the judges respond to that argument?
The judges did not seem to be too interested in this argument. These were the same 3 federal judges that started this all off. The 3 judges that said, hey, you do need to add a second black majority district or something close to it. So when the state and its Solicitor General, Edmund LaCour, when they were making their closing arguments, the judges kept on going, hold on here, you're basically ignoring us, aren't you? And they kept on asking this question, and the state would say, look, this is the best we could do without violating other parts of law, without violating these other standards. We're not supposed to be considering race when we are making these maps. And the judges kept on coming back with, okay, so how are you able to create new standards whenever we give you an order? They did not seem too pleased with the state's arguments here.
And what about the opponents, or I should say the plaintiffs in the case? What is their argument against it?
Yeah, they say, well, look, you can actually consider race when you're talking about something that's a potential voting rights violation like that was found here. And the other thing they said was you don't really get brownie points for keeping the black belt together if people in the black belt can't actually vote for their candidate of choice. What you got to actually pay attention to is the election results that these maps create. And projecting those out, we still would only have one district where black Alabamians would be able to pick their candidate of choice. And you would think with all of this, with this kind of setback and Alabama coming forward with this map, that a lot of the activists and plaintiffs would be upset, but it was kind of celebratory on the steps of the courthouse after the hearing. When I was talking with the lead attorney, he was mentioning how this is kind of what happens with civil rights laws, that a judge might find it discriminatory. The state comes back with a slightly modified law to see if that will pass with the judges. And it's that slow progress, and that slightly modified law often does not actually address what the judges initially complained about. So they're used to this. The fact that the judges seem to be not too keen to the arguments of the state made the advocates feel pretty positive about the results.
What are the potential outcomes here? And is this one of those legal challenges that observers would say is also an effort to get something back to the Supreme Court, or is it just going to be contained here?
Yeah, I believe the state's hope, and they kind of hinted at this, different lawmakers in Alabama hinted that they want this back in front of the Supreme Court. During the hearing, they mentioned the idea of Brett Kavanaugh seemed to really care about the idea of counties being split up. So, and hey, look, counties not being split up as much, that was part of the state's new standard. So that seems to be one thing they're hoping, is that Brett Kavanaugh actually sided with also John Roberts. They were the ones that sided with the liberals, and hey, Alabama, you actually need to follow this order here. They're hoping to flip Brett Kavanaugh, and that would, if they could get this in front of the Supreme Court again. The other option here that could work in the state's favor is maybe the judges just side with them. Again, they don't seem too happy with the state's arguments right now, but the map is currently law. This is not a temporary map. This is the law. The map they passed is a congressional map, but the judges can say this is not a good one and we need to redo it. And in that case, what they could do is sign a special master to draw a new map. Essentially take the power of creating a congressional map out of the hands of the state and have the judges own and pick special master do this instead.
Hansi, this case is about a lot more than just Alabama. The Supreme Court ruling has had ripples beyond the state, and there's a lot going on in the redistricting space, even though we're a couple years after the census.
Yeah, and what's important to point out here is we're talking about the possibility of more majority black districts in the South that are likely to vote for Democratic candidates. So what could happen here is that Alabama could end up with 2 Democrats in the U.S. House after next year's midterm elections. And there could be more Democratic pickups in House races in Louisiana and in Georgia, depending on how similar redistricting lawsuits there pan out.
I also think it's unrelated to this court fight, but there's also a redistricting battle going in New York for other different reasons that could also give Democrats an advantage. And I think redistricting is going to be so crucial to 2024 because the way that it could tip more races towards Democrats' favor is really important when you think about the fact that Republicans only have a very narrow 4-seat majority.
Yeah, I think that why there's so much attention on this Alabama case is because it's coming out of that Supreme Court ruling that upheld the of its past rulings on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it really sets up a pathway for more Democratic pickups in these House races in the South. And I think the thing to keep in mind here is that Alabama's strategy of potentially trying to get this before the Supreme Court, that could get rid of that pathway. But voting rights advocates I've talked to think that it's very unlikely the Supreme Court would take back its earlier ruling in this Alabama case.
All right, Stephen Bisaha and Hansi-Lo Wong, thank you both so much for your reporting.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
We're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, time for Can't Let It Go.
Support for NPR comes from REI Co-op. Over 100 million people living in America don't have outside spaces close to home. That's 1 in 3 of us who don't have easy access to fresh air, family picnics, and time outside. Life outside is a necessity, not a luxury. So REI Co-op is on a mission to get everyone in America outside in 5 minutes or less. Visit rei.com/outside-in-5 to learn more.
This message comes from NPR sponsor Teladoc Health. Discover a whole new way to manage your overall health, both body and mind, with Primary 360 from Teladoc Health. It's primary care reimagined. You'll have access to board-certified doctors, a dedicated care team, health devices provided at no cost, and in-person care when needed. You'll also receive a personalized care plan to reach new levels of health. Experience it now at teladochealth.com/360. This message comes from NPR sponsor Mimecast. When an email address is the direct digital path to the mind and data of your organization, you're at risk. But advanced email security from Mimecast can put your mind at ease. Visit mimecast.com today to start your free 30-day trial.
And we're back, and Asma Khalid, Ron Elving, welcome back.
Great to be back with you.
And it's time to end the show like we do every week with Can't Let It Go, part of the